on social media. So what defiance campaign are they?
On the election day.
That people don't go out to vote? I'm trying to get their exact worry.
So the only way to do that is to grab yourself a copy of the Observer and get to know, quote unquote, I know from the collected evidence that this kind of violence was to be initiated, organized and coordinated mainly by the use of social media platforms, by Facebook, Twitter and WhatsApp.
You know, these guys need to stop using some feeble excuses to disenfranchise the rest of us. So you have cut me off, I cannot communicate. You know, we media people, it was a tall order. Anyway, thankfully, VPN, eventually we figured that out. Yeah. But you see, you're cutting all of us out of the excuse you
can
give.
Be charged for treason.
How?
That's what UCC said.
That what?
That they will arrest all of you who used security apps to navigate.
That's hogwash. What bit of the law are they quoting?
But I kind of find it also a bit. I think I want to be very careful when I'm saying this.
But it might be sub judice.
I guess if you are UCC and you have blocked social media, but you're using social media to tell us that it has been blocked, then it does not make sense why you blocked it in the first place, because no one is going to see your messages.
Look, I honestly didn't buy the exculpation they gave of, you see, you know, the tensions are high, so people might use it for the wrong reasons.
They were high.
Like
even you could see that some of the lunatics who were using VPN were still sending pictures of 2006, pictures of
Burundi,
1996,
for example,
of Burundi,
you know,
of South
people that
Africa.
had been butchered and stuff like that.
So you
that's
understand
granted,
where
now,
they're coming from.
Let's look out for those. We can track them, I think. But you see, to cut off everybody is, I don't know. It's
I can be called, you know, annoying biscuit on Twitter or something like that. I don't need to write my name.
Well, they say they've got state-of-the-art gadgets and stuff. They can look out for these people.
They failed to block VPN.
So they're going to block it forever, because at any one time of the year, there'll always be, you call them what? Lunatics. There'll always be 1 or 2 or 3 out there that are throwing things on social media. So they're going to block it entirely.
No, it's not 1 or 2. I actually told of one of the PRs of an important government parastatal in this country to stop lying to people that there's violence all over the place, because that's what she was posting on her Twitter, and you're thinking, be responsible.
So you see that they incite violence to themselves as well?
No, but if you have someone who will post anything because they have free MBs from MTN, what do you do?
But you see, you know that person. So why don't, meaning UCC knows that person. No, so let's clamp down.
No, I told her off. I told her, you know, you need to be responsible, because one of the position that you hold, you're lying to people that this is happening. You're giving misleading information. And when I saw that message, I understood where people like these, maybe they should have blocked off. They should ban people like those from using social media, because it's absolutely misleading. You have
so now you get my point. If Brian Mulondo can, you know, trace out this person, UCC can. Look, Brian, if there is a hotel, let's use the example of Serena Hotel, because anyway, that's where we are. And say there are people that bring here 12-year-old girls and molest them from those rooms. Okay, that's defilement. And then you say, we are going to close this whole hotel. In fact, all hotels. Why? Because you see, children below the age of 18 are taken to these hotels and they are defiled from there. That is stupid. That's an English word. Look out for these people. You see, because you see, you cannot, you know, in many a way enfeeble the whole good just because of these flimsy ones. Let's look out for them. Let's get them. They are law breakers, granted. But you see, you don't disenfranchise everybody. It doesn't make sense to me at all. And I'm going to vet next speaker and deputy speaker. Somebody that is vying for deputy speaker is a one Theodore Sechikubo. Interesting. Why are you? Why are you alarmed?
You know, because I have a feeling having Sechikubo as speaker is in most circles. You can compare it to having Donald Trump for president. and you know, I was reading The Economist. It has ranked Donald Trump as on the top list of a global risk. If he's elected president, he'll be a global risk.
He'll bomb everybody.
He's in the line with ISIS and all these other. I'm like, is it that bad? Says the only advisor to his foreign policy will be him.
He's a very controversial man.
And so where your own party meets to find a way not to nominate you is a bit...
And they're planning to fail him. They might succeed. They are hoping to. You see, you've got to... It's about what? Maybe about 2,400 votes that you should have through these run-ins they're doing. If you fail to meet that, then you all go to the convention. The two anyway. The leader and the one that comes the
and
next.
If they take it to the
then
convention...
it is lobbying, and there becomes a tricky one for Donald Trump.
If that was in Uganda, I think Donald Trump would win it. You know, he's rich, and so he would buy
the other guys are richer,
souls.
by the way.
He would buy a few souls.
They are way richer.
But
These Republican funders, you know, the last I checked, I don't think he's even $4 billion worth. He's about 3 something, if I remember correctly.
He's 10 billion.
No, it's less than that. But even if it were that, you see, when you look at those guys that some of them they really don't come out as, you know, we are Republicans, but they call the shots and what they're filthy rich chaps. So
well, Theodore Sechkubo, I for sure, like the lizard says, must go through another round of kneeling extravaganza if he's, I think, to take that. But interesting to see that battle for speakership, and we'll be updating you on the latest from
the current deputy speaker wants it too, Jacob Olanya. So let's wait and
Judges quiz the Electoral Commission on delayed voting. You can read about that in Daily Monitor on page 6, of course. More about the election petition, and there's 5 pages of that. The Daily Monitor highlights that.
Taxi drivers protest poor city roads. That happened in Kampala. Interesting. Kasese leaders cautiously welcome police reshuffles. There's been a couple of reshuffles here and there. So there you want 3,000 students graduate from YMCA. So the job market is supposed to be welcoming a lot more people. Hopefully we'll have placements.
Joel, back to the Supreme Court. There's a witness. There's that in one of the affidavits. A witness pins the First Lady and the SO chief on voter bribery.
We are waiting for you to elucidate.
Just leave that there. The Observer has that story on page 2.
You just throw a wheel in the spanner, so to say, and you leave it there. All right, let's look at some regional news here. In Eastern Uganda, Mayuge study blames child labor for high people absenteeism. Kids go to... Interesting. You know, in Eastern Uganda, there's quite ginger and the like and all. There's quite a bit of boom. Sugarcane, sugar. And yesterday we were seeing a story of kids. There's a kid that was cutting down that sugar in so experienced a manner. It looked like he had been at this job for like 10 years. And they're asking the kids, so why aren't you in school? I've got to make money to pay my school fees. And we're wondering, so then when do you get to pay, I mean, to attend the school for the school fees whose money you're working for? It's a catch-22. But you see parents, and one parent was saying, look, we don't have enough money to send our children to school, so we send them to those plantations to make money so that they can pay for their school fees. I looked at this chap and I thought, what a waste. You sell children and then you're letting them fend for themselves. And yet you look very able-bodied.
I remember when I used to host minibars, we went to Ginger and we talked to even the people that employ these kids. They're like, these are children. Why should you employ them? And one of the guys told us it is very cheap labor.
Of course.
And so if their parents are fine with them coming here, I need people to get the product out there. So I'll hire the kids and we pay them. Others go out to fish. And they go fishing, they sell and get whatever money. Yeah, but when you even look at the quality of the schools they attend, still the standard is still...
It's better than nothing. I know our schools have got issues, but look at many a big person today. They went to the Rupa Dengo SSs of this world and they're like, it's better than being in this plantation. But you see, police says they're swinging into action. They should arrest the parents and these guys that
they won't arrest the parents. And for me, that's the disappointing thing, because this statement is, it is a crammed statement. So every time you ask an official, that's what they always say. But I went there about 3 years ago. When did they arrest those parents? They never.
Business as usual, unfortunately. When it was not business as usual for us over the weekend, Their boss makes the quote of the day, but it was business as usual. You guys are always losing.
Shut up.
It's a fact. You don't like the truth. All right. Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger on Barcelona players, he says they have 2 or 3 players who transform normal life into art. I respect that. It is pleasure as well. Of course, for me it is suffering, and for your fans it is suffering too. But what happened? What's wrong with you people? Anyway, I expected better
in
from
the
you.
Observer, there are ways to look smart without a suit. You can read about that.
Okay, we should check out
Joel,
some
I've
of
never
those.
seen you.
But you only seen me during the week.
Joel, I see you even on Sunday.
That's not true.
When you're in church, you dress like this.
It depends. Particular Sundays when I have a particular role to play, we have a particular way we should dress. But on other Sundays, I'll be clad in my shorts, and then girls at church will be all over. And that's why I avoid putting on shorts, because I don't want to stumble God's people.
Joel, what's the word you used for lying?
Now you're the one prevaricating that you see me every Sunday, which is not true.
Pablo writes a letter to Bad Black. Read about that Bad Brown. You can read about that in the Observer. She's white. She wants to be Chinese by the end of the year. Also, someone writes a letter, Kanongo Inferno movie on the cards. All right, you can watch out for that. And how the deputy managing director, now on forced leave, found herself in the power struggle. The Observer has written about that. We have to wrap this up, Joel.
Yes, let's do with the opinion section here. Somebody writes and says the vulgarization of our politics must stop. And another says resurrecting ideology talk now is an ill-advised strategy. Right. Ideology.
We'll find which jobs are here in the Daily Monitor, and of course the Scoop magazine highlighting some entertainment news for you. Coming up, the big story, and Joel will be talking to Honorable Nyomi Tambo. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#. Pay your bills, load data, or buy airtime. You could also send some cash. Come on, use Airtel money. You could win a lot of cash.
All you gotta do is dial *185#. Then you get to
Yola. Dial *185# and Yola Maja with Airtel Money. Dial *185# and transact.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
You know what they say about girls? Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies? Girls! Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
Look at all the juices that are in there, and that is what I'm looking for. My goodness, look at that.
Isa yalagula Yesu ng'alijja mabega akali mu bufunzi
Yesu ne Isa ani yasookawo munne
Isa
buli lwotayogera na muntu kutegeera bimukwatako tosobola kumutegeera yenna tekisoboka
era nako yakatugamba nti Abaganda mbwanyala jakasukira eggumba gyegenda kala kagamba akukano
obote wateekwa okubaawo eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa okutuusa okunnyonnyola kwabwe okutegeerekeka okutangaza ebibakwatako Petition naye nga wakamu bimuyita wakamu amuyitanga mutya big daddy kuwuliriza kufumiitiriza kukola kwogera bina
Tuwaye.
bwe yamala okutuula ngenda okutunula mu kibatu kyange kino kyentaddeko bwendi nga muvaamu ebiwuka ng'ensolosozi
ebimu byewuunyisa binakuwaza ebirala bikyusa obulamu.
Omuntu atasomye atya n'okuyingira ofiisi naye ng'omanyi nti nina omukyala n'abaana awaka nakinkola nina ne bizinesi naye ntya n'okuyingira ofiisi eno okwennyonnyolako.
Eddoboozi lye njogerako Tuwaye.
This week on T Nation.
I won't make that mistake.
I'm cause looking like a Saturlin, representing Universal Zulu Nation, Uganda chapter, Galaxy Dance Project Uganda, and Real Hip Hop.
Catch a brand new episode of T Nation every Saturday at 11 a.m. only on NTV.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
The election season, well, it's pretty much still on, but the election did end and lots of things are happening. There's a petition. There's a bit of violence in pockets of this country, and some people will say it is tethered to the election season. Whether or not that is true is another thing altogether. But several things that are happening. Going to discuss a bit about this when we get back for the big story. My guest this morning is the Honorable Nyomi Tambo. He's ICT State Minister and MP currently for Kassanda South. Good morning, Honorable.
Morning, brother.
How are you today?
Fine, how are you?
Good, thank you. I must commend you. You were one of those that came out after you lost the general primaries to that is Simeon Subuga.
Yeah.
You are a good cadre. I've heard people say, I'll not run as an independent, but you conceded defeat and you wished this man well and said, well, if he needs your advice, he'll call on you. And I thought, wait a minute, this is interesting. We have some Ugandan politicians that can do that.
Sure. Really, after people have voted for you 15 years, 3 times, and if they feel like they want a change, you let them have a change. I don't see anything unusual with that. We have to say life must continue, and obviously life will continue normally. And I congratulate my brother who will be in Parliament come May, and we are ready to support him so that he can start from where we stopped.
What's your plan? You say life will and must continue. I've seen many a former MP, and sometimes I'm thinking, wait a minute, what happened to this person? They leave Parliament, you meet them,
yes, please,
and you just cannot believe it.
Yes, some of us, I didn't think that politics was a career, so I have other things I'm doing, and right now I'm handling the transition. You'll be seeing me after May 12th. You'll see me in my overalls, looking after my chicken, doing my business. I'm starting on my PhD in August. So a lot of things to do, and life will continue normally. There's nothing much to worry about.
I like to think, and maybe I am wrong, but you see, I've seen many politicians that have decided politics is going to be their career. It becomes a do or die. That is why there will even be, to the extent of death during elections, be they primaries or eventually the general election. And I keep thinking, why? Why does politics engulf people, and when they get therein, they have got to stay matter of life or death?
Yeah, sure. When you take it as a career, then you are going to have a lot of problems, because these are matters that are decided on by, for which you don't have control. When you're in the constituency, there are people every after 5 years who have to decide your fate. So it will be very, very risky to think that you'll have politics as your career. To me, when I joined politics, when I was 16 years, it was serving the people.
At 16, what is that? Maybe prefect?
No. At 16, I was already an activist
An activist for what at 16?
Yeah.
Should have been in school studying.
Yeah, we are studying, but my D-Day was the No Land No Work strikes in 1979. So we started really that strong activism. Of course, my background, I grew up in Lungwija, and Lungwija is the cauldron of politics in central Uganda here. So by 16, we were already there. So when Lule was removed, I think it was June 1979, that was my baptism of fire. We started activism. Up to today, I've never rested a single day. But the principle has been, to me, it has always been that politics is not a career, it's to serve my people, it's to express my political interests. That's why all along when I've been in politics, when I've been in council, whatever, I've also been doing some other work. I was a councillor in Kampala State Council for about 15 years, but at the same time, I was an economist with Uganda Railways Corporation. And I left when my boss appointed me RDC for Busia, when I was the principal economist for Uganda Railways Corporation. So I've always been thinking that, and I still believe that politics is not a career. You must do it to serve your people, but you must be having some other things you're doing. So the last 15 years, 14 years I've been in Parliament. I've also been doing some other things because I knew that really politics is not something which you could lean on until when you are possibly old. You must be having other things you are doing. So come 12th May, the transition will be that easy because I'll have a lot of things, other things to do.
Some have thought that maybe this is the way your boss should begin to look at things. General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
Well, I'm just a small man called Nyomi Tambo. I'm not, you know, that is beyond my paycheck. This is a big man. I shouldn't compare myself with him.
You can advise him as his cadre, as a party member?
Not really. For him, the story is different. The perception is different. The kind of work he's doing is different. It can be compared to my little contribution which I'm making to my country. His is grandiose, and really the stakes are not as small as when it comes to me. So really it would be not fair. I won't be fair to myself if I started comparing myself to Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. But
I disagree with you.
But he has said he had said it several times that politics is not a career. I believe he's not in politics because he's looking for a job. He's in politics because he has a role to play for Uganda, for East Africa, and for Africa. He really has said it several times that politics is not a career. I don't think Museveni is in politics just for looking for a job.
You have said that your job is a mundane one, is a lot smaller than his. I'll tell you why I disagree with you. You see the KCCA sweepers that wake up very early in the morning, sometimes 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. and they begin to sweep the streets. With all due respect, sometimes I think those people there,
very important.
They serve their country a lot better than some of your colleagues in that August House. And I say this very respectfully, but I don't know whether you agree with me.
Complementary. Yeah, all of us, what we do is we complement each other. Really, that's what I believe as a public administrator. I know very well that somebody who looks after those places where we go for easing ourselves are equally important as people who sign checks, the accountants. I know that. But I say this in the context that sometimes the nature of the work you do sometimes even informs the kind of decision you have to make. So that's why I said I shouldn't compare myself to Museveni. My role, much as it is small, really it is complementary, but obviously what Museveni is doing as the president of this country, I would be unfair to myself and to our viewers if I started comparing myself to what he's doing.
Our topic today is the post-election era, and so we will talk a little bit about everything post-election. Your party was given another mandate. Well, that's being challenged in court. We'll wait and see how that happens. By the way, as of now, all those 8 are still candidates until court pronounces itself on 31st of this month.
I don't think so.
According to the law, the legal minds tell us so, because the court can decide to either have a recount or to have a re-election or that kind of thing, or it can decide to actually confirm Museveni as president on 31st. So for all intents and purposes, they are all candidates for now. But away from that, that can be a legal battle. We'll leave the lawyers to really pettifog over that.
Yeah, sure.
Your party, at least for now, according to the Electoral Commission, was given another mandate. 30 years are now continuing to count. And some people have felt that the NRM back then, well, began as NRA and metamorphosed into the NRM as we know it today.
Sure. Things
have changed. And maybe not for the better. Back then, they used to see leaders that exuded this love for the people, to serve the people. They would lay down their lives to serve the people. What we see today, and it has been picked on by many of your young cadres, they'll want to associate with your party because they feel I'll be given a job, I'll be appointed deputy RDC, I'll be, I don't know, given a job somewhere here and there, and maybe sometimes you cannot blame them, I don't know. 83% of this country's young people are unemployed.
Which is now the UPDF. So we still have that, the founder thing there. The founder of that army is still around. Well, the constitution is in, the army is now for Uganda. So you don't blame the commander-in-chief when sometimes he says, my army, because he has seen it all. Right from the formative stages of this army, he is not somebody of ex-country who comes in to find all the institutions set. This is a kind of leader whom we are fortunate to have, who was there when this military was being designed, when the UPDF, when the NRA was being started. He was there, and is the historical leader up to today. So when he calls it his army, I wouldn't grow goose pimples because of that. And obviously, he uses it lightly because we all know that the army is for the Republic of Uganda.
President Museveni has been in power for 30 years. We wait to see what happens going forward. Let's juxtapose this story to the story of Singapore. I know you're a reader. You probably read the book From Third World to Singapore by Lee Kuan Yew.
4 times now.
Incredible. I should become like you at some point. Look, he was in power as Prime Minister for about 29 years, where he was the post-independence leader and the like. That man transformed that country from a third world country to a first world country. Even before the 29 years of his prime ministership did elapse, you know, somewhere there about half you would assess, and it was incredible stuff. When you juxtapose that against the Ugandan story, by the way, Singapore, you know, for everything you can look at, they've got no natural resource. Their challenges where one would think we're bigger than ours. Well, we had our own unique challenges and the like. But 30 years from today, the other day, when just after elections, the prime minister called a press conference, and as he was wrapping up, he said that let's work together to make sure we transform Uganda from a backward country to a prosperous nation. I was alarmed. I said, wait a minute, so you actually still consider it's a backward country? But that's beside the point. When you look at these stories, we are thinking, why has it taken us this long? And look, there have been some achievements. I totally disagree with those who say Uganda is, nothing has been achieved totally. Either they are blind or they've got a problem. We have made some achievements, without a doubt. But we have not made the stupendous kind of achievements that we should have 30 years later on in comparison with other countries. One would think, what happened along the way?
Sometimes comparing ourselves to Singapore is again being unfair to ourselves, sometimes I think. Because the question that comes to my mind every time people have compared, say, Uganda to Singapore, I've always asked myself, yes, Uganda is not the only country in this part of the world. We have quite a number of other countries which have never passed through the kind of challenges we passed through in the last 40, 50 years. Our neighbors, the south, our neighbors, the east, but where are they? Are they anywhere near Singapore?
So probably it's an African problem, you say?
Obviously not, yes. And again, the story doesn't stop at Lee Kuan being a prime minister of Singapore for 30 years. You know very well that the old man died, I think, last year.
Oh, yes, he did.
After being prime minister for 30 years, he became the chief minister for quite some time. And,
he wasn't calling the shots really entirely.
Well. In my whatever, we are not supposed to talk something negative about the dead, but I believe we're still calling the shots. Even after that, after chief minister, he got another title.
So do I hear you saying that President Museveni needs a little bit more time to make things work here?
Minister Mentor, that was the title now. So the 30 years, to me, I think the NRM and Museveni, we have done what you can do in the circumstances.
Is that so? Will Ugandans agree?
Well, some Ugandans won't agree, but I'm a Ugandan. I'm telling you, because I know where we were in 1986 when you look at the macroeconomics, when you look at the structure of the economy, when you look at education, look at health, look at security, look at everything you can imagine about governing a country. Everything has changed for the better. The only thing we can agree on that we haven't yet reached there. We haven't reached where we should be.
How long do you think it will take us to, and look, you can never get there. Even the US, you know, the biggest economy in the world, they still have challenges. So you can never say you've reached the point of
what
perfection.
But binding constraints. Binding constraints, the critical binding constraints, when you break them and you start moving at a higher speed. I believe when I look at our National Development Plan 1, how we managed to achieve it. Now you look at our NDP 2 and the Vision 2040, it looks like the binding constraints, we have now broken that cycle. We've broken this cycle. Yeah, sure, I believe that. We are slowly but surely breaking the cycle of insecurity. We are slowly breaking the cycle of infrastructural deficits. You see the economy really transforming. Structurally, the economy has transformed. So those binding constraints, I can see they have been broken. Now we have to move full steam. Now you are going to see us moving at a faster rate.
She was day follows night. If I say tomorrow I am going to, I don't know what, become a millionaire and I do nothing about it, maybe it won't happen.
No, because there are things that must push a country to where you want it to go. And I can see us now really getting to grips with some of these critical things. The issue concerning infrastructure deficit, energy, transportation. You can see the kind of interventions that we are doing now. When you talk of the issue of standard gauge railway, when you see the kind of investments we are doing in the power sector, the kind of intervention we are doing on in road infrastructure, air transport, those are constraints that have been holding us back. And I believe all of them, you see them really, government putting in a lot of resources. And at the end of these projects, definitely a lot of potential will be unleashed. A lot of potential will be released really to make this country move at full speed. When you look at the intervention we are making in education, of course, when you see how our democracy is moving forward, there's no doubt in my mind that most of these binding constraints that have been holding us back, we are being dechained from them, and we should be able now to move at a higher pace than it has been the case in the last 30 years.
There's a caucus meeting happening of your party in Changwanzi district at National Leadership Institute.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not even too sure it's a caucus because, you know, these are MP elects, they're not MPs yet. But anyway, there's a meeting of MP elects and
incoming MPs and
both NRM and independents.
Yeah, sure.
And they're discussing a plethora of things, among which is Speaker, who should be Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and several other things. And I would like to think...
Are they discussing that issue?
Well, at some point I understand it will come through because they've got to agree by consensus who is going to become Speaker and all.
Well,
but what really was leading to is you people have spoken about every other position within your party or within the system, but your party chairmanship and president for that matter. Does that not worry you? Because you see, President Yoweri Museveni is a man like all of us. He will grow feeble at some point. He is mortal. And at one point he will be no more. And if probably there's been no discussion, to this effect by your party? Do you not see a scrambling at some point when he's not in the play?
You don't need to discuss the chairmanship.
Why not?
For example, why should you?
Why
because
not?
We've just elected this gentleman, our chairman, just last year. We expect another election in 2020 for the chairman. Why should we really discuss the
succession? You need to begin planning. You're talking about Vision 2040. So
the succession is automatic.
Is it?
Because we have the constitution. For example, if Mr. Museveni was not around today, the party will obviously sit and choose another leader.
Will it be that easy?
Well, there will be challenges. This has been our chairman for the last 30 years. Is our historical challenges. Is our historical leader. There could be challenges, but tell me, which organization will never get challenges after it has gotten away with its historical leaders? You always have those transitional challenges. But the party, what I can see now, we are sort of growing those strong foundations of the party. We are trying to make the party very strong, such that it can be able to handle those challenges when they come. To me, I don't see any problem. And for obvious reasons, there's no reason why we should discuss the chairmanship now when we have a chairman. Those who are discussing the issue of chairmanship, probably they don't have a chairman. We have our chairman, we have our historical leader is still around and is guiding us well. There's no reason why we should be every time discussing that. I think now the issue which we should discuss is what are we going to do with the manifesto, the promises we made to our people in the next 5 years. To me, that's more critical. That's more critical because when we deliver to Ugandans, when we deliver to Uganda what we've promised to them, these other issues are secondary. They'll be handled.
My time is up. I'll ask you this finally. You said that you're concentrating on strengthening your party, doing a bit more recruitment and the like. I spoke to some people when your party was recruiting and the like, and I looked them in the face. I said, why are you registering to be a member of the NRM party? Some told me, Joel, you know I'm looking for a job, and just in case this becomes my visa to a job, why not? Others thought, erroneously I must say, that as they queued up, they would be given money at the end of it all, only to be disappointed, of course. Others would show you a card for a different party and say, this, by the way, is my real party. This here, just in case I need it to maneuver through one thing or another. So does that not worry you that people are becoming like parasites? They are joining your party. Why? Because they feel I might get a benefit out of it all, but not out of conviction, not because I believe in this.
Well, if there are such a people, they are welcome also to come. We have no problem. You remember very well Paul, when he got converted, actually, he was going for another mission, actually looking against the Christians. That's how he got converted. I know there are some people, I'm a very, very strong Christian. One day I was preaching and I was telling a story.
Oh, you preach as well?
Yeah, sure.
Interesting.
I told a story, somebody shared with me a story who got saved. He went to church to look for a girlfriend. That's what took him to church that very day. So he was there, not because he wanted to go and pray, but here was a very, very good preacher. He got saved that very Sunday. So he had gone to look for a girlfriend for something that is quite different from the...
So you're going to convert them so they begin to embrace the NRM ideology. What's the NRM ideology in a sentence as we wrap up?
Nationalism, Pan-Africanism, patriotism.
Those sound like values, not an ideology. An ideology is like a vision.
Is built on those core pillars. Nationalism, patriotism, Pan-Africanism, non-sectarianism. That's our ideology. And of course, economic liberalization. We are sort of conservatives from the extreme, not extreme right, but towards the right. We are conservatives, but the core pillars of our ideology is nationalism, patriotism, non-sectarianism, and Pan-Africanism. That's our ideology. It's built on those 4 pillars.
All right. Honorable Nyomi Tambo, as always, pleasure. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you, Sir Nyomi.
All right.
Thank you. It's a pleasure meeting you always.
Coming up is my opinion. The elections are done. Well, are they? There's a petition that is ongoing. Let's wait and see what comes out of it. But look, after a process such as this, very rigorous, some people come out of it bruised, some come out smiling, others are angry. I don't know which place it is that you are at, but one thing that is very important is that we need to keep this country together. We need to see that Uganda gets better. So whatever it is that you are doing, hopefully and really hopefully, it is meant to make this country get better. It is meant to ameliorate this country. Whether it be, I don't know, I've had this defense campaign, there's this, there's the other, there's different things that people are doing. Look, let's make sure Uganda shines. And it can. It's got the potential. Let's see how that happens. Thanks so much for joining us for the big story. My name is Joel Senyonyi. Coming up is Everyday Life.
You're watching Morning at NTV.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#. Pay your bills, load data, or buy airtime. You could also send some cash. Come on, use Airtel money. You could win a lot of cash.
All you gotta do is dial *185#. Then you get to Yola.
Dial *185# and Yola Maja with Airtel money. Dial *185# and transact.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Look at all the juices that are in there, and that is what I'm looking for. My goodness, look at that. Isa yalagula Yesu ngali je mabega akali mu bufunzi
Yesu ne Isa ani asookawo munne
Isa
buli lwotayogera na muntu kutegeera bimukwata kutosobola kumutegeera yenna tekisoboka
era endako yakatugamba nti Abaganda mbwanyala jakasukira eggumba gyegenda kala kagamba akukano
obote wateekwa okubaawo eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa okutuusa okunnyonnyola kwabwe okutegeerekeka okutangaza ebibakwatako Petition naye nga waka mubimuyita waka mwamuyitanga mutya Big Daddy kuwuliriza kufumiitiriza kukola kwogera bina
Tuwaye
bwe yamala okutuula ngenda okutunula mu kibatu kyange kino kyentaddeko bwendi nga muvaamu ebiwuka ng'ensolosozi
ebimu byewuunyisa binakuwaza ebirala bikyusa obulamu
omuntu atasomye atya n'okuyingira ofiisi naye ng'omanyi nti nina omukyala n'abaana awaka nakinkola nina ne bizinesi naye ntya n'okuyingira ofiisi eno okwennyonnyolako
eddoboozi lye njogerako Tuwaye
You know what they say about girls. Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies? Girls. Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
You can bring everybody in parliament as long as they can wake up and vote for their NRM.
As long as the voters exercise their rights to elect their leaders, there was no need for term limits in Uganda.
I know him. I know how he operates. I know how he thinks.
There are ways you can go around these obstacles.
Why should I conduct myself as if I am Muyai?
It's absolutely true. I admired President Museveni.
Is the ICC a farcical code targeting African leaders?
You cannot tell me that the whole trouble Kenya had revolved about only the two individuals.
The money is not in the budget of this financial year.
You can't beat God. You see, God is polygamous also. Look at Jeremiah chapter 31.
The security of this country will largely depend on the contribution that the people make.
Mustafa, it's 2016, and many people are coming up with resolutions. For starters, what do you make of that entire process of making resolutions?
I think from my own experience, I would say I don't believe in this resolution thing. What I believe in is priorities. You see, first fix the things in front of you. Have a list of priorities this year. Because now you find somebody has a list of 10 resolutions. Now, what happens when you don't achieve them? You go and commit suicide. You find that the whole business about making resolutions, I think, is one of the most important things which keep people demotivated. January comes, something has not been done. I've seen people, they make a resolution to lose weight. He gets the money, pays to the gym. The first day of the month, he goes to the gym, he works out maybe for 4 or 5 hours. By the time they get out, every joint is paining. They did not know the right things. Instead of saying improve by 1% every single day, go to the gym, maybe run 5 kilometers or run 1 kilometer at the beginning, then increase to 2 kilometers. As your heartbeat and rhythm goes, increase to 3 to 5. They want to achieve weight loss in a minute. So that kind of resolution, when you see at the end of 2 months, the stomach is as big as it was, you get disappointed, you lose your morale, you are demotivated. So you begin carrying a baggage. And the baggage of the mind is the worst baggage because you feel insecure, even when you should actually be secure.
What then should people be focusing on?
Set priorities. And what does it mean? Priorities come from your own understanding of what is your most biggest challenge. For example, if you went to the doctor and found your body mass index is in a danger zone, maybe it is above 28, then you are saying, doctor, how long if I work naturally would I be able to reduce this BMI to acceptable levels? It's going to say I'm giving you 4 months. Then go to the best physiotherapist or the best trainer and have a clear plan, which is not going to be stressing. Maybe begin by walking. Once you do that, then get an accountability partner and then share that target with your accountability partner. Now, this is the person who is going to hold your leg on the fire.
Now, against that background, how do I measure achievement?
I'll give an example. I'm going to say my priority this year, for example, is maybe I want a home. I want to have my own house, assuming I don't have my own house. So if that is a priority, I'm going to say, considering my circumstances, given my salary, how much can I really, which kind of house am I looking at? So if my salary is 1 million monthly, a net, and I'm currently staying in a house of 700, it is completely impractical for me to save because already 700 is rent, then I need another 300 for transport, for buying clothes. Already it is not enough. So that's why I'm going to say, out of my income, the first priority is paying myself. I will do anything to ensure that at least 20% of that income is removed to cater for my own life. You see, many people don't want to pay themselves and then first, and then they get a problem. A friend comes, asks for money, you quickly give them. And then for you are struggling. Even they go and enjoy your actual money. So this is why when you know, begin with the income you earn. Once you know the income you earn, then you can contextually allocate it. And then at the end of the day, you're asking, did I spend the way I had planned to spend? I said I'm going to pay myself first, remove 10%, save it on my savings account. And then I will go for a trip. Just at least I go to any one tourism attraction in Uganda. I'll just get a travel company and go. So either you have done it or you have not done it. If you have not done it, then why didn't you do it? Then you have failed on that. So I would say it is about understanding your circumstances and then understanding which top priorities you have to do given your circumstances or income, and then having an accountability partner to review and see whether they are practical to be achieved.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. It's always nice talking to you.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
20 after 8, thank you so much for staying with us. Before the break, we had Honorable Nyomi Tambo here talking in the post-election era. If you actually read some of the dailies today, many of the comments are 2016 is not yet over. The first petition going on at the Supreme Court of Uganda. We'll be taking you to Kololo after morning at NTV, but continue the hashtag UGPetition16 and let us know what you think about the court case. But over the weekend, if you are a lover of fashion and lifestyle, you realize that there was an event, the first of its kind, and many people were saying, well, we thought these guys were boring. Well, things have changed now. We had what they call the Hijab expo at Hotel Africana. Today we are proud to host the people behind this event and also showcase some awesome models in the studio. They are getting ready. They're making their debut. If you're Sylvia Awori, you should be watching right now. That's coming up on Everyday Life.
Everyday Life
is brought to you by
Star Times.
And Shafiq Semongedere and Hamida Nabukenya. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I should be greeting you. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
Let me try. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You're
No,
close
no.
to it, actually.
A
bit.
Of course.
Yeah.
This was different, and for lack of better word, many people are saying that, well, Islam is boring, and now this is something out of the extraordinary, something that you won't see a Muslim modeling this anywhere. How did you come up with this event?
Well, we came up with a concept basically because we have Peace and Love Initiative. It's a Muslim organization for young people.
Beneath this veil or cloth, there must be something extraordinary. So he even married a Muslim woman, and some people though have said that that's too conservative. Hamid, where you don't wear jeans, you have to cover everything, and they say, well, that's a little bit too restrictive. In this day and era, that should not be the conversation that people are having about dressing.
Well, Quran talks about lifestyle and decency. That is, a Muslim woman is supposed to cover up, but that does not mean, it does not criticize fashion. It only talks about how our lady is supposed to be decent, and in other words, a lady is not supposed to attract men attention by the way they are dressed. So when you're covered up, someone will be eager to know what is deep down inside. And I don't see any controversy about someone coming out and showing fashion. Like every culture is connected to Islam.
Yeah.
So most countries wear hijab in they have different names for hijab. Like Arabians call it abaya, and some wear a dress, maybe with something inside. As long as you're covered up, you're embraced.
Right.
Yeah.
Are there rules on wearing the hijab? There are some pictures there of the expo. Feels so glamorous there. I actually have what the guy is wearing.
That's a turban.
Well, the turban. I own one like that. But are there rules to wearing this? Is this a Ugandan?
No.
No, she can't be a Ugandan. She looks different.
She looks Arab.
She looks Arabic. Are there rules to wearing this? Like how you'd have the rules on gomesi, you don't, or the kanzu, you don't hold the kanzu, you let it flow. Is it the same?
Okay, rule number one is that it should cover, you should cover the head, and then you should cover the bosoms, and then basically it should be a flowing covering or garment. But when we come into fashion, Islam does not contradict on style and fashion, depending on if the basic requirements are met, and the basic requirement is covering.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we have some models here from NTV. They are going to showcase I think we'll do like how the fashion, when you're at the fashion
showcasing.
When the guy walks, the person explains what they are wearing
exactly.
and whatever is specific to that. So we'll have our first model. He's the president's son, Yoweri. Yeah, he's working like a model. Yes, so tell us about that, the material, because it looks different from what the other guys are wearing.
Now that is certain, it's a little bit extraordinary, as in the style, the fashion, the way it's blended. But then mistake one is the shoes, because the shoes are not supposed to be on. Like it will be more comfortable if you're wearing sandals and a kanzu.
So you must wear sandals?
On a kanzu.
On a kanzu?
You have to feel more comfortable and modest.
Okay. I see people who wear jeans. He's wearing jeans. Well, we kind of hijacked him. He was not ready. So first pause there. Pause there. Now go back a bit. So can I also wear jeans under? Or I don't have to wear anything, just probably...
No, wearing inside, you could wear a jean, you could wear a simple trouser, you could wear something like you could just wrap around, so whenever you feel comfortable.
But the shoes, it's preferable.
And that comes in as a bit of fashion to wear sandals, but then Islam does not contradict about it. Actually, there's no mistake you have committed in Islam.
But it's just more, yeah, I see you look nice.
You are feeling comfortable.
All right, that's the first model. You can definitely do a good job. All right, the next model is Dan. I love Dan's outfit. I think I'm going to take it. Is it for the corporate guy? Look at him. He's walking like a rich man. That's Dan. All right. So what material is this?
Well, this is 100% cotton, and it's more comfortable. You can see the look, and it does not sweat. That is the difference with it.
It does not what?
It doesn't sweat because of the material. Yeah.
Okay. So just pocket it a little bit. Right. Okay.
And again, the shoes, like he talked about.
Yeah.
You see, he looks nice, but the shoes still don't go with the kanzu.
Right. Sorry, we hijacked you guys. So okay, at least we know people who are watching will know that it's more fashionable to just wear the sandals. All right, I like this. It looks really beautiful.
Okay.
All right, that's done. Our studio audience should be clapping for Dan. He's like really amazing. All right, this guy looks like a chef, straight out of Mecca. All right. So what material is this also and the design?
Well, this is the same as the first one, but the only good thing about it is that it's this blending here.
The design, it can go for party.
It can go for anything, party, outings, beach.
Casual,
Okay.
Yeah, it's so casual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you have some corporate designs and those that are acceptable.
Exactly.
Yeah, I see this with some flashy, designs on top there.
Yeah.
All right. And the rule about the what do you call it? The turban?
The hat now.
The hat. I see people who wear it like they are totally swagged out. I see young Muslims who, will flip it. What's the rule about that?
It's supposed to be fitting a bit, just like the way it is. But he had to change it because this other bit in front is supposed to face behind.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Now that looks better.
Okay. Awesome. Again, with the shoes, it's the same move.
Yeah.
All right. Yes. Awesome. Looks amazing. I'll call our models back later. Maybe they should come back and just, do one more. You guys, don't you watch these things on TV? Just, the three of them. Nyomi is absolutely killing this.
Yeah.
All right.
And if our viewers are interested in some of these outfits out there, you can try Janat Musa at Mukwana Kid. And this other one is Tom Fashions JBK Plaza, and this is from Intermix Boutique Hotel Africa.
They all sell
they all sell Muslim garments, and there are some of the designers who showcased on the Hijab and Kanzu Red Carpet experience in the event March.
If I'm not a Muslim, am I allowed to wear these? Like this, the blue one is really corporate. If I want to look different, if I want to go to the office on a Friday where most workplaces accept to dress down a little bit, can I put this on? It has even cufflinks, which I found very, very stylish. am I allowed to wear this
Definitely
outfit?
you can, because Islam is peace and Islam allows us to free mingle with other people. So we're here as well to make people embrace the Muslim dress code, feel free with it and feel modest wearing it, so we can coexist with others meaningfully and peacefully. Yeah, so there's no problem wearing it.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you. A round of applause for our models. Yes. Okay. Amazing. Let me ask you something, and one of the reasons why we invited you is because of the comments that we saw on Facebook where people were against the fashion, the event, and they're saying embarrassing Islam and this is not supposed to be done. What's your comment about it? Let me start with Hamida, because many are saying, why do you have women modeling on the red carpet? It's taboo.
In this world, you always get criticisms for whatever, anything that comes up. So that is it. We took it positively and we understood what they were talking about. But Islam does not criticize fashion show and what we did. It was definitely one of the things that the Quran talked about. It emphasized hijab and a woman covering. So if we came out, many Muslim women would like to go for a party, but they do not know what to wear for it. Some would want to go to the beach because Islam doesn't criticize people going to the beach. And you would find that someone would wear a kanzu for a beach or a kanzu for a wedding. And like I'm wearing, this is for a party or something special.
Yeah,
but there are those buyers which are just straight on. So that would be for maybe Juma, like today. So hijab has different, you just wear it for a different function. So our main aim was to show people that you can wear this for a party. This was, you can wear this for an outing with your husband. You can wear this for maybe work. Yeah, that was the background to all that. But I didn't see any problem with it.
Is this going to be an annual event? Because that kind of taints the event. When you explain it to me, it totally makes sense, where you're promoting decency and peace. I think it's amazing, the vision that you have. Are you going to take this ahead, given the kind of opposition that you have gotten now?
Yeah, we're going to take it ahead despite the opposition, and we can't rule out the fact that even other people will be inspired to do the same. That would be definitely good if other people are coming on board to showcase Muslim wear. Because fashion is broad and style is broad as well, but Islam does not handle fashion, style. Because Islam and culture are two things. Islam is worldwide and Islam is, mankind is supposed to embrace Islam.
Yeah.
So Islam is a religion, but a religion comes into culture. So various cultures will embrace the dress code in a different way, implying that if someone chooses to design a kanzu like this and another designs a kanzu in a different way, all this is aimed at appealing and making people appreciate it, so they can wear it and cover. So the criticism can come in, but if you are not contradicting any Muslim standard or the Quran and its teachings, then I feel we are in line with what we are doing. So we shall welcome criticism and hope to improve. Where we go wrong, we accept to improve.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Shafiq and Hamida, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
How do I say God bless you? You know, how would you give me that blessing?
You would say, may Allah bless you.
No,
you still say salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum. Oh, it's the same.
Yes.
All right, salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
All right. That's your everyday life this morning. You can go and just don that kanzu if you want, and you've heard from them, whether you're not Muslim or not. I think the critical thing is promotion of peace across the whole world. And we have, if we have religion and faith embracing this more and more, I think the world would be a better place to live. Coming up, the latest in the world of sport, and of course we'll be linking to the Supreme Court in Colorado. Good morning.
Start time. Owagabiwo mu digital TV. For more information, call 117-117-700. Start time. Affordable digital television.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
Bye.
You know, Blue Band helps my child grow. That's why I never miss a slice.
Every slice spread with Blue Band is an opportunity for your child to grow.
Spread every slice, Mom.
Will do.
You know what they say about girls. Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies? Girls. Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best. Spark TV, it's your time.
Isa yalagula Yesu ngali je mabega. Akali mu bufunzi.
Yesu ne Isa ani yasookawo munne.
Isa.
Buli lw'otayogera na muntu kutegeera bimukwata ku tosobola kumutegeera yenna. Tekisoboka.
Nombuka era endako yakatugamba nti Abaganda mbwanja alaje kasukire eggumba gyegenda. Kala kagamba akukanuma.
Obote. Wateekwa okubaawo eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa. Eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa okutuusa okunnyonnyola kwabwe, okutegeerekeka, okutangaza bye bakwatako. Conqueror of the British Empire. Naye nga Wakamu bimuyita, Wakamu amuyitanga mutya?
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy. Kuwuliriza, kufumiitiriza, kukola, kwogera. Bina.
Tuwaye.
Bwe yamala okutuula ngenda okutunula mu kibatu kyange kino kye ntaddeko bwendi nga muvaamu ebiwuka by'ensolosozi.
Ebimu byewuunyisa, binakuwaza, ebirala bikyusa obulamu.
Omuntu atasomye atya n'okuyingira ofiisi naye ng'omanyi nti nina omukyala n'abaana awaka nakinkola nina ne bizinesi naye ntya n'okuyingira ofiisi eno okwennyonnyolako.
Eddoboozi lye njogerako. Tuwaye.
Look at all the juices that are in there, and that is what I'm looking for. My goodness, look at that.
That works. A lot of you are very conservative. She's a bottom and the worst actually
comes
out.
Like it is there.
You can still invest in a pair of pantyhose.
That is a no-no. Welcome to the staff room.
Isa yalagula Yesu ngali je mabega. Akali mu bufunzi.
Yesu ne Isa ani yasookawo munne.
Isa.
Buli lw'otayogera na muntu kutegeera bimukwata ku tosobola kumutegeera yenna. Tekisoboka.
Nombuka era endako yakatugamba nti Abaganda mbwanja alaje kasukire eggumba gyegenda. Kala kagamba akukanuma.
Obote. Wateekwa okubaawo eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa. Eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa okutuusa okunnyonnyola kwabwe, okutegeerekeka, okutangaza bye bakwatako. Conqueror of the British Empire. Naye nga Wakamu bimuyita, Wakamu amuyitanga mutya?
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy. Kuwuliriza, kufumiitiriza, kukola, kwogera. Bina.
Tuwaye.
Bwe yamala okutuula ngenda okutunula mu kibatu kyange kino kye ntaddeko bwendi nga muvaamu ebiwuka by'ensolosozi.
Ebimu byewuunyisa, binakuwaza, ebirala bikyusa obulamu.
Omuntu atasomye atya n'okuyingira office naye ng'omanyi nti nina omukyala n'abaana awaka nakinkola nina ne business naye ntya n'okuyingira office eno okwennyonnyolako.
Eddoboozi lye njogerako tuwaye.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jesus came to set you free and to be free indeed.
In life, you don't wait.
Yeah.
There are certain times where you wait for certain decisions, but when it comes to taking action and choices, you have to move.
Jesus Christ found me, and he actually asked me a question, whether I wanted to live or to die.
Every day of my life was struggling. It's just that God has given me this kind of hope.
GXP every Sunday only on NTV, your official inspiration station.
That finish from Philippe Coutinho last night against Manchester United in the Europa League was one Lionel Messi would have been proud of. Darren joins me to discuss that and much more. Welcome to Morning at 10 TV Sport. I'm Derek Ntege. Morning, Darren.
Morning, Derek.
Darren, we begin with the CAF Confederations Cup. And even if Villa forfeit the game against JKU of Zanzibar, they still make it through, because I think that means a 3-0 loss, not so?
Sure, they do make it, but I don't think they'll forfeit the game, because they did travel early this week to head to Zanzibar, and that they did leave Kampala by road. They were expected to arrive at the coastal city yesterday morning is when they were expected to arrive there for that game against Zanzibar in the second leg of the first round of the CAF Champions League. Because Villa won 4-0 last weekend, I thought they clearly did the entire job at Nambole. Those goals from Mike Ndera, Mike Serumaga, Umar Kasumba, as well as Godfrey Sibawa in 62 minutes for them to advance. I think it will be very difficult for JK to overturn the result. Villa can literally go and play, even lose 2-0 and still go through. I think they did the bit of the job here in Kampala. I'll be surprised if JKU eliminates Villa, and that means winning 5-0 or winning 4-0, and then it goes into penalties, and then Villa is eliminated via spot kicks. I don't see it happening. Villa is already through.
Okay, and Azam Premier League action is back on today. The bigger fixture is URA against Express. Two things: URA have the chance to close the gap to 6 points, and of course high-flying Sentongo to extend his goal-scoring run. Both of these are possibility?
It's possible for a player to extend his run, but does it help the club? That's going to be the biggest factor, because still Sentongo did score some goals in the first round, but URA were not that close to KCC as they are today. And they are close to KCC today because of the contribution other players have had to the team. That's the likes of Nicolas Kagaba. If you add the players like Ronald Chigongo, Robert Sentongo himself, and all these other players who have come and helped URA go through the previous games. But having dropped 2 points against Lueza early this week, if you remember when they played the 1-0 scoreline, that gave KCC the advantage at the summit, because they moved to 6 points, because they did beat Sowana 2-0 on Tuesday, if you remember. And now that means URA do have the chance to close that gap to about 3 points, to about 2 points if they go on and beat Express, which is going to be quite tough. I think Express, they are free falling. It's something I should say, where there are incidences of where players are not injured, and then they are not traveling to Jinja, where they did play JMC and lost 2-0. Now Express do
take the same route again. They're not reaching Jinja, but they're reaching Lugazi against URA. I think URA should use that as their abattoir and murder every opponent that does go there for them to take the points, because it's always going to be difficult for teams to pick points away from home in any setting, unless if your heads and shoulders above all the other opponents. But I think URA, they should have their hand, at least one of the hands on the 3 points, and probably put the other by the end of the 90th minute in that plethora of fixtures that are up there later on today.
Rugby action. Cobs are running away with the title, and Pirates take on Heathens in one of the mouth-watering fixtures this weekend. If Cobs are running away with it, now what do these two have to play for? Is the title done and dusted? Has it been decided?
I think I'll begin from up to down. If you begin with the league leaders who are Cobs, they look a bit comfortable because they're the only team that are yet to concede defeat. And after that game, by the time they beat Warriors, because I think they'll beat Warriors at Legends tomorrow, and that means by the time Pirates and Heathens walk onto the same field at 4:30, the Cobs players, Cobs fans will be in the stands. So it means that will play a huge factor. Because at least I'm sure the Cobs fans will support Pirates for Pirates to beat Heathens. And if you remember when the two faced off in the first round, it was a 17-0 stalemate in the first round at Chadondo. Now Heathens, who are trailing Cobs by about, the margin should be about 5 points now. If they do lose, that means the gap could actually go to about 9 points or so at that stage, and that means it works for Pirates. But on the other side, Pirates haven't won in 2 games. They lost to Rhinos with that football scoreline 3-0, if you remember, the penalty by Kevin McMott. And then last weekend still, Pirates lost to Warriors 15-10. I think the try by Isaac Semusu that did give them the victory. Now they are up against a Heathen side that is hungry. Heathens can't make any mistake until they face Cobs at Chadondo, where they will probably try and overturn that result. That's the mathematics there. Most of the focus should be at Legends tomorrow.
Yes, quite a lot of mathematics, as you've put it. And onto the Olympics, Uganda has a team in Cameroon, a boxing team. Now, we had Ronald Serugo and Katende in action against Cameroonian and Algerian opposition. Is the Olympic dream over for the Ugandans?
I don't think it's over. If you look at today's semi-finals that are up there, in the light-heavy category, where Kennedy Katende does take on the Algerian opponent, who is Abdel Hafid Benchabla. I think he's already had this, he's mentally structured this bit of that players who are coming from North Africa being favored, and I talked about this earlier on in the week where at the different Africa events, Ugandan players have suffered foul play from umpires or officials who come from North Africa, yet the Ugandan players are facing North African opposition, because you could imagine there is no Ugandan official there. Because boxing was struggling in the previous years, they missed all these courses, and eventually the people in North Africa managed to take up all those courses. Now you have about 20 officials coming from North Africa, 8 of them, and then they are the ones manning these semi-finals and finals. That's where a Ugandan is not so lucky to face a player from North Africa, and it means Kennedy Katende must pray that Luvuyo Sizani, the South African, probably loses to the other opponent, who is also coming from North Africa, I think, Abdel Salah from Egypt. That means Kennedy Katende can face the South African in the battle for the 3rd place. Because if the Egyptian loses and the South African advances to the final, it means Kennedy Katende still has North African opposition while playing for the 3rd place, and that's the mathematics that he does.
You've talked about so many North Africans being officials. Is that an opener to the rest of Africa that maybe we should train more on the rest of Africa going downwards so that they can make it to the top level of the profession? Absolutely.
And not that the rest of Africa doesn't have officials there, but the biggest chunk, I should say 90% of the officials now at the biggest boxing tournaments on the continent do come from North Africa. And if you look at all the other countries, I would specifically look at Uganda. The reason why there are probably no Ugandans close to this is because they missed coaching, they missed courses that were already set up by AIBA at the time when boxing was on its deathbed, where boxing gloves would be taken to the police station, where people would refuse to bring out rings, where all these things used to happen when boxing went down into the pit, and that's how Uganda actually managed to miss to have boxers at the 2012 Olympics in London.
Talking about local cricket, Tornado B is against Nile. That's the biggest fixture of the weekend on Sunday. Where is it going to be won and lost? Or who's the favorite heading into this one?
I think the favorite will be won. It's Tornado B. Reason, Nile haven't showed the spectre of a side that finished second last season. Ever since they lost players to different clubs and brought in fresh talent, I should say players like Simon Ayela, players like Zephania Renaito Katunji, and added them to the cream of David Musoke and Martin Ondeka and the likes. I thought it reached the stage where Nile, if you're going to contend for the title, there is no way you should have about 40% of players who are literally not that much experienced in terms of chasing a league title, and that's what has affected them. They haven't won so many games, and I think Tornado B should have put a roller coaster on this one and manage to advance and go through. But there's also the other derby between Tornado and Wanderers. Two teams that are struggling. I hope both of them don't get relegated because they're the two teams that are struggling at this stage.
And then, yeah, still sticking to cricket, though now on a broader perspective, that's the T20. Afghanistan you said you're not surprised to see them there, but I was, but they got there to the World Cup with the T20 at the expense of Zimbabwe. Now, had Zimbabwe gotten there, do you think they would have put up a better fight? Because I just see them as a banana skin, someone standing in to cause a few shocks here and there, but they did fail to do it yesterday against
Sri Lanka.
That was Sri Lanka, yeah.
I think it's always going to be tough for a team from the ICC associate ranks to keep on surprising the ICC full members. And the full members, those are England, India, Australia, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, West Indies, New Zealand, as well as the other three countries, Bangladesh, Zimbabwe, and one other country I'm forgetting that is running out of my head. There are 10 full members, but if you're Afghanistan and then you go on to surprise all these other countries, it's always going to be difficult for you to hit that mark often. And I think that's what happened yesterday against Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka, you know, it was like a limping giant as they were coming into this tournament because players like Lasith Malinga had gotten injured. There were changes in the captaincy. Then there were these players who were all retiring. But probably if you leave Afghanistan aside, there are big games this weekend. One, there's that big one between Australia and New Zealand, which was the mark of the 2015 World Cup, the 50-over version, when Australia, the host, did beat New Zealand in the final. But yeah, Australia not as that strong as they are in the 50-over format. I think the transition is not all that easy, but they have big hitters down the order. If you were to talk of different players like Aaron Finch and the likes, and that's the same thing that New Zealand does have on the other side. How do they move on after Brendan McCullum has retired? We saw that one against India. His brother Nathan McCullum turning up there in Nagpur where they did beat India in the opening game. And there is where you think players like Ken Williamson, Corey Anderson, Martin Guptill should go on and take this game away from the Australians, make it 2-2, because I think the mathematics is going to get tough if India pick their first victory against Pakistan tomorrow, because India faces Pakistan now. That's like a big derby. And if you remember, before the World Cup started, the news was Pakistan had refused to come to India because the team was not guaranteed security until when the Indian government and BCCI did come in for Pakistan to come and play the World Cup.
Of course, there's always that bitter rivalry between the two.
Yeah, and it will go down to the battle. Who of those India players, that is Rohit Sharma, Shikhar Dhawan, Suresh Raina, Virat Kohli, and Mahendra Singh Dhoni, does turn up against those other players like Muhammad Hafiz, Muhammad Irfan, Safraz Ahmed, to go on and see between India and Pakistan who does go win. India, remember, lost their first game against New Zealand. We'll wait and see how that pans out.
Speaking of turning up, the engines are going to be roaring in Australia as the Formula One does open this weekend, does get flagged off this weekend. Focus on Rosberg and Hamilton, you think, or somebody else? There could be a few other names in there.
If you do not support that grey car or the men who wear the white, that's Team Mercedes, then probably they should be saying Formula One is a bit boring, because the two drivers have done it 2 years in a row, finishing top of the grid, Mercedes winning the Constructors' title, and now season 3 starts, another season starts when they are the favorites. Why? Their cars are still better than all the other cars, although many people should not forget that the red car, that's the Red Bull car, no, not the Red Bull car, the Ferrari car has been much improved. That car there has been improved a lot for the drivers who are Sebastian Vettel together with Kimi Raikkonen. How much do they challenge the other drivers in the grey car? That's going to be the biggest question throughout the season, because now there are 2 more races that were added. So this season we are going for about 21 races, unlike the previous 19 that we had last season, with lots of changes coming in, including radio calls, I think, yes, pit calls, as well as the qualifying bit of it. Lots of things have changed, regards as well as the technology in the cars themselves. So it's pretty much similar. Within the drivers, the cars have changed, the technology as usual, because the technology you'll have in your car 10 years from now, it probably have started from here. We'll wait and see how that pans out. But the drivers, I think this morning, they did have a practice session. They should be having another that did start about 30 minutes ago. So with the final race on Sunday.
And of course,
morning,
Hamilton has come out top of those practice sessions. I think 2 of them as we speak in Australia. But they were either UEFA, Europa League last night. United knocked out by Liverpool. It was a one-man draw, but Liverpool going to win 3-1 on aggregate. Once Firmino got that away goal after this French...
Philippe Coutinho.
Philippe Coutinho after the Frenchman, I kept forgetting his
Anthony
name.
Martial.
Got United in the lead from the penalty spot. I think it was over. United needed 3 goals to make it through. Was it a possibility?
It was not going to be possible for United. They actually needed 3 more goals to add to Martial's goal, and that's what I said here. The fact that Liverpool did lead 2-0 after the first leg and United hadn't scored at Anfield, that was the only ticket for Liverpool to make it to the quarterfinal, and that did happen. They are now into the quarterfinal unbeaten, although United, I thought they didn't clearly put it in any sense that they were going to fight and eliminate Liverpool. And there is this law of averages. Over the past 2 seasons, United has beaten Liverpool home and away in the league. Coming here, I thought Liverpool were going to overturn that. The coin was going to flip, and eventually it did. Liverpool is now into the quarterfinals. One of the only 2 teams from England that are left in European club football, ahead of the Champions League draw that's on today, later on, I think at about 2 p.m. and then the UEFA Europa League draw at about 3 p.m. because it's Liverpool in the Europa draw, Man City in the Champions League draw. Because still Tottenham Hotspur lost to Borussia Dortmund 2-1 at home. So they got eliminated 5-1. And I expected that to happen, as well as teams like Sevilla, who also did advance there in the tournament, as looks like the road to St. Jacob Park is shaping up well, because the final will be in Basel in Switzerland.
But Klopp has always done well in the cup competitions. Where does he go on from this one?
He's done well. He lost the Capital One Cup final. Now there's this Europa League. Anything can happen. The draw could come out, and he's avoided Sevilla, because I think if he avoids Sevilla and Borussia Dortmund, he stands a chance with that Liverpool side, although Liverpool, you didn't say, is 3rd best after those 2. But if it faces any other of the other teams that did advance, I think Liverpool stands a chance, as long as they don't face Dortmund or Sevilla, because if they face those 2, Liverpool is automatically out, and probably focus will be on which position do they get in the Premier League.
All right. Now the title race, you've talked about the Premier League. Dortmund knocked out Spurs yesterday from the Europa League. Does the attention now shift? Does now the attention shift to the Premier League? So it is a battle between them and Leicester. Are we still seeing Man City in there, or it's between just the Leicester and Man City?
I think when you see Leicester City, I think you just have to include everyone else who is around them, because one, they were not expected to be there. Like we've said over the past weeks, they're a team that have 5 fish and they want to feed 5,000 people. You know, these are miracles that Leicester City is doing. and they'll probably hope to ride on their luck again when they visit Crystal Palace tomorrow at about 6 p.m. While there's also the other game between Everton and Arsenal. It's sad that Arsenal looks like they've put themselves out of the title race, and we talk about them as they're like a footnote. It's what I should probably say. But I think Leicester City, if they could get the result against Crystal Palace, that means they're about 7 games to go, 6 games to go, and they are literally touching the Premier League title. Although down there, I think Tottenham to find solutions and answers against Bournemouth, although Bournemouth last weekend I saw them fight for a result against Swansea. The return of Max Gradel has changed the entire setup of the team, but also there is that derby there. Man City against Manchester United. City, remember, they failed to score against Norwich last weekend. Now they face United, who are out of the FA Cup. They are out of the UEFA Europa League within a space of about, they are still in the FA Cup, sorry, because they got that late equalizer for against West Ham. Although I think those are still kicks of a dying horse. It's going to be tough, but sometimes if you remain with the FA Cup, then it turns out to be your ultimate target, and it may work for United, but United is free falling. There was a point where United were about 3 points away from Man City. They closed up the gap. Now City won a few games, United were not winning, and it went back to the automatic bit of it. I think United against City, maybe City to take this one. City is, I think, hungrier.
It's quite amazing you talk about the club you support like this. So you can confirm that Manchester will be blue on Sunday?
Manchester will be blue on Sunday, whether you support United or not.
Okay, that will do it for this edition of Morning at NTV Sport. Jurgen Klopp got the better of Manchester United and Louis van Gaal last night. Their first meeting in Europe. Liverpool comes out top. This has been proudly brought to you by Star Times. Have a good morning.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiyate, Mabel Kebirunji and Brian Mulondo.
I don't think that works. A lot of you are very conservative. She's a bottom and the worst actually
You
just
know?
comes out like it is there.
You can still invest in a pair of pantyhose.
That is a no-no. Welcome to the staff room.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#. Pay your bills, load data, or buy airtime. You could also send some cash. Come on, use Airtel money. You could win a lot of cash.
All you gotta do is dial *185#. Then you get to
Yola, Yola, Yola. Yola, Yola. Dial *185# and Yola. Yola Maja with Airtel money. Dial *185# and transact.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
You know what they say about girls. Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies? Girls. Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
Book your space at the biggest comedy show of the year. I Am Kansime. Kampala's ribs shall crack as Anne Kansime brings the house down at Imperial Royal Hotel on Thursday, the 24th of March. Tickets are already on sale at 100,000 shillings, 3 million shillings for gold tables, and 5 million for platinum tables.
I Am Kansime.
Yeah, you got it.
I Am Kansime is proudly sponsored by Spark TV, C-Rock, SMS1, and 97 FM Radio City.
Look at all the juices that are in there, and that is what I'm looking for. My goodness, look at that.
You know what they say about girls. Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies? Girls. Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
NTV, turning on your world.
About Town is your social friend that brings you up to speed with everything about your city or town in entertainment, sports, leisure, travel, fashion, lifestyle events, news, and so much more.
Ever wondered why he wears Uganda flag on stage? The king of East Africa, as he loves to be called, Palazzo diverts when he does so.
Yeah, no, I always wear my flag on big events because I want to stand for my country. This is Mbango Mujasa again, Mulutalo. When I'm banging that stage, man, no good delivering. I think I'm going for God and my country.
And for the Ndiwanjaula singer Shiba Karunji, who has been in media for more bad story than good, says that she doesn't mind about the whole thing because it's all showbiz.
I mean, it's called the show business. Some people are gonna love you, other people are gonna not even try to love you. Others are gonna adore you regardless of whatever you do. So I expect some to not like me, some to really love me, some to obsess about me, and some to hate me. It's the game.
Electrifying performance, which is truly out of the world, Tanzi Mukodo hitmaker Cindy Sanyu unfolds how her magic comes in when she steps on stage.
I think there's no performance like mine. Every time I perform, I give 150%. I always do not want to perform according to your expectation. I want to perform beyond your expectation. Yes, and then people keep telling me I change all the time, which is a great thing. My music changes, my hair changes, you know, stuff changes all the time. So if they want something different, a real performance, they call me.
Now, after a fatal accident that almost claimed his life, city-celebrated comedian King Kong is now back in the business. King Kong made his first stage appearance at Laughter's Lounge and once again showed up for the Zina Awards, where he both thanked his fans for putting him in the healing prayers.
Neighbors are all Ugandans, but he answered me Sarah. King Kong MC from a typical accident and now a super comedian. That's why he made an name cha. Nitaki katikuna Uganda back in time.
Like politics have finally divorced music. Now that the campaigns are done, what is next for our Tubonganawe singers? And as many Tubonganawe singers are engulfed in fear and still on spot over the alliance with NRM.
Tubonga tayagala alikeyo.
Nayanga lwaki mubonga nga Abannayuganda tebagala mubonge?
Lwaki bagala tusazeewo ffe kye twagala? Nga ffe tubasalirawo bye baagala ffe tubonga oba tobonga.
And at the end of the day, my opinion is not your opinion. So you have a right to your opinion. Don't do it.
On his visit to opposition leader Chizabe Jane Kasangati, Bobby Wine begged FDC president, officials and followers to forgive the Tubonganawe artists His concerts and songs had been boycotted by the opposition.
Yo, you don't know it's a ghetto president, Bad Bobby One alongside.
No, beyond Lee.
Yeah, man, you're watching About Town. Bah!
And for our very own Douglas Lwanga, only the sky is the limit for this blessed presenter who will never run out of ideas. After noticing that his annual party, which has been held 4 years in a row, needs some adjustments, Douglas has decided to embark on regional parties before the main show to be held in December. The Beat presenter is giving a chance to his upcountry fans by taking the Purple Party regional, and Ginger is gonna be the first to benefit from this come the 26th of this month at Club Velvet with DJ Shiru, Caesar Bafana and MC Cats entertaining the audience.
And one thing I've learned about Ugandan shows, you can't lie to them anymore. You have to have something they want to come and watch.
People just don't turn up on an event just because, you know, they're bored at home, they have nothing, you know, to be doing.
Abantu olina obambaze nga tono omufunisa n'akagoye akalungi mujjewa.
Aha, olina anaaba n'agamba ngenze ku Fee, ngenze ku Papa. There has to be a reason for somebody to do something.
About Town is your social friend that brings you up to speed with everything about your city or town in entertainment, sports, leisure, travel, fashion, lifestyle events, news, and so much more.
This is Kim Swagger, Mad About Style, and you're watching About Town. I'm about style. We're about town. About town. Kim Swagger, respect.
Being King Swagger may not be a piece of cake. The young fashionista who loves to be called the fashion trendsetter, who is mad about style, revealed to us of his saw hustle before it paid off.
Before us, it was not easy at all because we were criticized a lot. We invented so many styles and people were like, no, we can't do that. But now it's easy. Everyone loves.
Popular for his rare dance tracks and music, regardless of his exit at a big talent, singer Tip Sweezy of the Agariko fame said, and he goes on to reveal that he's actually in studio with Kenzo cooking something for the fans.
You have a new song called Confirm. Yeah, me and Ed Genzo is a new track, but not out.
Few R&B artists who have been there for ages, while many came and left severely. Alan Empire, aka Alan Tonic, proves his inexorable passion for music is the biggest reason for his long stay on the charts.
I think the most important thing, first of all, is passion. There's wanting to be famous, and then there's wanting to sing and love it. So there's a big difference. So a lot of people enter the music industry looking for fame. Not that they love singing, they just want to be famous. And over some time, you meet some hurdles, some difficulties, and you will, lose your way if you don't have the passion and patience. It's pretty much passion, patience, and hard work. That's it.
Now, these two hot, stunning girls, Helen Lukoma and Leila Kayondo, who once painted our city red and been good type friends for ages, are lately reported to be at odds. Our sources reveal that the two can't see eye to eye, and all crops up from SK Mbuga as it believed that he fell for Helen Lukoma. Something which didn't please Leila, thus the severe breakup. Away from that, as some of our artists are afraid of the consequences the copyright law may impact on the music industry. Talented singer Ziza Bafana and crooner Lydia Dasmin gave their views about their copyright law issue.
One thing I know is we Ugandan artists, I'm telling you the truth, we would have been so far if we had the copyright. You know, yes, I'm telling you, we get just the normal money, you know, like money to survive, money to do stuff, money to do videos, to live a good life, but not money we should have been getting. Those guys make a lot of money. Nigerians have a lot of money. Why? They do music. All their videos are playing on MTV because they get a lot of money. Copyrights. We don't have it here. I so support it. I really want it to happen here. But I know that's a long process. But all in all, I hope one day it comes to Uganda.
We need it. We need it so much because I was going to club it on Mwimbi Ngavuga helicopter. We're going to club it on Mwimbi Ngavuga chopper. So, no kumanga lebila bikole.
Continued live broadcast of the Supreme Court hearing, that is the 2016 presidential election petition. My name is Joel Senyonyi, and again I'm joined by Arias Kisauzi. He's the spokesperson of the Judiciary. Good morning, Sebo.
Morning, sir.
How are you today?
It's a pleasure being here. So it's a bit of a drizzle, but we are continuing.
Yes, we are. Business is continuing at the Supreme Court in a very short while, which I'll be crossing over there as we wait to see what happened. Let's look at a couple of things that happened, especially yesterday. We did hear some sticking out allegations. Baba's lawyers saying that there were some smuggled in documents by the EC's lawyers. And then, of course, the EC's lawyers saying, look, we had a chit chat with you people away from court and you asked us to withdraw them and so on. Throw some light. That was a heavy allegation, I thought.
Well, Joel, I think with due respect, that word smuggled documents, I think it should be stronger word. And I would say these were documents officially delivered to the court. It's a question of admission by court.
Court had not admitted them.
But they were officially delivered to the registrar of the court. So you can't say that they were, with due respect, I'm not to the judge, but you can't say that they were smuggled. But
maybe what he meant is they had not been served. They had no idea.
Well, serving is a different matter altogether. But when we left, the Chief Justice cleared that as far as we are aware, these documents were received here, and I think we shall today, I think they are going to allow them to respond to them and see whether they could be admitted and make responses, even though they have closed their case. Because you remember, they have already closed their case, and yet some of these documents they had not seen them or be and actually not served to them.
The Attorney General's lawyers, they also made some complaints. I'm trying to paraphrase how they put it, maybe not. But there were some complaints on their part, still to do with the process and documents and all. Was that sorted out eventually?
Well, also the Attorney General also had some matter in as far as the amicus, the amici. Because you remember the Dons were allowed as amici in this matter, as friends of court, to make their briefs. And they had not been served, because they were supposed to have been served, I think, a day before. But by yesterday, they had not been served.
By who in this case?
That is the Dons.
Who is supposed to serve them?
The Dons, because they made an application.
Oh, you mean the Dons serving the Attorney General
and the respective parties. So the complaint of the Attorney General was that they had not been served as directed by court with the brief, And also they had not made their comments. But I think the CJ cleared that they don't need to make any comments. So the documents were received yesterday at the registry, and they don't need, neither party needs to make any response. The matter is for the court to look at the brief, the submission of the amicus, and then the court has the right to reject or to agree with the DOMS.
You've talked about the submission, the brief by the Amici Curie, the Friends of Court. It's a heavy document. It's about 30 pages.
Yes,
a number of things that they are throwing,
it's a joint one.
Bringing before the court as advice. Are they going to have a day in court and probably make this presentation before court? How is this going to be handled?
No, they have nothing now to do. They have finished their part. They have already submitted.
Looks easy. We expected that.
No, they are not parties per se. They are not parties to the case. So they only made an application to be friends and also to give some input to the proceeding. So they have already done their part. They are brief, and actually by yesterday they were supposed to have served the Attorney General who had, and the other parties who had complained.
All right, we are watching pictures coming in live from the Supreme Court. Any minute now, we understand the justices of the Supreme Court should be walking in so that the hearing does continue. I looked at the document, and part of it, of course, is advice particularly to do with this case. The rest of the pieces of advice that they're giving are related to other legal matters, well, surrounding this, but bigger on how things can change for the better.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking the justices of the Supreme Court have a lot to look at. Some of this they need to look at within this
Sincerely,
time. Are they going to have the time? This is 30 pages. They've got to listen to this, and I'm thinking they might have too much to ingest, and it might be a lot more that they will be biting off.
Well, as earlier on said when we started off, I said this is a very important case. It's a very unique case. It involves so much, and that's why you see the judges are so much involved, and they have to spend sleepless nights and utilize the rest of the day and whatever. Some of the decisions are more than 600. A judgment, some of the
600 pages.
600 judges.
And those are written by the judges.
Yeah, you see some of those box files and what. It's one case, and there are so many cases. And so it's really a laborious work which the judges have to do. But they have no alternative. So they have no choice. They have to do it, and because they are mandated. It's incumbent upon them to dispose of this matter within the time stipulated.
Let's look at some administrative issues. As of yesterday, there was a water crisis at the premises where the Supreme Court is meeting, and actually they were advising, the lawyers, our colleagues from the media and so on, if you need to use the bathroom, go to the neighborhood, and we thought, wait a minute. What's happening? Has this crisis been sorted out?
Well, by the time we left late evening, we had the matter had been fixed, and but of course we regret the inconvenience caused. But we tried as much as possible to sort out within the time. But I think right now water is flowing.
All right. The other thing that some people have been wondering, we've been looking at these justices. They come in at functions, and when they are being sworn in, and all they are clad in that gown. What's the legal name for it?
It's a gown. It's a gown. And
all right,
the other one is a wig.
The wig. That's what I was going to talk about. They normally have the wigs, and sometimes when they sit, they wear them. This time round, none of them is wearing it. I don't know whether it's because of the weather or why. Why is it not necessary in this case?
Well, I think it is a very good observation, and I think it could be the first of its own kind, and when we don't see the justices putting on their wigs. But of course, one of the reasons you have given, because it's being in a tropical country and it's very hot. I think by the time we started, it was very hot. Well, the temperature has just slightly changed, but it was.
I hope there's AC in that room. I've not been there. AC of
but it's too hot. It was terribly hot. But the other reason I can give, 2 years ago, I think now it's coming 2 years when the judges in one of their meetings they resolved to have the wigs as optional. So now I think it could be a sort of a transition. It's optional to put them on, but it's still part of the dress code of the judges here.
There was a time we were reading that, at least through the papers. There was a shortage of these wigs, and they are not cheap. I understand about £5,000.
Yes.
For each piece, you are telling me between 3,000 to 5,000 pounds?
Yeah.
That's a colossal amount of money. 5,000 pounds is way over 20 million Uganda shillings for just 1 week. Why? Because you see, this we picked from the colonial
legacy.
Yes, exactly. And that is why our speakers, for example, wear those wigs as well, because the speaker in the UK does wear that. You know, our judges, they wear this, because we picked all this from the Britons who colonized us.
Yes.
And some people think, wait a minute, why don't we, I don't know, adopt something new altogether?
Well, as I said, there has been a debate over whether to put them on or to put them off, but still we haven't resolved that matter. So it's now an optional matter for the judges or the justices to put them on, and that's why you see, I think the justices in this case elected not to have them. I see for the reasons we have already explained. But be as it may, they are actually costly. But we need a firm decision on them or resolution on this matter.
But are they enough? Because I was telling you about that story that
they can't
came
be
some time back.
They can't be enough because once a judge is appointed, you need it, he or she needs this. So now we have like the new judges of the High Court. They need, there were 6 of them. We need to buy them. So at every time we need these wigs, and they cannot be locally procured.
I was going to think like a Ugandan. Can't we make these things?
They can't be made.
You know,
we can only make the gown, but the rest the wig is.
Why is it copyright infringement that we are worried about?
Not really copyright. It's a specializing and the materials and whatever. So it's not easy.
I don't know. I am honestly flummoxed. I look at that wig, the way it is. I'm thinking,
well,
can't we? Because
maybe the local investors can try.
That's
maybe the local investors.
20 million.
Maybe the local investors can try it as they are trying the gowns of Makerere University and other universities. Maybe they can try and see whether they can make the wigs. Because now the gowns are locally made. You have a supplier who is a Ugandan, but we can't get the wig.
Incredible. Let's see how we get better at these things. Let's look at a few stories. These were as of yesterday. Lawyers of the Electoral Commission were yesterday afternoon tasked to explain why they failed to avail scanned copies of declaration results of forms and images from the biometric voter verification kit as required by court. They were appearing before a quorum of 9 justices of the Supreme Court who are hearing a presidential election petition filed by former Prime Minister Amama Mbabazi. This petition seeks to annul President Museveni's victory in the 2016 election. According to Mbabazi's lawyer Severino Twinobusinje, the Electoral Commission wrote a letter addressed to court confirming that they had delivered the forms to the petitioner, which is not the case. Sheila Nduhuchire is following this case. She's still at court today, but this is what she filed as of yesterday.
The Supreme Court has instructed lawyers of the Electoral Commission to avail scanned copies of all declaration of results forms to the legal team of the former Premier Amama Mbabazi.
When you please to grant us permission to go and inspect the documents in possession of the second respondent, we did go, inspected them, and found that they were substantial and fundamentally lacking, and asked them to avail them to us so that we could be at the same page to understand what we're talking about. My lords, the reason was we would have sought the intervention of an expert, handwriting expert, to ascertain, because what we discovered was that those DR forms that they showed us were written by one person. That's what appeared to us, and that's why we asked for them. My lord, they didn't. Instead, they came clandestinely, wrote to court, they didn't inform us, and secretly and irregularly smuggled some documents in this court, my lords.
Mbabazi is challenging the president's victory in the Supreme Court, which has original jurisdiction to hear presidential election petitions. Whereas the Commission wrote to the court confirming it had availed scanned copies of declaration of results forms to Mbabazi's legal team, lawyer Severino Twinobusinje told court that no such copies had been availed. Court last week instructed the Commission to display DR forms. However, the petitioner's team demanded that physical copies be availed to them.
We wrote to them, we said we would like the DR forms, we want the scanned forms, we want the tally sheets. And besides, my lords, we asked them to give us some documents that relate to the BBK, including the information relating to what information would ordinarily be found on that machine. My lord, they didn't. To that extent, You have no DRA forms before you, including those which are scanned. They have not provided any to us. We asked, my lords, that the documents they smuggled into this court should be expunged from the court record and be removed from this court building. My lords, because this is a court of justice, everything is done in black and white.
Court has once again instructed the Commission to avail the forms and copies of pictures captured by the verification machine.
It was the chairman of the second respondent's evidence before this court that he did not have tally sheets, did not have their forms, that what he used to transmit were scanned copies. We have asked for it. What they brought are hard copies which are disputed. We want both hard and those soft copies that he said he used to declare results, because the results are disputed.
Well, obviously he can only give you what he has. My lord, the inspection was allowed. At the end of the inspection, from what I've seen, they wrote and said, can we have copies of these following documents? And you stated later, writing to the registrar, that they had taken copies. Now it appears that's not true. They didn't take any copies. So can you make available to them the copies they require? Formally, give them to the copies and copy in the court. Give us copies as well. Much obliged, my lord.
On voting day, the Commission came under the spotlight for delays in the delivery of voting material within opposition bastions of Kampala and Wakiso. Enos Tumsime, one of the electoral body lawyers, which is the second respondent in the suit, revealed that the glitch arose because the EC was overwhelmed in delivering electoral materials.
Let me pause here and invite court to recognize that this is a phenomenal and gigantic task. We are all aware when ballot papers were delivered to this country. And we are aware that from then on to the election period of 18 time, there was very little time. But this exercise of tallying the two, in addition to printing these papers, was not a very simple exercise. And I really beg court to understand the logistics.
If the petition is as empty in its scope as the one before your lordships, if it is as narrow in its extent as the one before your lordships, it is into that your lordships must inquire.
Lawyers of the respondent opined that the EC deliberately sent materials to far-flung areas to mitigate delays.
Every person that the petitioner has lined up to say that there were delays voted. The petitioner has not brought you a witness who says, I walked away from the polling station. He has brought you witnesses who said, I waited and waited and waited. Some of them have said, I saw people walking away, but they don't know if those people came back. They don't even mention who those people are.
However, the justices tasked lawyers to explain why Kabong district, which is 384 kilometers from Kampala, got material on the same day as Mukono, which is only 24 kilometers away from the city.
Indeed, the Commission has apologized.
Counsel Tumsime told court that the petitioner breached the law when his agents failed to report inefficiencies at the different polling stations to the electoral body. Two of the three respondents in this petition have requested court to dismiss with costs the petition in which former Prime Minister John Patrick Amama Mbabazi is challenging the presidential results. Tomorrow, the Attorney General will be submitting his case before the 9 justices. Shiran Huchure, NTV, at the Supreme Court here in Kampala.
That was yesterday when the Electoral Commission had its day in court to make its submissions as they try and dispute what it is that Mbabazi's lawyers did put before court. Today, it is the Attorney General's day. What are we expecting to happen?
Today, the Attorney General is supposed to tell his part of the story. And I think that will be the wrapping up of the parties. But then tomorrow we expect the petitioner to come in as we conclude this matter.
You see, previously, the understanding had been that there were going to be two respondents. One, the Electoral Commission, and two, of course, candidate Yoweri Museveni. And then along the way, the Attorney General will get realized was a respondent too. And to some minds, it's not yet too clear.
Yeah.
President Yoweri Museveni being responded number one for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
He's the one that was declared by the Electoral Commission as winner, and this other candidate is disputing. So very obvious there. The Electoral Commission, obviously, because they're the ones that announced candidate Yoweri Museveni as president-elect. And then the Attorney General comes in. Some have reasoned and said that it's because the Electoral Commission is a respondent and it is a government body, if you like. And the Attorney General is a lawyer for government. That means everything to do with government, every government institution and body and that kind of thing. And then others have said that it is because the Attorney General is, again, like I'm saying, lawyer and legal advisor to government, and that means to the Electoral Commission, their modus operandi and that kind of thing. What exactly is the reason we have the Attorney General on board?
Joel, I think you are right in a way, and those are some of the submissions we expect today. Because earlier on, you remember, the Attorney General had wanted to make a preliminary objection on that. But I think now it's a matter for the Attorney General today to highlight that one as because it was contending that he was wrongly brought into the proceeding, yet he is not supposed, and the Electoral Commission is independent, he can sue and be sued in his own wrong right, and he doesn't. So, but this is actually the real crux of today, the submission of the Attorney General, which we are going to see today. Had the Attorney General been mentioned in Babazi's submissions? Well, absolutely, because he was joined and they are the ones who filed the case against the Attorney General, so they have been mentioning. All right, let's look at some other happenings as of yesterday. We are seeing outside court. Those are images coming in earlier. I think that should be one of the judges, probably the Chief Justice, I don't know, but I will get to there as soon as they get there in. The 9 Makerere University law dons has been admitted as friends of court to join the petition challenging the presidential results. Of yesterday they did file their brief at the Supreme Court. The 9 are scholars and researchers of constitutional law, human rights and democratic governance. So, what does the brief meant to assist the court in making their ruling propose? Let's look at some of the issues raised in this brief. 1, it urges the Supreme Court to address the question of the limited time for filing and determining presidential election petitions. It recommends that the concerned state organs and agencies improve the legal work for the presidential election petitions, taking into account new developments in the nature of evidence adduced before court. It also talked about calls for the need for a calendar of electoral events, including specific provisions for civic and voter education. The brief further says adjustments of the general electoral calendar should take into account the need for a realistic timeline for conducting a re-election. It suggests that any reforms made to election-related laws should be undertaken within 2 years of the establishment of a new parliament in order to do away with the practice of the hasty enactment of legislation on elections. It further calls for the reinforcement of the independence of the Electoral Commission.
Brief is now on the record. It's now up to court to decide what it's going to use the brief for. However, our brief has various recommendations on various matters touching on presidential elections in this country.
There you are, recommendations by the 9 law dons that were admitted as friends of court, amici curiae. I don't know to what extent you can comment on this. Of course, the judges are going to look at this if they haven't already, and they will get to determine whether or not this advice is plausible and it is worth their consideration. But as a lawyer, as spokesperson for the judiciary, do you not feel, these issues that they are raising, they hold water? Well, we may not, to avoid the sub judice rule, we may not comment, because now that is for the incumbent upon the justices to reject or to allow their submission or their brief. That is absolutely for the justices. They will guide us. Okay, what you're watching there, those are live pictures from the parking lot of where the Supreme Court is meeting in Kololo. That looks like Muhammad Mbabazi, and I think I see Severino Tunobusinje. Those are Mbabazi's lawyers. They just arrived at the Supreme Court. I can see Councillor Kampurira as well. And, well, we were seeing within the court premises, other lawyers had arrived already. These just made their arrival there. We'll wait and see how things do roll out. 9:30 is the time that court had said it would resume sitting as for today. And it is way past that. we wait and see how today does go. Yesterday they started a little late. I understand that you were telling us that they were trying to sort out the judges. There's a matter that they were trying to sort out. That's why court began late.
You see that there was a matter, that matter was not concluded.
Which one?
Matter of the alleged smuggled documents. They had directed the two lawyers to handle the matter before the court could resume. So the justices were waiting for the lawyers, but unfortunately the matter was not concluded.
All right. There you are. In a short while, we hope that the justices of the Supreme Court will make their way to the premises there, and we get to day 5. Day 5 it is of the hearing of the presidential election petition 2016. Candidate Amama Mbabazi taking to court candidate who is also President Yoweri Museveni, the Electoral Commission and the Attorney General regarding the election. He feels there were issues and this election needs to be annulled. It was not conducted, at least according to him, based on the laid down guidelines and the electoral laws of this land and several other issues that he does raise. Eventually they were narrowed down to about four of them. But let's wait and see. I can see Engineer Dr. Badru Chigundu arriving there. I see the spokesperson of the Electoral Commission, Jotham Taremwa, is there too. The Secretary of the Electoral Commission, Sam Rakojo, and I think I did see another of the commissioners of the Electoral Commission there. They are party to this case. They are respondent number 2, and without a doubt they need to be here and get to make their case as well. They made their case yesterday through their lawyers. Today it is time for respondent number 3, the Attorney General. So we'll see how things go. You were telling us, Mr. Chisauzi, that and what we have gotten to understand is that after these have finished to make their submissions before court, the petitioner has, these others cannot return.
No.
President Yoweri Museveni's lawyers cannot return before court, the EC lawyers and the Attorney General after today.
They have,
but the petitioner can come, either for a rejoinder or that kind of thing.
Well, absolutely right. This is the case for the petitioners. They had 2 days to make their case and they closed. And we started on the other 2 respondents. They have also finished. But you recall, yesterday there was that matter of the documents and whatever. You remember the CJ giving direction. Maybe they could come because the Chief Justice, they said you should serve, directed that you should serve these documents. And if the court, and if need be, the court can allow them to make submission. Maybe they can be allowed to submit on those documents. But for purposes of of making their case, I think they have done what they are expected, and we don't expect them to come back. It's only tomorrow when we expect the petitioner to come up and have the wrap-up, the final conclusion of the matter. And then the matter will be set down for judgment.
Let's get a bit back to the roadmap. At least we know what's not going to change is that the verdict is going to be given on 31st of this month.
Oh, yes.
We cannot do otherwise because the Constitution stipulates that way, 30 days, and they elapse on 31st.
Yeah.
All right, so anything that has changed, we know that the Attorney General obviously is making their case before court today. What happens? Will there be court sitting tomorrow? What happens hereafter?
Tomorrow we are supposed to to continue again with the hearing the version of the petitioners that they conclude their matter. The wrap up is kind of a summary of their case, because they need now like a rejoinder. Of course, now you are also picking some of these legal terms. So as a rejoinder to clarify additions to clarify some of the matters, because now as they were punching holes in their case by the 2 respondents, now they need now to come in and seal some of these holes. So that's why they need an opportunity also to see some of these holes which were punched by the 2 respondents.
I imagine a lay person like I am might be out there thinking, how fair is this? Babazi's lawyers are given 2 days where they are the petitioners. They make their case. Then the respondents each get a day to come and punch holes, like you're saying, in Babazi's lawyers' submissions. But they cannot return. Babazi's lawyers can return to say everything that these people have said is wrong and here is the reasons why. But these others don't have a chance to probably come back and say, no, what we said is actually right, what he has said because of A, B, C, and D, and that kind of thing. Of course, that means that court probably, this might never end. But some people feel, wait a minute, how fair is this?
Well, I think to the layman it may sound or it may look to be unfair, but of course there must be a limit on everything. There must be, of course, how far should we now allow and say, so you come in and then you come in and come. So there must be a limit. But you should realize this is the case for the petitioners. It's the case for the petitioner largely. So the other one is to give an answer or an explanation. The explanation has been provided. Then it would actually be unfair if you don't give an explanation to the person who brought the case and say, look here, they have said so. They have said this, but that's wrong. So that is how things are done. But those are the principles. But in other jurisdictions, it's done differently and whatever. So, but this is these are some of the principles we apply in determining or adjudicating some of this matter. The petition, this is the case for the petitioner largely. So the other one is to give the defense. The defense has been provided. In the case, the other one needs to clarify, because as you give your defense or part of your story, there are certain matters which now become obscure, which are not clear. So now you need to also to come in and say, no, look here, they said so, but we need to clear this case like this.
All right, we await for court to sit. Day 5 it is of the petition hearing. That's the presidential election petition. We hope that any moment from now the justices of the Supreme Court will walk therein and we begin. Talking of which, the justices of the Supreme Court has rejoined now. Yesterday we discussed a little bit, looking at the minimum, the maximum number of justices that can be on the Supreme Court bench.
The minimum is 5. As I said yesterday, the court is duly constituted when it consists of 5 justices at any sitting. But so that's why I said you can have 5, you can have 7, you can have 9, you can have 11.
11 is the maximum.
Yeah, at the moment, the number set by Parliament, you know, the numbers are fixed by Parliament. It's 11. So which means...
but the practice, is it different in some countries? Say they have 13, 15 or that kind of thing?
The practice, it depends on the jurisdiction. And but here, the number we should have 11 justices. So which implies, contrary to what we said yesterday, I think it's a clarification. Is now we need 2 more justices, not 1 justice of the Supreme Court.
Okay. So they are currently the 9.
They are currently 9, so we expect 2 more vacants, 2 more justices to be appointed.
And they serve a term of, again, this is administrative.
It depends on the age. Your mandatory retirement age is 70. Once you clock 70, you retire. And for the rest of the judges of the High Court, it is 65.
That's
and for Court of Appeal, it's also set at 70.
And what is the minimum age to be appointed?
Of course, there seems to be
or is it just about the practice?
It is only the practice, and presumably by that practice you must be over 25 and whatever. So, but there is no minimum set, but it's not envisaged that you can have somebody below 25 as a judge. So because of you need to have acquired the experience and all that.
So when appointed, says Supreme Court Justice, you're Supreme Court Justice for life until,
yeah,
I don't know whether you're indisposed or 1 or 2 other things happen or you die.
No, it's a security of tenure, unlike other occupations. There is this security of tenure of the judges and other judicial officers. Once you are appointed, until you either you are called by your maker or until you reach the retirement age. So you are assured of the security of tenure.
Oh, that's interesting. So they can get to do their work without any interference. We hope. And that's the same case with the Constitutional Court?
Yeah, it's the same across
and High Court judges?
Including the lower cadre judicial officers. The security is guaranteed unless for one reason either discipline or death or unsound mind or things of that nature. That's when maybe they can you can have your exit.
Let's talk a bit about other judiciary related issues. The other day, I forget the number of magistrates that were passed out.
There are 59 around
59.
there.
How many do you have in total in the country?
We are over 300.
That's for grade 1, is it?
For the lower magistrates. That is grade 1 magistrate and chief magistrates and whatever. So we are over 300.
Over 300.
Yeah.
Look, I was chit-chatting with the lawyer, and these people are paid about $1 million shillings. That's actually gross.
Around, yes, around 1.7. So yeah.
Around 1.7.
Yeah.
Well, after the taxes are cut.
No, there are no taxes. We don't. The judges, the judicial officers are not taxed.
They're not taxed.
Yeah, we are not taxed.
Ah, that's interesting.
Yeah, they are not. It's gross and net.
Okay, but it's 1.7. You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure about that.
What does the minimum get? What's the minimum?
That's the minimum. We see we have even there are some lower cadre, we have even a grade 2 who are not professionals. I'm talking about the professional magistrate. But we have the grade 2 magistrates who earn slightly around there, 1 million or less. But
those are?
The grade 2 who are diploma holders in judicial practice, law and judicial practice. Those are maybe the people who earn around 1 million shillings. But the professionals start from 1.7 there. But of course we have been that is the matter of which has been of concern, that maybe because of the work they do, as you say, it could be tempting. But there is no reason, but that's not a justification for them to decide cases, even if they earn less, and the pecuniary matter could be beyond, could be millions of shillings. Sometimes it's even a billion. There are handled cases of billion shillings and whatever. But of course, we have been trying to make a case to have the terms and conditions revised and accordingly. But that is not a justification for them to ask or solicit for bribes.
You people are not taxed, and some other professions like serving men and women, the UPDF and all, some might think, well, it's a good thing that they are protected, that you people are protected so that you don't begin to solicit for bribes and all.
Yeah.
But look, other public servants do pay taxes. Why was it decided upon this way?
Well, it's a long matter. We had even to go to court, and the matter was resolved that way. And we had not been taxed, and surely it would be unconstitutional for us to be taxed, as far as the Constitution says.
Yeah, but why was the Constitution?
So that's what it is stipulated in the Constitution. The terms and the conditions of judicial officers cannot be varied to his or her disadvantage. So by taxing, since originally we had not been taxed, I think they had some. There was a rationale why we were not taxed, because you see, we are lawyers. Much as we are judicial officers, but you look at what the lawyers in private practice are doing. They make some good money there and whatever. But once you,
so why then don't you go?
Once you volunteer,
private practice, because you see, somebody might reason similarly and say, you know, even in the media, it is something resemblant to that.
Yeah.
There are people who are correspondents for radio stations, say up country, they're in the media like the rest of everybody, but they are paid about 2,000 shillings for filing a story.
Yeah.
And the day might end, they've not filed a story.
Yeah.
The day you get a story, 2,000 shillings.
Yeah.
Now, that is way less than, you know, some people who work for, not me, of course, but other people who work in some of these media houses, they earn millions of shillings. No, they earn a lot more than the other people. So, it happens everywhere. We are journalists just like they are journalists, you know, so why should it be different? Why should you try to match up to the others?
Not matching, we are not saying to match up. You can't match a private practitioner in any way. You can't. Not even when you are even a Chief Justice, you can't match up. Because even I think you heard the Chief Justice talking about that where he was working, there was too much money. But this was a calling. He decided, and once you elect to become a judicial officer, you have to lose some of those benefits. But at least to ameliorate some of these temptations and whatever, mitigate some of these. That's why actually we have this variation and not being taxed and whatever. And such that you can also the increasing terms and conditions of service and whatever. So this is what actually is supposed to be healthy for the judicial officers to have this. That's why we are not taxed. But otherwise, we are like other judicial. We go to the same market like other people, like you and whatever.
Like me, who is taxed.
Yeah, we go to the same. But
so you are at a higher advantage than I am.
No, it may look an advantage, but you may be allowed to do other things. First of all, the judicial code of conduct restrains us from even involving in business and whatever. So including our spouses and whatever. So we are constrained economically. You cannot because if you cannot be a director, you can only be a minimal, a silent partner or whatever, dormant partner and whatever. You can't be a director. So if you are not a director, what kind of business are you going to do? So to ameliorate that, that's why I think there is that no taxation will be provided to the judicial officer, because now you have removed them, you have stopped them from doing much of the business. So where do you expect them to meet some of these challenges in life, the cost of living and whatever? Because if they were allowed like doctors, well, even if you are in government, you are allowed to practice. But for us, we are not.
When you say that they're not allowed to do private business, did you talk about just legal business, or it's a business of if I can put up a shopping mall in Kampala or that kind of thing, or run some kind of business?
The code is so elaborate to the extent that even your wife, if the kind of business you are likely to put up may involve people coming to you either to your grocery or shop or bar and whatever, where other people are likely to come to your would be litigants and whatever. So you are not supposed to do this kind of business. So you can imagine yourself, you are barred from business, and even equally your spouse and relatives and close relatives are not allowed. So that's why you see some of these things are done. You are removed there is some you are restrained to do the business, but government comes in and says, okay, this man is restrained, let's not tax him.
Is this being adhered to, that they don't actually get to do any side business?
No,
so do their spouses and the like?
No, there are some businesses which are actually within the law. You look at the law and say, no, I can do this. You can have, for example, like rentals. If you can put up rentals, that is okay, because surely in a rental you will not have your fellow people who are coming to court, and so you can have other businesses. But what kind of business can you do when you are not a director? You start a business and yet you can't be a director.
What's the fear about, say I run a grocery shop, I am working in the judiciary and people are coming, what exactly is the fear? That they might come and influence my decisions?
There's that fear, that's kind of
but you say they can meet me anywhere. I'm sure some of you people go to bars, you go to many of these informal places to interact, and also people can meet you anywhere.
We are restrained.
Where do you go and where do you not?
It depends from individual to individual, but we are largely restrained from interacting publicly so much with the public.
You don't go to weddings, you mean? You don't
we go to the weddings, but of course those public bars and whatever, we are largely restrained interacting with the people whose conduct you are not sure. And so
what's the fear? Security?
Interfering with your judicial work.
But I can interfere with it at a wedding. Meet you at a wedding, and I know that you're handling my case. If I want to, then I can jump.
But you can decide as a judicial officer either to go to those weddings or not, depending. Sometimes the judicial officers don't go, depending. You can say, I expect so and you don't go there. So sometimes it is very, very irritating when you see some other people who are before your court attending a certain function. So it depends on you in your. Whether in your own thinking, are you likely to meet this? Is it the right place to go, or are they the people of the right conduct, or do you expect other people this kind of thing who are likely to, or who would be appearing before you? So these are matters you need to gloss over and see whether you have to attend or not to attend. So it's not as I said as a job. It's not so easy.
All right, according to my watch, it is 3 minutes past 10. The justices of the Supreme Court have not taken their seats yet. We are wondering why. I know you're not there, but do you have wind of any information? Is there any matter that could be being handled right about now? It is way late.
No, it's well late, I do agree, but I think I may not so comment, but we are not seeing even the lawyers were also, they came a little bit late. So.
Well, the lawyers, that's their problem, but the justices, for them,
but,
we expect different.
But of course, these are, they have to be cut. The judges are human beings, they have to be cut, yes. Now, what if they had come in and then they are lawyers for the other side? But that's not an excuse of the justices starting on time. But I think I will find out. Maybe tomorrow I will be able to give you a reason why the justices had to delay a little bit longer today, because they usually start at 9:30. But there could be a justifiable reason why they have not started one.
All right, we are bringing you live pictures from the Supreme Court, where the sitting day 5 of the presidential election petition hearing is going to be conducted today. Let's just cross over and take a listen to what's happening there. Okay, that's what's up. What is happening at the Supreme Court. We should get you the sound from there in a bit. I was looking at the Deputy Attorney General there. He's the one really been representing the Attorney General. Well, the Attorney General himself, Fred Ruhindi, has been there, seated in the back, not even dressed as counsel all through this process. And I'm wondering, can the Attorney General, because all the others, the petitioner, the respondents, they get lawyers of their choosing. But the Attorney General, do they restrict themselves to the lawyers that work under the Attorney General or in the Attorney General's office, or can they say co-opt some other lawyers that they feel this might make our case stronger?
No, it's precisely a matter of choice by the Attorney General. And in some cases we have seen the Attorney General, in the previous cases, the Attorney General, him or herself coming in to present the case. But I think this was a kind of choice where the Attorney General decided that maybe the deputy and the Solicitor General, because you see, you have not mentioned the Solicitor General, but the Solicitor General is also there, who is supposed to be the head of administration and the permanent secretary of the ministry. The Solicitor General, Mr. Francis Atoke, is also the part of the legal team there. So he is ably represented by the Deputy Attorney General and the Solicitor General.
Now, what I meant really, is it possible within the law for them to say co-opt a private lawyer, a private practicing lawyer, or that kind of thing, in case they feel that will add value to their case?
Well, it's allowed under the law. It's allowed, and but why should you, if you have competent people within your office? So, but it is a matter which is allowed. But I think for this reason they didn't find it necessary. And maybe this time we are not even seeing any foreign lawyer, because in some of these petitions we have had even lawyers from Kenya and whatever. So, but I think we are now emphasizing our own.
All right, we are going to take a very short break. For now, we are awaiting the arrival of the justices of the Supreme Court. Looks, from what I can see, all the lawyers for the petitioner and the respondents have taken their seats, and what we're waiting for now is the justices of the Supreme Court to arrive. And today is day 5 of this hearing, and today is going to be the Attorney General having his day in court, making their case, because the petitioner, Amama Mbabazi, through his lawyers, made a case, and among the people mentioned therein is the Attorney General. So let's wait and see what they will make of their case today. For now, let's take a quick break. We'll get back in a bit.
You know what they say about girls? Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies? proud. Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
Isa yalagula Yesu ng'alijja mabega we. Akali mu bufunzi.
Yesu ne Isa ani yasookawo munne.
Isa.
Buli lw'otayogera na muntu kutegeera bimukwatako tosobola kumutegeera yenna. Tekisoboka.
Era enako yakatugamba nti Abaganda mbwanjala ajja kasukira eggumba gyegenda. Kale akagamba ako kanuma.
Obote. Wateekwa okubaawo eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa. Eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa okutuusa okunnyonnyola kwabwe okutegeerekeka okutangaza bye bakwatako. Conqueror of the British Empire. Naye nga Wakamu bimuyita, Wakamu amuyitanga mutya?
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy. Kuwuliriza, kufumiitiriza, kukola, kwogera. Bina.
Tuwaye. Bwe yamala okutuula ngenda okutunula mu kibatu kyange kino kye ntaddeko bweni nga muvaamu ebiwuka ng'ensolosozi.
Ebimu byewuunyisa, binakuwaza, ebirala bikyusa obulamu.
Omuntu atasomye atya n'okuyingira ofiisi naye ng'omanyi nti nina omukyala n'abaana awaka nakinkola nina ne bizinesi naye ntya n'okuyingira ofiisi eno okwennyonnyolako.
Lye ddoboozi lye njogerako. Tuwaye.
Isa yalagula Yesu ng'alijja mabega we. Akali mu bufunzi.
Yesu ne Isa ani yasookawo munne.
Isa.
Buli lw'otayogera na muntu kutegeera bimukwatako tosobola kumutegeera yenna. Tekisoboka.
Era enako yakatugamba nti Abaganda mbwanjala ajja kasukira eggumba gyegenda. Kale akagamba ako kanuma.
Obote. Wateekwa okubaawo eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa. Eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa okutuusa okunnyonnyola kwabwe okutegeerekeka okutangaza bye bakwatako. Conqueror of the British Empire. Naye nga Wakamu bimuyita, Wakamu amuyitanga mutya?
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy. Kuwuliriza, kufumiitiriza, kukola, kwogera. Bina.
Tuwaye. Bwe yamala okutuula ngenda okutunula mu kibatu kyange kino kye ntaddeko bweni nga muvaamu ebiwuka ng'ensolosozi.
Ebimu byewuunyisa, binakuwaza, ebirala bikyusa obulamu.
Omuntu atasomye atya n'okuyingira ofiisi naye ng'omanyi nti nina omukyala n'abaana awaka nakinkola nina ne bizinesi naye ntya n'okuyingira ofiisi eno okwennyonnyolako.
Lye ddoboozi lye njogerako. Tuwaye.
The Presidential Election Petition 2016. The justices of the Supreme Court have made their way into the premises there, and I can see the Deputy Attorney General making his submission. So we'll cross there over now. Mr. Elias Kisauzi, as always, thanks a bunch for joining us and shedding light on a couple of things.
It's a pleasure for me.
Okay, thank you. Let's now cross over to the Supreme Court and follow the proceedings there.
Civil litigation. Mr. Philip Mwaka, Principal State Attorney. Ms. Patricia Mutesi, Principal State Attorney. Mr. Bafirawara Elisha, Senior State Attorney. Mr. George Karemera, Senior State Attorney. Ms. Jackie Amsugut, State Attorney. And Mr. Gerard Batanda, State Attorney. The first respondent is represented by Didas Nkurunziza, Chiriowa Chiriwanuka, Albert Viencha, Ivan Chateka, Eric Sabiti, Erson Karohanga, Zulaik Kaseja, and Godfrey Kavuma. My lords, the petitioner is represented by Mr. Muhammad Mbawazi, Michael Akampura, Saverino Twinobusinga, Jude Byamukama, and Asumani Basalirwa. My Lord, counsel for the second respondent, other wish to raise.
Please, Your Lordships. My name is Ayenos Tamsimi for the second respondent. My Lords, I wish to report that following this court's directions yesterday, the second respondent has today served hard copies of the declaration forms for the 2016 presidential election for the entire 28,010 polling stations. Secondly, we've also served them with hard copies of the district tally sheets of all the 112 districts, again for the said 2016 presidential election. And we've also served copies of return of results forms as provided for under Section 56 of the Presidential Elections Act. Their earlier request for the provisional results 1 to 11 had earlier on been attached to Mr. Pontius Mugera and marked as PR2, which is attached to that affidavit, and it's in volume 1. It's affidavit number 1 in volume 1 of the second respondent's affidavit in reply, and was served upon the petitioner on the 13th of March 2016. So, my lords, we've complied with the directions of this court.
want to confirm whether my lords have the arguments on record. Much obliged, my lords. My lords, the Attorney General has joined this petition as a third respondent. It is our strong contention that given the law as it is today, we were wrongfully joined as a respondent. Ordinarily, my lords, would have raised this matter as a preliminary objection, but we did not, and we chose to frame an issue out of this as issue number 5 for two reasons. The first reason, my lords, was the time constraint imposed on this court by the Constitution. We felt it would not be proper to bog the court down with preliminary applications. The second reason was the need for this court to express itself substantively on this matter for posterity and for our jurisprudence, so that in future parties may be guided as to how to proceed. So, my lords, issue number 5, which we framed, is whether the third respondent was joined as a respondent, was properly joined as a respondent to this petition. My lords, notwithstanding our objections, we filed a response and responded to all the issues in the alternative and without prejudice. And support our response, we filed a total of 62 affidavits. My lords, we first filed 3 volumes, but for ease of reference, we have come up with one compendium, which we filed on the 16th March. My lords, I imagine the compendium will make your work easier, and it's on record. But my lords, before I tackle the issue, I have a brief introductory submission to make. In the course and we are grateful to them for the good work they have done. In our view, Council for the first and second respondents even answered exhaustively and satisfactorily to all allegations made against government servants and agencies for which we would ordinarily be required to answer. Civil servants, some allegations were made.
Civil servants in particular.
Well, like the executive director for KCCA, the executive director for UNRWA, the police, the army, government servants against whom allegations were made. In some of the petitioners' pleadings, our view is that the first and second respondents' counsel thoroughly and exhaustively answered for the allegations made against them, and we shall not delve into answering for the allegations against them. It is not our intention to repeat the strong submissions of counsel. The submissions are on record, and in our view, they are satisfactory. So we shall restrict ourselves solely to responding to issue number 5 and maybe submitting on costs. But before we do that, the Lords allow me representing an office mandated to oversee all legal matters and advise government on the legality of its operations, to make some brief remarks on the case before your Lordship. My Lords, the Attorney General wants to observe that in this country there exists a sound legal, regulatory, and institutional framework to guarantee accountability and ensure a free and fair election. The existence of this framework has been testified to before this Honorable Court. It is our submission that this framework came in handy with the parliamentary and presidential elections that were held on the 18th February 2016, which are a subject matter of investigation for election. We wish to confirm that notwithstanding some minor regulatory laws to of second response on the processation, the elections were free and fair, and they reflected the wishes of Ugandans as who the leader should be. And that is of any election. My Lord, we take a note. The recommendations in the brief, but I'm sorry for some reforms to the electoral process. That it is necessary to make some further reforms. Government and by exponent and process. Development has eliminated practice of bad speech favor teachers. We have 104 declaration of results with the printed candidate's name so that the are not changed to the witnesses who are here with forms. This reform have been going for a long time. The government power. Indeed, in 2006, great improvement. The first and second respondent on our advice.
But these people don't fall under the first or second respondent.
My lords, if I may submit further, our role will come out more clearly, and maybe my lordships would appreciate that there could be that there is some other way we could come in to defend allegations against government servants or agencies who we ordinarily have to defend. And my lord, in raising this objection, we are mindful of observations of this honorable court in the Hijab case. By Justice Revved Up, Justice of the Supreme Court, as he then was, when he observed, and I want to quote, that perhaps in future petitions, I'm quoting a paragraph from the Honorable Revved Up's judgment. He says that perhaps in future petitions, the law should provide for the government Attorney General in Koma to be made a party to the petition, so that such a complaint, if pleaded by a petitioner, can be answered and be inquired into by the court. That was an observation of this court. But my lords, the law has not been changed it still stands as it was in 2006. The land judge was very careful. His observation was that there was need, in his view, for the law to provide for the Attorney General to be made a party. But the law today does not provide so.
Is there a reason why the Attorney General has not answered to that observation?
My lords, it was and still is our contention that given Article 104 and Section 59, the Attorney General ought to remain an independent and impartial party in election proceedings. That maybe, my lords, explains why the law was not revisited by my predecessors to include the provision that the Attorney General should be a party to the proceedings. Why do I say that, my lord? When you look at the pleadings in this petition, nowhere is a case raised directly since the rules provide for service on the Attorney General. The Attorney General could cooperate with whoever is preparing the cases to answer for whatever allegations, as indeed we did in this petition. My lords, in the rules I cited, that's Statutory Instrument number 13 of 2001, in the wisdom of the Attorney General and the Chief Justice, respondent in an election petition was defined to mean the person whose election is complained of in the petition, and where the petition complains of the conduct of the commission, to include the commission. Those are the rules we are applying. Respondent is defined to mean the person whose election is complained of in the petition, or where the petition complains of the conduct of the commission, to include the commission. My lord, why do I say we could come in, Attorney General could come in some other way? These rules, my lord, make provision for service upon the Attorney General of all court process regarding the petition. My lords, I refer you to rules 5 sub rule 2, rule 6 sub rule 1, rule 8 sub rule 2, rule 9 sub rule 2, rule 9 sub rule 4A, rule 10 sub rule 5B, rule 20 sub rule 4, rule 20 sub rule 5A, and rule 20 sub rule 6. Actually, the role of the Attorney General is brought out more vividly in rule 20 sub rule 6, which touches an intention by the party to withdraw a petition. In that rule, my lords, the Attorney General, if he so wishes, may come in and object to the withdrawal if he had reasonable grounds to do so. So that shows you that the law as it is and the rules made thereunder still deemed it necessary to leave the Attorney General separate from an election petition. As we talk today, the provisions of Section 59 and Article 104 are so clear that any party reading them would not presuppose any other party other than the person against whom the person who won the election or the commission. And when you look at the pleadings, my lords, there is nowhere where the petitioner makes any specific or direct allegation or pleading against the third respondent. He does not do so because he appreciated that under the law he cannot do so. Needless to point out, the petitioner does not make any prayer, does not seek any declaration or any remedy at all against the third respondent. In an ordinary civil matter, this petition discloses no cause of action against the Attorney General. Because you don't just drag a party to court for fun. You must be seeking for a remedy. As I stated earlier, in paragraphs 3C, 3F, 4, 5, 6, 25, and 28(6) of the petition, the petitioner makes references, just references, to actions of the servants and agents of government for whom the Attorney General is ordinarily held vicariously liable. But when you look at the allegations, they are made in the context that the first and second respondents allegedly directed, condoned, ordered these government servants or agents to breach the electoral laws. My lords, to specifically answer to the question that was put to me, Article 119 of the Constitution makes the Attorney General the chief advisor to government on legal matters, and any government servant, agent, or entity that is sued is at liberty to seek the services of the Attorney General. In this regard, they would have the leeway to come to the Attorney General and say, Attorney General, these allegations are made against us, advise us on how we defend ourselves. And the Attorney General would gladly offer his opinions and guidance on the allegations. I have stated, my lords, that even as parties, having filed affidavits in the alternative, but without prejudice, we are not going to use them. They were used exhaustively and thoroughly by counsel for the first and second respondents. We have done our part, but we could have done so even without being dragged to this court. It is important, my lords, to note that the rules provide for service upon us of the court process in electoral petitions. The rationale is to ensure that we are privy to whatever is transpiring in the proceedings, and indeed if there are any questions raised against any government organs or institutions or employees, we are at hand and ready to address and guide the parties and the court. Actually, my lords, in the past, in the petitions of Hijab versus Yoweri Museveni and the Electoral Commission of 2001 and 2006, the third respondent represented as counsel the Electoral Commission. We may argue, my lords, that by joining us as a party, the second respondent had been deprived of our representation because we are busy defending ourselves. My lords, without going into the propriety of amending the law to provide for the Attorney General to be a party or not, my strong submission is that since the law remains as it was in 2006, this joinder had no basis in law and cannot stand, and the third respondent ought to be struck out with costs. If the joinder was actuated by the views of this court which we have cited, which court was very careful in its observation because it said the law should provide for. Then that was a misreading of the observation of the court. A misreading because the law has not yet been amended to provide for the joinder. And when you are a lawyer and you are drawing proceedings and you find that you have not demonstrated any cause of action against any party, you have not sought any remedy from any party, you are acting at your own peril because that party will definitely object. And when he objects, you will be condemned to pay him costs. My lords, in praying that the third respondent be struck off with costs to the respondents, and more so to the third respondent, I want to cite to you the authority of Quality Chemicals Limited versus National Medical Stores and another East African Court of Justice, application number 8 and 9 of 2014. In that case, my lords, the applicant company filed a suit against respondents who were neither member states nor organs of the East African Community as stipulated by the East African Community Treaty. The East African Court of Justice held at page 12 that, and I quote, any court worth of its name cannot condone deliberate acts of litigants who with impunity drag others to court by any names. Those who choose to do so at their own peril. And they continue to say, all canons of fairness dictate that costs in any case follow the event. The only time the court will deny a successful party costs is when there has been conduct on the part of the successful party which could call a court to exercise its discretion against the successful party. My lords, there has not been any conduct on our part. We have obediently obliged. We have been here in this court. In 2001 and 2006, court didn't award costs, and the reasoning was that the cases were matters of public importance, public interest. But this particular case, my lords, adventurous and frivolous as it is, shallow and unjustified, as my lords had there are no facts support even the imagination that there existed a cause of action why the petitioner should have dragged the respondent to court. On the contrary, the interests of public, the interests of the public have been prejudiced because today, as we speak, the duly elected president, in accordance with the laws, has not been declared pending the determination of this petition. There is anxiety in the population, and all this is for no good reason. So the public interest has been served adversely. My lords, you are here. You saw and heard counsel for the petitioners withdrawing affidavits, disowning some, abandoning arguments. What is before your lordships?
What was not withdrawn is still before us.
It is my strong submission, my lords, that this is a case that warrants a departure from the cases of 2001 and 2006. More so, given that the petitioner in this case is a lawyer who ought to know the law, is a senior counsel, he claims, was a former attorney general, was a senior government official who participated in the previous petitions, who ought to have known what it is that is required to lodge the petition challenging an election. My colleagues sought for costs. I want to fully associate with them. I rest my submission. To express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to your lordships for the zeal and determination in which you have handled these proceedings. We want to appreciate your guidance. We want to appreciate your timeliness in attending to all the sessions we have held. We want to thank you so much, and we want to say we don't take this for granted. On behalf of the bar, it is my singular duty as head of the bar to say that we are all very able counsel. They are very professional, and we are very grateful to have their contribution, which will enrich the jurisprudence of this country. I rest my case, my lords.
Well, I think this is an appropriate time to take half an hour's break, and when we come back, we'll give Mr. Mbagas an opportunity to reply and close. Take a break.
Pictures there live coming in from the Supreme Court that is meeting in Kololo, the presidential election petition 2016. Today, respondent number 3, that is the Attorney General, made his submission through the Deputy Attorney General. There you are, that is the Honorable Mwesigwa Rukutana. A brief submission, I should say, if you're to compare it to what the others have been like. He has rested his case and the Chief Justice has called for a 1 hour's break. So court will resume in an hour's time. We are waiting to see how that gets to happen. So we'll take a break here as well, and in an hour's time we'll be back with the proceedings at the Supreme Court.
Wagira Uganda Cranes nga batuuka ne Burkina Faso ku Lwokubiri 29 Maachi 2016 ku ssaawa mwezi ekiro mu kisaawe gali kwoleka Namboole mujje tulumbe ne Airtel Company eteeka ssente mu ttiimu ya Uganda Cranes.
Wow! Amazing! Tasty Fanta, Fanta Fruit Blast, Fanta, Tasty Fanta, Tasty Fanta.
New Fanta Fruit Blast with honey. Wow, what an amazing taste!
Isa yalagula Yesu ngali je mabega. Akali mu mufunzi.
Yesu ne Isa ani asookawo munne.
Isa.
Buli lw'otayogera na muntu kutegeera bimukwatako tosobola kumutegeera yenna, tekisoboka.
Era endako yakatugamba nti Abaganda mbwanjala jakasukira eggumba gyegenda kala kagamba akukano
obote. Wateekwa okubaawo eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa. Eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa okutuusa okunnyonnyola kwabwe, okutegeerekeka, okutangaza ebibakwatako. Konkalo the British Empire. Naye nga wakamu bimuyita, wakamu amuyitanga mutya?
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy. Kuwuliriza, kufumiitiriza, kukola, kwogera. Bina.
Tuwaye.
Bwe yamala okutuula ngenda okutunula mu kibatu kyange kino kyentaddeko bwendi nga muvaamu ebiwuka by'ensolosozi.
Ebimu byewuunyisa, binakuwaza, ebirala bikyusa obulamu.
Omuntu atasomye atya n'okuyingira ofiisi naye ng'omanyi nti nina omukyala n'abaana awaka nakinkola nina ne bizinesi naye ntya n'okuyingira ofiisi eno okwennyonnyolako.
Eddoboozi lye njogerako. Tuwaye.
She said
back with more names and personalized messages on our photos and cans. So now you can share a Coke and a feeling with family and friends.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#. Pay your bills, load data, or buy airtime. You could also send some cash. Come on, use Airtel money. You could win a lot of cash.
All you gotta do is dial *185#. Then you get to
Yola, Yola, Yola. Yola. Dial *185# and Yola. Yola Maja with Airtel money. Dial *185# and transact.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
You know what they say about girls? Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies?
Girls.
Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#.
Amanya gange nze Kigundu Habati nga ndi mudamawulire era nga nkola ne UBC mpangudde ssente olunaku lwaleero n'aba Airtel nga kyenakoze okwangula ssente zino zolamu naguze airtime okuva ku Airtel Money kikwalidde ebbanga lya wiiki 3 nga mbadde ngula airtime buli kumakya nga ntya ku simu yange bwe nkozesa obudde bw'emisana.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Your social friend that brings you up to speed with everything about your city or town in entertainment, sports, leisure, travel, fashion, lifestyle events, news, and so much more. Ever wondered why he wears Uganda flag on stage? The king of East Africa, as he loves to be called, Palazzo diverts when he does so.
Yeah, no, I always wear my flag on big events because I want to stand for my country. This is Mbango Mujasa again, I'm Mulutalo. When I'm banging that stage, man no good delivering. I think I'm call it for God and my country.
And for the Ndiwanjaula singer Shiba Karunji, who has been in media for more bad story than good, says that she doesn't mind about the whole thing because it's all showbiz.
I mean, it's called the show business. Some people are gonna love you, other people are gonna not even try to love you. Others are gonna adore you regardless of whatever you do. So I expect some to not like me, some to really love me, some to obsess about me, and some to hate me. It's the game.
And with her electrifying performance, which is truly out of the world, Tanzi Mukodo hitmaker Cindy Sanyu unfolds how her magic comes in when she steps on stage.
I think there's no performance like mine. Every time I perform, I give 150%. I always do not want to perform according to your expectation. I want to perform beyond your expectation. Yes, and then people keep telling me I change all the time, which is a great thing.
Like politics have finally divorced music. Now that the campaigns are done, what is next for our Tubonganawe singers? And as many Tubonganawe singers are engulfed in fear and still on spot over the alliance with NRM.
Tubonga tayagala alikeyo.
Nayanga lwaki mubonga nga Abannayuganda tebagala mubonge?
Lwaki bagala tusazeewo ffe kye twagala? Nga ffe tubasalirawo bye baagala ffe tubonga. Oba tobonga.
And
at the end of the day, my opinion is not your opinion.
So you have a right to your opinion. What don't do it.
On his visit to opposition leader Hijab in Kasangati, Bobby Wine begged FDC president, officials and followers to forgive the Tubonganawe artists whose concerts and songs had been boycotted by the opposition.
Yo, you don't know it's a ghetto president, but Bobby Wine alongside.
No, beyond Lee.
Yeah, man, you're watching About Town. Bah!
Douglas Rwanga, only the sky is the limit for this blessed presenter who will never run out of ideas. After noticing that his annual party, which has been held 4 years in a row, needs some adjustments, Douglas has decided to embark on regional parties before the main show to be held in December. The Beat presenter is giving a chance to his upcountry fans by taking the Purple Party regional, and Ginger is gonna be the first to benefit from this come the 26th of this month at Club Velvet with DJ Shiru, Caesar Bafana and MC Cats entertaining the audience.
And one thing I've learned about Ugandan shows, you can't lie to them anymore. You have to have something they want to come and watch.
People just don't turn up on an event just because, you know, they're bored at home, they have nothing, you know, to be doing. There has to be a reason for somebody to do something.
About Town is your social friend that brings you up to speed with everything about your city or town in entertainment, sports, leisure, travel, fashion, lifestyle events, news, and so much more.
Tokyo, the capital city of Japan. Over 13 million people live in this giant metropolis, and yet compared to other big cities around the world, the crime rate is surprisingly low. Supporting this world-class track record for safety is the Koban, or police box. You'll find them wherever people live, and it's from here that the police work to make Japan a safe place to live. At large crosswalks, when the light changes, a police officer lets people know that it's safe to cross the street. The Koban has a history of over 130 years. It's a system unique to Japan, and Koban can be found all over the country. The shopping district Ginza in Tokyo. At the Koban here, you'll find not only Japanese, but also people from all over the world. They're here to ask for directions or advice on many things unrelated to crime. Koban come in many different designs. The spirit of each area where they are built is carefully considered, and their design is chosen to appeal to the local residents. This type of Koban, a residential Koban or Chuzai-sho, is typically found in a suburban area and also serves as the home for a police officer. The police officer who works here lives here with his family. They live close to those that they protect. The police officers who reside in the residential Koban are a sight familiar to all citizens of Japan. Japan's much-esteemed police force. When Japan's soccer team won a place in the World Cup and young people streamed into the streets to celebrate, the police were there to skillfully direct the traffic. The Japanese Koban system has received attention overseas and has even been adopted in other countries. Officers working in their Koban perform many duties, such as maintaining the peace and order of their towns and providing various kinds of service for the local needs. Thus, their presence is widely accepted and deeply relied on by the local residents. Japan is one of the most earthquake-prone countries in the world. The earthquake that hit in March of 2011 caused massive damage from the initial shaking and the ensuing tsunami. Currently, work is underway to combat future earthquakes and tsunami, which could occur close off the coast of Japan. Powerful computers are being used to create simulations that can help lessen the damage caused by these fearsome natural phenomena. In charge of this mission is a national agency called the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology, or JAMSTEC. Researchers here run simulations of earthquakes and tsunami in an attempt to limit damage when disasters strike. He says, by helping us visualize what can happen, we're hoping that these simulations will allow us to save more lives. The largest earthquakes in Japan occur off the coast. Because of this, JAMSTEC has placed equipment on the ocean floor and has begun taking measurements. Using DoNet, a system much like a giant stethoscope, researchers can detect even the slightest tremors. All of the data collected from the ocean floor is constantly fed to the research facility. Using data gathered from the system and from past earthquakes, various simulations are generated. Performing all of the calculations and analyzing of the data is one of the most powerful computers in the world, K. With its impressive number-crunching power, K processes the data to create simulations. Researchers are putting their highest priority on protecting people from when a tsunami strikes. Knowing which way a tsunami will go allows researchers to predict which streets are the safest to use while evacuating. He says DoNet is mostly hardware, but it's the software of computers such as K that lets us fully use the data by creating simulations. We hope to use both hardware and software to save as many lives as possible. Tsunami simulations and research aided by cutting-edge supercomputers. Other quake-prone countries are paying attention to Japan's efforts and have begun their own research with Japan's help. Rikuzen Takata is a city in the northern part of Japan. The earthquake and subsequent tsunami of March 2011 devastated homes and submerged the surrounding farmland. The salt from the seawater has rendered much of the farmland barren. In the summer of 2012, a different kind of factory came to Rikuzen Takata. These may look like ordinary domes, But inside of these 8 buildings are indoor farms where lettuce is grown. No soil is needed here. These plants are grown with nutrient-rich water using a method called hydroponics. Using hydroponics, about 14,000 heads of lettuce can be grown in one dome, with 400 to 500 heads being shipped out each day. At 8 in the morning, women carrying baskets full of sprouts head towards the center of the dome. The sprouts are planted in the tank's seed beds. Taking a look from above at the seed beds, you can see that the tank is arranged in an ever so slightly moving spiral. The lettuce grows larger as it moves farther and farther towards the edge. Each head moves from the center of the tank to the edge, where it is harvested in about 30 days. Most of the people working here lost their workplaces to the tsunami. He says, "My fields were washed away, and so was my house. I felt that I had to do something. When I found out about this farm, I was so inspired that I applied for a job." She says it's really important to have work. Living in temporary housing might be why I feel so strongly that way. One of the features of these domes is that they can be easily built with only 35 meters square of space. In all, they take about 2 weeks to build. No metal frames are used in the domes. The canopy is held up by air pressure. In this way, no shadows are cast on the inside of the building, and sunlight can stream in from all directions, helping the vegetables grow even faster. A computer controls the temperature of the building, allowing a stable production of vegetables to be grown all year round. Compared to conventional square buildings, round hydroponic farms are highly efficient. They allow twice the amount of food to be grown in the same amount of space. Dome-shaped hydroponic farms free growers from most of the worry about location or soil conditions. For countries that lack the proper conditions for farming, such as cold climate and desert countries, this type of facility is starting to attract attention. Mount Fuji. This World Cultural Heritage Site is a symbol of Japan. One of the places that you can view the magnificent Mount Fuji is the popular tourist spot Hakone. Roughly an hour and a half from Tokyo by car or train, Hakone Station cheerfully greets you with seasonal flowers. Surrounded by deep green nature is Lake Ashinoko. From here, you can see the face of Mount Fuji peeking through the mountains. Because of its strategic location, Hakone has long been regarded as a getaway destination and developed early into a tourist attraction. In fact, a guidebook was published about Hakone over 200 years ago. The source of its fame? Onsen, or hot springs. Hakone is located on a volcanic region, and heated by the hot earth from below, warm waters can be found here gushing everywhere. You'll find lodging featuring hot springs lining the streets. And after a long day's journey, a dip in the relaxing waters is just the thing to rid your body of fatigue. This is an outdoor hot spring in a hotel garden. Surrounded by nature on a clear sunny day, you can even look out at Mount Fuji. In the middle of the city, there's another way to enjoy the hot springs: a warm foot bath. If you get tired while walking the streets of Hakone, sit down and refresh your feet. Hakone also features people who dance the cares away of the guests who stay here. Located close to the bustling city of Tokyo is a getaway where travelers can enjoy the many faces of Mount Fuji. That place is Hakone.
A small town nestled in the mountains of northern Miyazaki. This is Takachiho, home to some of Japan's most ancient myths and legends. The natural landscape here has always been especially revered as sacred. Even today, the town has more than 100 shrines. Much of the scenery has old myths associated with it. This riverbed was said to be a meeting place for the gods. From beneath this 1,300-year-old Zelkova tree, a sacred spring bubbles to the surface, a gift from the gods. Takachiho's mysterious charms attract 1.2 million visitors every year. Some of the most mysterious of these charms are to be seen in the Gokasegawa Gorge, a deep narrow valley cutting through dense primeval forest. The ravine sheer cliffs were formed by volcanic eruptions tens of thousands of years ago. A footpath runs for 800 meters along the river, leading you through the ever-changing scenery. Close by the gorge stands the Takachiho Shrine. Founded about 1,800 years ago, it is the head shrine of the town. Two gigantic cedar trees, so close their roots have fused together. Legend says that if two people walk hand in hand around these trees, the bond between them will last a lifetime. As darkness falls, the sound of flutes and drums echoes round the shrine. This is kagura, an ancient tradition of music and dance that's been performed in Takachiho for over 800 years. The performers represent gods in dances that retell the ancient legends. Of the 33 kagura dances preserved at Takachiho, the most important is the tale of the sun goddess. The sun goddess hid in a cave, casting the earth into darkness. The other gods and goddesses sang and danced outside to arouse her curiosity and lure the light of the sun back into the world. Takachiho is a land where the old myths live on. In this inspiring scenery, where every rock and stream is steeped in legend, you feel the lingering presence of the ancient mysteries. Zori and Geto, traditional Japanese footwear still widely worn today. Construction is simple, a base to support the foot and a strap for the toes to grip. Zori have a very long history, but straw zori from the 9th century look very similar to those made today. One difference is that leather, plastic, and many other materials are now used as well as the traditional straw. From formal zori worn with kimono to casual ones you can slip on any time, zori come in many styles. The bumpy upper surface of these zori is designed to stimulate circulation in the soles of your feet. Rubber beach sandals or flip-flops are a common sight worldwide. Amazingly enough, they were invented in Japan, inspired by zori. Light and convenient, beach sandals are now made in a huge number of varieties. Getter consists of a flat piece of wood with two ribs underneath known as teeth to raise the wearer off the ground. Geta have their roots in agricultural accessories worn when planting rice. People began using geta as footwear in the 5th century. At first only worn on special occasions like festivals, by the 17th century they had become everyday footwear. There are many styles with different shapes for the top and for the teeth. For rainy days, these geta have toe covers. These have a top layer of bamboo to keep the feet cool in summer. Geta are the natural choice when wearing traditional Japanese clothes. But they look good with jeans and casual wear too. People love geta for the simplicity and the feeling of being barefoot. You'll often see the chefs in Japanese restaurants wearing geta. Kitchen floors can be cold and damp from frequent washing, and geta keep the feet dry and raised off the floor. Artisan-made geta are prized for their beauty as well as their practicality. These gorgeous examples are decorated with gold and silver on a lacquer base. Because you must firmly grip the thong with your toes as you walk, Zori and geta exercise the muscles of your feet and promote good posture. Unlike shoes, your feet are open to the fresh air, and your toes aren't cramped and squeezed together. This prevents corns and many kinds of foot problems. Zori and geta have been worn in Japan for a very long time. It's an old tradition that's very much alive, with new designs appearing constantly. Flea markets are becoming more and more common in Japan, as people want to find a new home for old possessions rather than just throwing them away. The most popular flea markets are those that specialize in certain items or interests. This flea market is in Akihabara, the center of anime and manga culture. The main items on sale are anime character products. There are even fashions based on anime themes. Good condition items at reasonable prices draw lots of anime fans wanting to add to their collections. It's not like a shop where there's a barrier between the shopkeeper and the customer. The market is a great place for getting to know people. There are also huge flea markets catering specifically for women. These events attract between 3,000 and 10,000 women a day. It's hard to tell the difference between the young women buying and those selling, and the friendly atmosphere makes it very bold. These garments have been carefully looked after by their owners, who now have no further use for them. As well as clothes, there are also shoes, accessories, romantic manga, cosmetics, and pretty much everything that appeals to young women's tastes. No one is really here to make a profit, so the bartering is friendly and playful. It's also a great occasion for showing off personal fashion ideas. But the main attraction is meeting people, making new friends, and just having fun. Buyers and sellers also make heavy use of the internet to share information and photos of items on offer. It's really interesting. I get to meet and talk with all kinds of lovely people. Selling things is fun, and I enjoy making friends with the people who buy my stuff. This flea market is for children only. No one above the age of 12 is allowed to take part. It was first started with the aim of teaching young children the importance of caring for their possessions. The children are selling toys and stationery items that they no longer want to keep. Children selling to children. It's all real. Actual money is exchanged and the sellers keep proper accounts. It's an experience that will help the children later in adult society. I hope whoever buys my toys is going to look after them properly. I think it's great that my clothes can still be useful for someone else after I've grown out of them.
Yes, Mr. Viecha.
Yes, Your Lordship, I don't recall that you made a directive regarding the production of that specific annexure.
No, but if it was said
what
to
was
be...
noted, Your Lordship, was that it was not attached to the affidavit. And I suppose there would be implications for when the inheritance document is not attached for the rest of that. So we did explain to our learned friend that we had been unable to locate the documents in what we had. We've been attending courts. We've not been able to locate the documents. But also to my recollection, we did not make submission on that document at all. We acknowledge that it is not attached to our affidavit.
So what do we do with that affidavit then?
My Lord, you treat it as after that government is not supported by the document, because the document is not on the record.
Mr. Manas,
this, my Lord, on my part, it is a very critical document, especially in light of these documents which have been deposited in court. When you look at the affidavit, we had a quick scan and got what would look like the DR form. And we find that the results are completely different. If you see paragraph 7, paragraph 8 of that affidavit, it gives the first respondent 135 votes. When
these are the votes given in the affidavit?
Yes, because this was the presiding officer who was saying, I'm attaching a DR form.
Let's first get the affidavit and we'll move it. Okay, which paragraph are you referring to?
8, my lord. Paragraph 8 says the first respondent got 138 votes. The DR form, which is not yet on record, but I can say what I have here, says he got 119. Less. Then Kiza Resident Fefe, who is not a party, they say he got 366 votes. Here in the affidavit it is saying 279. The first respondent, the petitioner, they say got 3 votes. in the DR form, he has 4 votes. So this actually raises the question we have been asking: where did the results come from? So in light of this, my lords, we are seeking for your indulgence under Rule 17. Rule 17. Rule 17 as read together with our pleadings in paras 32. We clearly stated that the DR forms, the tally sheets, and the returns were relevant documents that ought to have been disclosed and produced to enable us litigate this petition, which 32, which has been given so many names by the head of the bar. The documents were delivered this morning. We acknowledge receipt, and we would like to be given time to put them now in evidence and to accompany with our analysis, like what we are saying. Because when you look at them, even just using their evidence, we have seen one tally sheet from Kabale. Yet when you see the affidavit of the retiring officer of Kabale, which I also mentioned, he clearly stated mode of transmission. He said, if I may read it, mode of transmission, my lord, was carrying the server to EC. They carried the server to the EC. Yet when they were declaring the results, and he signed at a time, he signed at 7:30. That is the affidavit of Adam Shushi. The affidavit is the Shesha Juma Adam. I refer you to this annex. Transmission of results to the Electoral Commission headquarters, date presidential on 20th February 2016, time 7:30. Method of transmission, server delivered to EC. That is the time. Yet, these results were announced. So where were they got before they could be downloaded from the server? So those are the questions which we will be bringing in. So we would request for time to make an analysis, and that would really bring out our case. Because if you read 32, we are saying these forms, together with the BVVK and BVVS records, would make, we needed them for comparison to show that the number of voters as recorded by the BVVK are different from the number of voters declared. However, we have been given only these ones, but with these ones we can also show you that the results were being put in by they were not representing the will of the people as per the DR forms, but were being, I don't want to use hard words, but they were being entered in without reference to the actual DRs. So, my lords, we would request that the DR form which has those results should be produced. Because this is a presidential election petition. If someone says that these are the results, they should be produced in court. So we need that DR. It is not a question of casually saying that, look, you strike off the affidavit. We need it here. Because there is a DR which is saying different, which has been given to us. Then two, in view of all this, we would like to tender in this, and that means we need at least a supporting affidavit, and that would mean extending the time. I understand the constraints. I know we have to deliver you have to deliver judgment within 30 days, but we are also giving this document to them only. They can have time to make responses, and we get back to the fair hearing principle. I think we are here for an inquiry to deliver justice. Yesterday they were telling us about substantive justice, and substantive justice would require these documents, which were a principal documents in our case, should be put in for evaluation by your lordship. So we pray.
Yes.
My Lord, we oppose this application. First of all, the document we did not attach to the evidence. Like my learned friend Mr. Bieja said, failure to attach an annexure to an affidavit has legal consequences. It is not enough for a person who fails to attach a document to just simply come and bring it into court. That's not how proceedings are done. So if a party wish to rely on a document and they fail to present it in the court, the consequences are very clear. So if Mr. Mbabazi has a document which he's relying on to make his submission, I think the court should take his submissions and decide the case on the basis of his submissions as he so wishes. My Lord, we were not able to find the document. He has been supplied with all the DRR forms. He can find it. The affidavit is there, and he can make the submission, and the court will decide. I think the court eventually will decide whether or not the results that appear on that declaration of results form are consistent with the results that were declared by the Electoral Commission, and the court will make a finding to that effect. My Lord, in respect to the question of adjournment, to allow them time to enter these documents on the record. First of all, my Lord, under Rule 13, an adjournment in a presidential petition is given under exceptional circumstances. This petition was filed on the 1st of March 2016. By the time the petitioner filed this petition, he had a case that he brought to this court. He had a case that he brought to this court. And the case he brought to this court could not have been in document he has not seen. The case he brought to the court on the 1st of March could not have been in the document he had not seen. So for counsel for the petitioner to argue that his case is in these documents which were given to him yesterday, I think is really wrong. But again, my Lord, on the 7th of March, they amended this petition. They amended this petition. And again, their case that amended the petition could not have been based on documents they did not have. You cannot come to the court and say, I have a case, I have filed it, but now if I get more documents, I'll file another case. That's not how it works. My Lord, if you read paragraph 37 of their petition, amended petition, paragraph 37, paragraph 37 of the amended petition is very telling. He explains in 35 and 36 this whole process that he's been complaining about. And then in paragraph 37 he says, in this regard, paragraph 37 says, in this regard, the declaration the DRR forms used by the second respondent to declare the results are essential and critical to determine whether the results announced correspond with what was recorded on the DRR form in possession of the second respondent. That is the first thing that he wants to prove with paragraph 37. Whether the results announced correspond with what was recorded on the declaration of results form. That you look at the declaration of results form, you look at what was declared by Electoral Commission and decide whether they are the same. The second one is to compare them with those in possession of the petitioner. So he says he wants to compare three things: the announced results of the Electoral Commission, the declaration of results form of the second respondent, and then his own declaration of results forms, the forms in possession of the petition. My lords, as we speak now, on the record, you do not even have the declaration of results form which the petitioner said in this affidavit he had. On the record today, you do not have the declaration of results form in paragraph 37 which the petitioner said he had. So there is nothing to compare with. There is nothing to compare to. Secondly, my lord, a submission in rejoinder. A submission in rejoinder deals with those matters that have been raised in the submission of the respondent. The respondent did not rely on those documents, did not rely on the affidavit that he's bringing, that he wants this court to allow him to bring. So at this late stage, my lord, the first respondent is an active participant in this process. Counsel is on record as having said he amended his petition after reading the answer. He amended his petition after reading the answer. Now he wants to bring evidence after we have closed our case. I know that would be the most unfair circumstance for the petitioner to find themselves, rather the first respondent to find themselves. We did not submit on that, so to apply for an adjournment in order to rejoin something that we did not submit on would be wrong. My lord, this court is constrained by time. If this court were to think that the respondent, the petitioner needs time to file more evidence, then the respondents need to be given time to file responses to that new evidence and submit on it. Again, my lord, yesterday when we were here, we were treated to an argument between the petitioner and the second respondent about this very same document. I don't think any one of them disagreed that the documents were present in court. They were here. Now, what their argument was for the petitioner, remove them from the record. All of a sudden they're on the record and they have been supplied and now you want to bring them on the record as evidence. My lord, fifthly, these documents that are being applied for in the process of this court could have been applied for within the past 10 days before they filed the petition. These are public documents. My colleagues are advocates of the High Court, even senior to me, and they know the process of applying to acquire public documents. My lord, there's been this whole argument about discovery and inspection, but one fundamental thing that shows lack of diligence on the part of the petitioner is that they have not presented to you any proof that before they filed the suit, there was a single attempt to acquire this document which they believe were very vital to their case. My lord, in the past two petitions,
they were saying there was a notice to produce and inspect.
my lord, the notice to produce and inspect was after the amendment of the petition. That was after 7. The time within which they had to file the petition was between the 20th and the 1st of March. If they were serious about prosecuting this case, between the 20th and the 1st of March, they could have written a letter to the Electoral Commission and said, I intend to file a petition in the Supreme Court and I require the documents mentioned in in Section 56 of the Presidential Elections Act. Kindly advise me how I can acquire those. Then they will come here to the court and say, my lord, why I filed such a wanting petition was because I failed to get the document which I had applied for. That was not done, my lord. Lastly, my lord, even if you allowed them time to put in an additional affidavit to bring those documents, my learned friend Mr. Karuhanga submitted yesterday, the court can only inquire into the petition before them. My learned friends will be at pains to show which paragraph of his petition these documents will serve to help. The only paragraphs that I have mentioned in respect declaration of results form are saying they will be important. Well, they could be important, but there is no paragraph in here which says that with the declaration of results form I will prove this fact in order for us to be able to respond to it. So my lord, really, honestly speaking, this fishing expedition has gone on from the time they filed the petition on the 1st. The court allowed the amendment on the 7th. And we have been going on and on about this. We have been sitting here watching this discourse between the first respondent and the petition. But the second respondent and the petition. The most disturbing thing, my lord, is that if these documents were in fact in the court possession, and the petitioner really wanted to use these documents, honestly, wanted to use these documents, they could have just walked downstairs and asked for copies of these documents. Nothing stopped them. They were in the possession of the court. So my lord, we believe that this application is really not made in good faith. It is made against all nature of rules of practice and fairness in judicial proceedings, and we pray that the petitioner be asked to proceed with a submission on his case in respect to what the respondent submitted to. We so pray.
Much obliged, my lords. My lords, in objecting to counsel for the petitioner's application, I want to fully associate myself with the submissions of counsel for the first respondent, and only to add that the procedure being adopted by counsel for the petition, for the petitioner, is strange to this court. By the time you go to court on any matter, you have the material, you have the evidence with which to prosecute your case. You don't go to court in anticipation that you will recover material from the opposite party to use in the prosecution of your case. These documents have just been recovered from the second respondent. They are there for counsel for the petitioner to inspect. If he has any quarrel with the documents, as he seems to have indeed, the remedy is simple. He claims that he has a copy of a DRA form which substantially differs from the copies that are in the documents before him. The remedy is for him to make a submission on that and discredit the evidence that is contained in the documents tendered. It is not seek an adjournment. Counsel for the second respondent has said that they cannot get the document. My lords, for the first respondent, are we going to kill them? If they cannot get it, they cannot get it. Since counsel for the petitioner has what he claims to be a copy which differs from what is on record, from what is alleged, let him make his submissions, and the court will weigh the weight of the evidence in that affidavit against his submission. That's the simple remedy. So my submission is that no sufficient cause has been shown for this court to enlarge time under the rule counsel prayed. Besides, my lords, the claimed document he wants to use to compare with the tendered documents is not evidence in court. We have not looked at it. How do we know that he has not just made it? So that opens a Pandora's box, because we are also entitled to look at the document he claims to have, see whether it is authentic, and to know how he got it. But in any event, even if he says it is an authentic document, for us, we shall give him the liberty to make his submission on that document and discredit whatever he wants to discredit using the document, and that does not entail seeking an adjournment, because he has the argument and he has actually made the argument. It is him with the document, it is him arguing that it is different, so why doesn't he submit on it? And then the court decides. So, my lords, I reiterate the submissions of my colleague, and I say that no sufficient cause has been shown for this court to enlarge time, especially given the constraint that this court of time that this court has. The prayer for an adjournment ought to be disallowed.
Yes, Mr. Thompson.
Lords, first I wish to point out that the petitioner has been invited by court to make a reply to our submissions. And this is not the time to adduce evidence. And he has no grounds whatsoever to ask for an adjournment to adduce evidence at the time of making a reply. Two, my lords, yesterday we went at great length and great pain to refer to the sections under the Presidential Elections Act, which clearly show that every candidate has a right under the law to appoint an agent at every polling station. And that agent, at the end of the day, is enjoined by law, even by the Constitution. My lords, I referred to the articles in the Constitution that provide for the DRA form and for the Presidential Elections Act. And we take it that the basis upon which the petitioner wishes to raise this matter is information which he ought to have obtained from his agent by way of the declaration form that that agent obtained from that station, polling station. In the absence of that candidate's form,
in the absence of that declaration form, which yesterday went again at great length and great pain to show how much the EC has done over the years, to include in that DR form, as long as the petitioner does not have that form, and I'm sure did not have an agent at that station, the petitioner is simply abusing the court process and wasting court's time, again trying to look for evidence at the time of replying to submissions. Last Saturday, my lords, the petitioner was allowed into the EC's records. All those files for the 28,010 polling stations were put before him, or before them. I think they were 8 in number, 5 lawyers and 3 technical experts, what they called them.
Now, how do they get on the record of the court, those files which you had posted up?
My lord, maybe let me first finish this point. That when they came to the Electoral Commission and these files were displayed before them, district by district, or regional copies, they never, even for once, asked for this particular document which they're asking for now. But, my lords, having said that, I believe that it is time for this court to take into the record all these files which have been brought before it, and
No, my question is,
yes,
they are being brought here.
yes.
They are not yet on the record of the court.
My lord, I apply that these files be put on the court record. No, as counsel for the second respondent, and upon request by court to have those records put here. Much obliged, my lord, and I will not even go in the direction that I was going into, but I'll point out that the petitioner had every opportunity to put in an affidavit, seek this information beforehand, because this was what it ought to have done before it filed the amended petition. My lord, I associate with what my colleagues for the first and third respondents have submitted and strongly oppose this petition. And I also must say that as counsel for the second respondents, we have great sympathy for your lordships who have got to pass judgment next week, and bearing in mind that next week has 4 days of public holidays. So we pray that this application be dismissed, and my learned friend should be allowed, the counsel for the petitioner, to make his reply.
Mr. Mbabazi, there are 1 or 2 things I would like you to clarify to the court. Obviously, you filed the petition, so you know it best. On the 14th, when you rose to present your case, you will recall from the record, court suggested to you whether you wanted to start with the evidence of Engineer Chigondu or you wanted to present your case first. And you said you wanted to have it included because you will not have an opportunity to do so later. That's what's on record. And then later, you put this question to Engineer Chigondu. If you have the record, it's on page 7. You say, Engineer Dr. Chigondu, you availed us, lawyers, with DR forms, tally sheets, and returns for inspection, and we are very grateful. So these documents were availed to you, and you inspected them. So at the time when you were presenting your case and submitting, after cross-examining Engineer Chigondu, you already knew the documents you had inspected. Now you seem to be talking as if it is a big total surprise to you that you have the documents. Granted, they had not been given to you but you had inspected them. So it's not a surprise.
My Lord, as you have put it, this is one, I would want to say this petition has been given so many names, which I think I'm grateful to my friends. Yeah. But there is one thing that is going to come out, and I think which I urge your lordships to consider, the question of disclosure and discovery in proceedings. We pleaded that we want these documents. Under normal procedures, when we write such a letter, when we go to inspect, we are supposed to be given those documents. And indeed, when we went, we asked, we said, can we be given these documents? There was Council Barata and the whole of, and some members of the EC. They said, for us, we don't release documents without being certified. You write a letter. And indeed, we wrote a letter. That letter is attached to the letter which is there. We wrote that letter thinking that they are going to give us those documents. And by, if they had given us those documents, because we wrote the letter on Friday, the day we came back, they had promised to give us those documents. By Saturday, Sunday, we knew we would have closed our case, then we would come here and cross-examine Engineer Kigundu in timelines. Up to today, until I think when they brought them here without giving us notice. You see, disclosure and discovery is something I think which has been lacking in our...
What I'm saying, Mr. Babazi,
yes,
you could have invoked the protection of the court and support of the court that you were unable to present your case because you hadn't got these documents. You didn't, and I put it to you. Now, you started by asking a witness and telling him that he had made available to you the documents you're asking for, and you're actually saying we are grateful.
Yes, my Lord. But if I look at
and
the
you
record...
proceeded then to make your case.
No. Well, my Lord, when I look at the record...
it's on page 7.
Yeah, at page 7, I continued.
Yes.
I continued. Because by the time you get to page 12, I asked him, yes, page 7, you availed us, that one is okay. We moved on. If you see what is at the end, the last paragraph.
Yes.
So what you showed us was not electronic, but hard copies.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Those are hard copies.
Yes.
Yes. So you did not have them in Namboli. At that moment, I did not have them, but they were only in electronic form.
Yes.
Now, how did you have them in electronic form? Then he goes to explain.
Because what I'm saying, the argument then shifted from the documents inspected to now electronic copies.
Yes.
But that's not the argument you're making now.
Yeah. My Lord, if you examine the disclosure and discovery procedure, you'd find that they were obligated to give us what we had asked for. Now, you are saying we did not seek for the protection. The law requires us to file a notice of motion. But at the same time, we are talking with my land friends. And we are saying, we are bringing them. We are bringing this document. Probably, if I had filed a notice of motion, which is supposed to be filed and had in 14 days, I think we wouldn't mind.
No.
So I was relying on my land friends, and for them they were.
Mr. Mbabazi, now don't take this thing that route. What I'm saying, when you rose to make your presentation, you could simply, as you are trying to do now, because you are not giving a notice of 14 days, are you? You could have stood up and said, we are unable to start presentation of our case because the documents we requested for have not been given to us. Or when you started cross-examining Engineer Kigundu, that's the question you should have put him. The question, the documents we requested for have not been given to us, so I'm unable to even to continue with this cross-examination. And would have proceeded because you know the time constraints. So now when you give analogies of a notice of motion of 14 days, that is going into absurdity.
But my lord, for me, on my side, I know we are going to be available these documents before actually Monday. Am I allowed to respond to what
Yes.
my land friends have said?
Yes.
Yes, my lord, I think, as I've said, this petition is going to go into issues of discovery and disclosure. I think your lordships need to come up with some judgment on that. However, the head of the bar has said we submit. I'm actually unable to submit without the document being on record, because I will be submitting from the bar. And I think with that submission is also supporting my case that we have these documents on record.
Well, the question is,
yes, ma'am.
If somebody said in an affidavit that I have attached annexure this, and then annexure cannot be found, so you're saying that's the end of your case, you can't submit?
Pardon?
Are you saying you can't submit if the annexure can't be found?
For the annexure, my lord, I'm leaving you with the discretion to determine whether what happens to that affidavit.
Okay.
Yes. But as I made 2 applications, flowing from that, we have discovered that the documents they have given us here, which we are going to look at, reveal different results, and which I read, because the affidavit is saying this, and the results who have been given are different. And when it comes to my land friend Enos, he says we are abusing the court process. I think he delayed to give us these documents, and it is really on record. Yeah. So I think the court also have to take that into consideration. And my land friend Kiriowa said that we are here to make our case from the documents that we don't have. That is what disclosure and discovery is all about. Our rules are very clear. If we are using the ordinary, if we are in a civil matter, I think the consequences would have been are very well known in the civil. Order 10 is very clear. When you don't allow the opposite party access to the documents you have, the case or the defense there are consequences for it. My lords, I urge you to look at Order 10 and see when one refuses to disclose what he ought to disclose, because always people have documents. I had referred you to a case here, my lord, which has been just determined. This was a case where there was a tussle between the existence of a bilateral and no bilateral. It ended up being found that if the bilateral was there, it ought to have been produced. Short of that, they acted outside the law. So we are saying we have been given these documents. Now, I think it is on record, and we would like to tender them in court as evidence, and we are seeking for your indulgence. We think that by bringing them today, it is an exceptional circumstance under the appropriate rule, and at the same time, we urge you, your lordships, to invoke Article 126, rule Article 126, 2E, and we administer, you administer substantive justice to this matter. It is an inquiry, so we pray, my lord.
May it please you, my lords. My lords, I just have one simple addition to make to the brilliant submission by my senior colleague. My lords, yesterday we brought to the attention of your lordships. My lords, you constitute a temple of justice. And my lords, you exercise the power conferred to you by the Constitution on behalf of the people of Uganda. And my lords, as members of the bar, we are officers of court, and the rules that govern the advocate's professional conduct require that as advocates we help the court to arrive at the truth. My lords, yesterday we brought to your attention that counsel for the second respondent had really lied to your lordships. He wrote a document, brought it secretly in this court, and lied blatantly in broad daylight that he had given us the documents, which he had not. He even apologized before your lordships. The record can bear that out. And so, my lords, we do think that this conduct required some kind of admonition from your lordships to counsel so that you can behave appropriately. My lords, not only that, my lords, by counsel lying to you, he was trying to proceed with this inquiry by trickery and concealment. You didn't give us the documents. You lied to their lordships that you gave them to us. And you do not have the modicum to even really see what you have done.
The language of the bar, I think the language my land friend is using. I think the language my land friend is using lying, trickery, deception. I'll just ask my land friend to remember that Mr. Tumzini is his landed friend. But really, Mr. Tinopsinje, I understand how you feel. But this matter we dealt with yesterday, and the problem was solved. I think let's now deal with the more substantive question that Mr. Mbabas has raised, which we need to go into.
Much obliged, my lords. But equally, Counsel Chiriwachiwanuka, my land friend, again, even after that apology, still maintains that these documents were officially true in court. My lords, we really feel that we need to proceed with this matter without delaying it. Council should stop delaying court by raising issues that we think are besides the point. We are saying, my lords, these are 28,000, more than 28,000 documents. My lords, we seek the indulgence of this court and counsel for the second respondent and the first respondent for that matter, that common sense logic and sound judgment would dictate that we need to look at these documents, analyze them.
We are made to understand that we are not seeing these documents for the first time. That's the only. Now, arising out of that, you discover that one affidavit did not make an attachment. I thought to jump on that and say, hey, this affidavit is lying. And then you start from there. But if we are going to start looking for affidavits, I mean, missing documents like the one of Zitbanj, we shall be here to reform now, and we don't have that time. So why don't you address the issues as to whether you can't address your case basing on that aspect of Banji, and you do it from there.
Much obliged, my lords. My lord, it is true, we went to the Electoral Commission and we were shown a sea of documents. And my lords, we told them, the documents are here, we have seen them, can we have copies? And we studied them. That is what transpired, my lords. We have an obligation to be truthful to your lordships. My lords, this is an inquiry. If we told you we had gone through all of them, my lords, that wouldn't be correct. We saw a sea of documents and we said, please give them to us. They came and lied to you, my lords, that they gave them to us.
Even this line of an inquiry, it cannot be an open-ended inquiry. The inquiry must have, any inquiry, even if it was under Commission of Inquiry Act, would have terms of reference and would have timelines. Here we are working within a constitutional timeline, and we are now talking of a sea of documents. So you want the court to allow you to go and start wading in that sea of documents and then be able to find maybe a fish here and a fish there. I don't think that's even a good analogy you are making. Please, let's be realistic with what the task before the court.
Yes. My Lord, when we inspect...
Mr. Mabasi, you should know that even your own forms are not before this court.
Yes.
So with what shall we compare if
My-
you bring those documents before the court?
My Lord, our paragraph 30 is very clear, and it has been read by my learned friend. Says, additionally and most importantly, the results announced by the second respondent declaring the first respondent as winner were manifestly different from the results announced at the polling station. The results announced at the polling stations are in the DR. Now, without these ones, we cannot present ours. It's a comparison.
What is the basis of the allegation?
Pardon?
That the results were different.
But the basis
You
of...
don't seem to have those documents before the court.
That's what we now want to bring.
You can't create your case at the end of the case.
No, my Lord.
Where we have reached.
Yes.
We can't now go reverse. We have to move forward.
Where my... Pardon, my Lord?
We have now reached the stage of submission. We can't now go back and fish for evidence to support our case.
Well, my Lord, that
Can
is... Well, but that is what has happened. It's an exceptional circumstance. And you have been saying and asking us, we looked at these documents. Correct. We looked at them. But when we looked at them, we did not get hard copies. This court needs hard copies. Needs hard copies of these documents to look also at them with what we will have done. For us, we already have our analysis of these documents. We just need to put them there. We present you with what?
You are doing an analysis without your own diplomatic source.
But we have our own.
The ones in your possession.
We have our own. We won't bring we'll be matching them. I think that is what we say. My Lord.
Whether you have where you have agents.
Yes.
You are supposed to go and say, this is what we have, this is what was declared. Compare and define where we were.
My Lord.
Would have moved forward as
Well, my Lord, paragraph 37 also is very clear, which my learned friend Kiriwa used. It says the DR forms used by the second respondent. You see, if these documents have to be in court, they have to be matched against what we have, and
but we're asking that what you have is where? Because we must also be able to have it. You see, if you are going to say this DR form is different from the one that I have,
yes,
the court must be looking at what you have.
It is coming with the analysis.
So what you're asking is that you now want to start your case all over by putting in fresh evidence.
No, when we are
wait a minute.
Yes.
You want now to say you want to introduce the DR forms that you have in your possession as evidence with which you will use to compare against these other documents. So in effect, you are asking to start your case all over again with presentation of fresh evidence.
My Lord, even if you put the parameters and say we don't do that, that's okay. But these documents themselves will point out and show you that what was announced is not what is in the DR forms from their own documents. The tally sheets which are here and the DR forms that are there. This is actually what we just, if a slight glimpse we had with this other DR form which is missing has already revealed.
But what is the basis of you saying that what was announced when you did not attach it to your petition? Because if you had said that look, what was announced is different from what we have, from our agents,
yes,
and then that would have justified the production of those ones so that we can maybe the court can compare.
My Lord, there was one affidavit which we filed.
But you see, Mr. Mbabazi,
yes, my Lord.
On Monday,
yes,
when you presented your case,
yes, my Lord,
what case did you actually present? If you can just remind us, what case did you present?
I presented the case that there were no DR forms, upon which the second respondent relied to announce the first respondent as winner.
Okay. And what evidence did you rely on to make that?
I relied on the evidence of Okello, who was at the tally center and never witnessed the DR forms being used to declare results. I also used the evidence of Engineer Kigundu, who said they did not use these documents, they used scanned documents to declare results.
So now, in response to all the replies, you want to be able to adduce evidence of what you have in your possession,
no,
which you have used to make an analysis. That's what you just said to the court.
Yes.
That you have been making your own analysis,
yes,
based on what is not before the court, and you want to come and submit on the basis of that.
No, my Lord, we'll submit on what is here. What is here is enough. On what we get is enough. My Lord, I think you have the discretion to make a ruling on this matter.
And I think it is time to take a lunch break.
Juma, my Lord.
We will come back here at 3 o'clock, and we'll give direction on which way to go.
Not done.
Well done.
Not done. You still have a way to go.
Well done. Well done.
This one is
the second session, if you like, of the 5th day of the sitting of the Supreme Court as they hear this election petition, presidential election petition, seems to have ended. The second session, that is, taking a break, a lunch break up to 3 p.m. That is when court resumes. Today was meant to be a day for the third respondent, that's the Attorney General, made their submissions as quickly as they possibly could, and by 11:30 they had rested their case. So what we see now is the petitioners' lawyers coming through again. The practice, we understand, really is after the respondents, all of them have made their submissions before the court, then there is room, there's leeway for the petitioner's lawyers to come through and maybe make certain remarks based on what the respondents have placed before court, and that seems to be what is happening now. We'll wait and see how the afternoon goes. For now, it's a break for them and it's a break for us here too. We'll take a quick one and get back with NTV at 1.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#.
Amanya gange nze Kigundu Habati ndi munda mawulire era nga nkola ne UBC mpangudde sente olunaku lwaleero n'aba Airtel nga kyenakoze okwangula sente zino zolamu naguze airtime okuva ku Airtel Money kikwalidde ebbanga lya wiiki 3 nga mbadde ngula airtime buli kumakya nga ntya ku simu yange bwenkozesa obudde bw'emisana.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Education tips are brought to you by Kampala International University.
Schedule of classes. It's important to organize your week so that you know when you need to attend lectures and then set aside additional time for self-study and working on assignments.
Education tips are brought to you by Kampala International University.
Insurance tips
is brought to you by ICEA Group.
When you take up insurance, for instance, if you're an owner of a small business that does printing and have a printing machine, say worth over 400 million, now in the event that it caught fire and you've taken up insurance, the insurance company will be in position to actually compensate you. It may not compensate you up to the tune of 400 million, but should be able to give you enough money, say 360 million, that should enable you to buy this machine and get back into business. So basically, the importance of insurance is to provide you a peace of mind and you're in position to keep running your business without any worries.
We will be there with you when it all starts. There with you as you see them through school. With you when you first ignite your dream car. There to encourage you through your investments.
News Updates is brought to you by
Sadolin, color your world.
Dismiss it with costs. The third respondent, the Attorney General, tells the Supreme Court as the hearing of the presidential election petition continues. Kenya and Uganda enter into fresh agreements that will see an end to the constant border conflicts, including marine boundaries. Unregulating religious institutions, government moves to compile database of faith-based organizations.
Tiffany Salida, give your world a Sadolin makeover today. Sadolin, color your world.
In this week's edition of the East African, read what our columnists have to say on the crisis of elections in East Africa. Muthoni Wanyeki asks why we bother to play the game when the playing field is tilted. Fred Mutebi asks whether the difference between perception and reality matters if everyone believes an election was stolen. LC Eyakuze believes universal suffrage is central to African nationalist identity. Plus, Charles Obo on why the Burundi-Rwanda spat is dangerous for regional stability. Generali Ulimwengu on David Cameron's peculiar habit of wife swapping. Grab your copy of the East African from any vendor outlets. The East African, understanding the region.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185 hash. Pay your bills, load data, or buy airtime. You could also send some cash. Come on, use Airtel money. You could win a lot of cash.
All you gotta do is dial *185 hash. Then you get to
Yola, Yola, Yola. Yola. Dial *185 hash and Yola.
Yola Maja with Airtel money. Dial *185 hash and transact.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
This Easter, Tusker Malt Lager presents South African music group Uhuru. Legendary music star Maddox, talented songbird Sandra Subi at Blankets and Wines at the Uganda Museum on Sunday the 27th of March.
Tickets are at 100,000 shillings for adults and 10,000 shillings for children. Buy your tickets at any Payway outlet. Brought to you by NTV, Rwanda Air, Media World Productions, Rock Telecom, Silk Events and
Tusker Malt Lager.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to NTV at 1. My name is Joel Senyonyi. Let's take a look at the headlines as we begin. Dismiss it with costs. The third respondent, the Attorney General, tells the Supreme Court as the hearing of the presidential election petition continues. Kenya and Uganda enter into fresh agreements that will see an end to the constant border conflicts, including marine boundaries. Unregulating religious institutions, government moves to compile database of faith-based organizations. Once again, a warm welcome to NTV at 1. The Deputy Attorney General Mwesigwa Rukutana has asked the Supreme Court to dismiss with costs the petition challenging the presidential results. The Attorney General is the third respondent in the case. Developing a policy aimed at regulating the activities of faith-based organizations in the country. Part of this policy includes designating a database of all the organizations and monitoring their events. The move was announced by officials at the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity in the Office of the President. It follows a series of concerns about fraudulent activities carried out by leaders of religious organizations.
The Department of Religious Affairs under DEI was established because government knew that whereas all faith-based groups have a common need for all people to respect the divine virtues based on love for one another. Yet, there are few people who have sought to cover up certain irreligious activities, and I repeat, irreligious activities, with nothing in mind but the promotion of their own personal, political, tribal, sectional ends under the umbrella of religion.
The government thinks about this faith-based. Does it really affect Church of Uganda, Catholic and Anglican? And the Catholic? Because Church of Uganda, Catholic, the Muslim, those are the oldest faith-based religious organizations in Uganda. And they are older than the government of Uganda. So they cannot be registered. They are already in their own rights. They are for the people of Uganda.
We think it is going to be a good policy because it is fostering partnership with the government, with the private sector, this time as a faith-based organization, in terms of education and health institution, and coordination of activities within the faith-based organization for the benefit of the community.
The Ministry of Information and Communications Technology says that the local internet market is set for infrastructural development worth 600 billion shillings within the next 4 years. John Mayanja, the Commissioner for Telecommunication, says the current demand for data by ministries, agencies, private sector organizations and the public is growing very fast. He was speaking at the launch of the 235-kilometer network of fiber connection across the country by bandwidth and cloud services, which costs 30 billion Uganda shillings. This development comes at a time when some of the leading telecom firms are reporting earnings worth nearly $500 billion shillings accruing from revenues in data sales each year.
Efficient. Uganda has developed a national broadband strategy, and these are some of the highlights of this initiative. Broadband access penetration of 50% and 100% for rural and urban areas respectively. 100% of district and sub-county headquarters, health center halls, tertiary institutions and secondary schools with broadband connectivity. 50% of primary schools with broadband connectivity. 70% of ministries, departments and agencies and local governments with interactive e-services.
Last section of the network we're launching today the cable was delivered middle of February. Despite the interruptions over the election period, the cable was finished strung over 230 kilometers last weekend. And we provide services to South Sudan, Eastern DRC, and Burundi. Uganda is still our home and our largest market.
Kenya and Uganda have entered into fresh agreements that will see an end to the constant border conflicts, including marine boundaries. The Joint Border Commission has agreed to appoint coordinators from the two countries who will ensure the implementation of recommendations urged at the end of a 4-day joint meeting that sought to bring an end to the border disputes. Ken Mijungu reports.
elections next year.
It was during the 11th Kenya-Uganda Joint Commissioners meeting where the Joint Border Commission agreed to harmonize security arrangements for the marine boundary. The agreement, which essentially bordered around the constant conflict in Migingo Island, where Uganda has been accused of subjecting Kenyans on the island to untold suffering and discrimination. The meeting agreed to urgently develop a work plan for managing and regulating fishing and related development in the fishing industry activities on Lake Victoria.
The main areas of focus were peace and security and socio-economic development. The specific sectors included international terrorism and related crimes, as well as agriculture, livestock development, cross-border trade, education, fisheries management, environment, and health.
The two countries have had running issues over the island that is rich in fish population and has attracted traders and fishermen from both countries. The latest effort bringing hope of an end to troubled times for Kenyans on the island. But this is not the first attempt to get the two sides to peacefully coexist and do business together. In fact, what the Joint Border Commission is seeking to do is what should have been done years ago.
The Joint Border Commission recommended the following among others: peace and security. A, both countries to streamline the vetting process for the acquisition of national identification cards.
In 2009, at the height of the Migingo conflict, Kenya and Uganda agreed to jointly map the island with an aim of determining if it is in Kenya or Uganda. A 140 million shilling budget was set aside for the exercise. Then President Mwai Kibaki and his Ugandan counterpart, President Yoweri Museveni, agreed to establish a 60-day deadline for the conclusion of the joint technical survey that will resolve the dispute over Migingo Island. The two leaders also agreed to allow the presence of joint security forces on the island during the period of the survey exercise. The survey exercise was suspended a few days later. The survey would have found Migingo positioned on the Kenyan side of the boundary and presented challenges for managing fishing activities since Ugandan administered waters extended directly to the shores of the island.
So if a Ugandan comes to dock his boat, the dry point where he can dock is in Kenya, but the water is in Uganda.
Less than a week ago, Migingo hit the headlines once again after Ugandan security officers stopped voter registration. The island is dominated by the Ugandan police officers. Two independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission clerks were registering Kenyans when the officers arrested them and their equipment confiscated. The two clerks were told they should have produced their passports before entering the island, and it took the intervention of Kenyan officers stationed at the Ugingo Island about 200 meters away for the clerks to be released. Such is the atmosphere the Kenyans have had to contend with, and one of the tasks of the Joint Boundaries Commission is to ensure peaceful coexistence. Ken Mijungu, NTV.
Let's take a break now, but NTV at 1 returns shortly. Do stay with us.
This Easter, Tusker Malt Lager presents South African music group Uhuru. Legendary music star Maddox, talented songbird Sandra Subi at Blankets and Wines at the Uganda Museum on Sunday the 27th of March.
Tickets are at 100,000 shillings for adults and 10,000 shillings for children. Buy your tickets at any payway outlet. Brought to you by NTV, Rwanda Air, Media World Productions, Rock Telecom, Silk Events, and
Tusker Malt Lager.
Uganda Christian University is pleased to announce that admissions to our May and September intakes are now open. Choose from up to 49 diplomas, bachelor's, master's and PhD courses available in both arts and sciences. Application forms can be picked up from our main campus in Mukono or any of the campuses in Kabale, Mbale, Kampala and Arua, or download the forms on www.ucu.sc.ug. Call admissions on 0794 770 826 for further information.
Book your space at the biggest comedy show of the year. I Am Kansime. Kampala's ribs shall crack as Anne Kansime brings the house down at Imperial Royal Hotel on Thursday, the 24th of March. Tickets are already on sale at 100,000 shillings, 3 million shillings for gold tables, and 5 million for platinum tables.
I Am Kansime. Yeah, you got it.
I Am Kansime is proudly sponsored by Spark TV, C-Rock, SMS1, and 97 FM Radio City.
Let's move to neighboring Kenya now. Chief Justice Dr. Willy Mutunga asked the government to dig up the 11 graves at Kamiti Prison and identify the remains of Kenyan freedom fighter Dedan Kimathi. Dr. Mutunga made the call while presenting certified copies of the late freedom fighter to his family. Dedan Kimathi Wachiuru, born Kimathi Wachiuru, was the leader of the Mau Mau, which led an armed military struggle known as the Mau Mau Uprising against the British colonial government in Kenya in the 1950s.
59 years after the death of the freedom fighter Dedan Kimathi, his family is still searching for the remains of the Mau Mau fighter. And today, the family was here at the Supreme Court seeking those answers. Chief Justice William Mutunga presented the family with a file containing the trial proceedings that led to the hanging of the freedom fighter by the colonial government. The file was recently obtained from the Senate House Library of the University of London in the United Kingdom.
The file is a certified copy or record of both the trial and appellate proceedings of the Dedan Kimathi case. The file is rich in detail, including supporting documentation.
The file had been handed to the library as a donation from the private collection of the lawyer who represented Kimathi, Ralph Milner, who is now deceased.
May I take this opportunity to appeal to Kenyans, especially former judicial officers or their families, to help us in our efforts to locate any memorabilia of heritage value to the judiciary.
Kimathi was executed in 1957 for his dedication and commitment to Kenya's liberation. It is also believed that the freedom fighter was buried in an unmarked grave at the Kamiti Maximum Prison.
These 11 spots, I don't see why they cannot be dug up, and the remains then subjected to DNA tests. I've heard myself that Kimathi was buried still handcuffed, and if that is the case, then obviously they should be able to find this. And
the freedom fighter's widow Mukami Kimathi said she is losing her eyesight and there was an urgent need to excavate the various points where the hero is suspected to have been interred 59 years ago.
At least one president ajitokeze aseme enough is enough. Familia imechoka ni kugoja, wache watafutie hii mwili, maana ikisema sitafanya. Lakini ni vile tu kama ikiwezekana, kama at least they are serious in this issue. Wakiweka mchezo chini, hii mwili kwa hali iko wanaweza itoa. Wakiungana na serikali ya gereza.
Kimathi led an armed military struggle known as the Mau Mau Rebellion against the British colonial government in Kenya in the 1950s. Rozongoi, NTV.
International news now. Ethiopia's leader has urged the world to donate more towards food aid, which he says is needed to fight a drought that has left more than 10 million people hungry. Aid agencies and the government said they must raise more than $1.4 billion of aid, but that only about half of that amount has been collected so far. The emergency appeal is the third largest in the world after those for Syria and Yemen. The country's Prime Minister, Haile Mariam Desalegn, said Ethiopia should not be neglected by any means, despite all the other crises that are going on elsewhere in the world. The US has been the biggest donor, giving more than $532 million in humanitarian aid to the country since October 2014. The Ethiopian government has also spent about $380 million of its own money. The drought was brought as a result of the El Niño climate phenomenon that affected seasonal rains, causing crops to fail and livestock to die. And in other news, North Korea has fired 2 medium-range ballistic missiles into the sea. South Korea's military said the first missile was launched from Sakcheon in the country's southwest at about 5:55 a.m. on Friday and flew 800 kilometers before crashing off into the East Sea, also known as the Sea of Japan. The second, fired about 20 minutes later, disappeared off radar early into its flight. Both missiles are believed to be medium-range Rodong missiles fired from road mobile launch vehicles. If confirmed, it would mark North Korea's first test of a medium-range missile capable of reaching Japan. The launches came amid heightened tensions on the Korean peninsula. To sport now, a field of over 200 golfers is expected to gather and take part in Uganda's Golf Club annual Captain Prize showpiece that is at the Par 72 Kitante course tomorrow. The Himasamen-sponsored event is set to bid farewell to the outgoing Uganda Golf Club captain, Henry Rugamba, after 2 years in office.
The term in office, you leave a place satisfied that you did your best. I think that we had a very strong relationship with the ladies section. Working with them, we built the juniors competition, a holiday program, working with the ladies union as well. We have a very strong relationship, and we built a strong relationship with the Uganda Golf Union. And I would say that not just because we're the biggest, but also because we are one of the oldest clubs in Uganda.
We believe that sports is a great medium for society to unite itself and come together and use it for different causes.
And that's it for today's edition of NTV at 1. Thank you for joining us. My name is Joel Senyonyi. Good afternoon.
Few R&B artists who have been there for ages, while many came and left severely. Alan Empire, aka Alan Tonic, proves his inexorable passion for music is the biggest reason for his long stay on the charts.
I think the most important thing, first of all, is passion. There's wanting to be famous, and then there's wanting to sing and love it. So there's a big difference. So a lot of people enter the music industry looking for fame. Not that they love singing, they just want to be famous. And over over some time, you meet some hurdles, some difficulties, and you will, lose your way if you don't have the passion and patience. It's pretty much passion, patience, and hard work. That's it.
I don't.
Now, these two hot, stunning girls, Helen Lukoma and Leila Kayondo, who once painted our city red and been good tight friends for ages, are lately reported to be at odds. Our sources reveal that the two can't see eye to eye, and all crops up from SK Mbuga as it believed that he fell for Helen Lukoma. Something which didn't please Leila, thus the severe breakup. Away from that, as some of our artists are afraid of the consequences the copyright law may impact on the music industry. Talented singers Ziza Bafana and crooner Lydia Dasman gave their views about their copyright law issue.
One thing I know is we Ugandan artists, I'm telling you the truth, we would have been so far if we had the copyright. Yes, I'm telling you, we get just the normal money, like money to survive, money to do stuff, money to do videos, to live a good life, but not money we should have been getting. Those guys make a lot of money. Nigerians have a lot of money. Why? They do music. All their videos are playing on MTV because they get a lot of money. Copyrights. We don't have it here. I so support. I really want it to happen here. But I know that's a long process. But all in all, I hope one day it comes to Uganda.
We need it. We need it so much because we're going to club it on Mwimbing Avuga helicopter. We're going to club it on Mwimbing Avuga chopper. So, no kumanga nebira bikolebwa. Ebiyamba Uganda. This is how we're going to see the artists. Mumani mwagira nyo bakamire babebe kula bobi wa ntemumani. Ntana nabo bayina bebakozeza. Nabo muba testing mukoleche. Mubawuliye so. Dancehall music, all the music industry, copyright, yetagisa okubawo. Copyright, chogenda kulaba muyimbi oba music industry gana ngegenda wa? Mass, understand?
About Town is your social friend that brings you up to speed with everything about your city or town in entertainment, sports, leisure, travel, fashion, lifestyle events, news, and so much more.
NTV, turning on your world.
Why are you laughing? Because he pays 3 shillings per second. And how much are you paying? A bit less than his 3. With AfriCell, you can pay much less than both of them. With the Tokota 500 bundle, you pay less than half a shilling per second. What? Yes, less than half a shilling per second. All you have to do is dial *134# and select Tokota from the king of the bundles.
Only on AfriCell.
Education tips are brought to you by Kampala International University.
Schedule of classes. It's important to organize your week so that you know when you need to attend lectures and then set aside additional time for self-study and working on assignments.
Education tips are brought to you by Kampala International University.
You know what they say about girls? Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls! Who's the shopaholic? Girls! Who's all about selfies? Girls! Who brings the drama? Girls! But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls! Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
Isa yalagula Yesu ngali je mabega. Akali mu bufunzi.
Yesu ne Isa ani yasookawo munne.
Isa.
Buli lw'otayogera na muntu kutegeera bimukwata kutosobola kumutegeera yenna. Tekisoboka.
Era ndako yakatugamba nti Abaganda mbwajala jakasukira eggumba gyegenda. Kala kagamba akukano.
Obote. Wateekwa okubaawo eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa. Eddoboozi abantu lye bakozesa okutuusa okunnyonnyola kwabwe, okutegeerekeka, okutangaza ebibakwatako. Conquer of the British Empire. naye nga wakamu bimuyita wakamu amuyitanga mutya big daddy kuwuliriza kufumiitiriza kukola kwogera bina
tuwaye bwe yamala okutuula ngenda okutunulira mu kibatu kyange kino kyentaddeko bwendi nga muvaamu ebiwuka by'ensolosozi
ebimu byewuunyisa binakuwaza ebirala bikyusa obulamu.
Omuntu atasomye atya n'okuyingira ofiisi naye ng'omanyi nti nina omukyala n'abaana awaka nakinkola nina ne bizinesi naye ntya n'okuyingira ofiisi eno okwennyonnyolako.
Eddoboozi lye njogerako tuwaye.
NTV, turning on your world.
Timu ya PSG yamala dda okutwala ekikope kye kya Ligue 1 mu ggwanga erya Bufaransa ate wasigadde ttiimu 8 zokka mu mpaka za UEFA Europa League, empaka za UEFA Champions League musigaddemu ttiimu 8 zokka era akalulu ka lunaku lwa leero kyemmanyi mu ddakiika nga 23 okuva kati akalulu kajja kuba katandika okukwatibwa okulaba ani asinkana munne kwezo ttiimu 8 mu mpaka ebbiri ez'enjawulo ze twogeddeko. Era wano ku program eya NTV omuli gw'emizannyo tujja kuba tukutuusaako buli kimu nga bwe kivaayo mu kaluwa kakegenda okubeera nga kakwatibwa wamu ne ICC World Cricket 2020 World Cup eyo eyindira mu ggwanga erya Buyindi. Akwanirizaako yenze Darren Alan Chaine mbadde sikikola kino bulijjo olw'okuba bannange Ismail Dakaba Kigongo ne David Lumansi bombi tebaliwo olunaku olwaleero olw'ensonga ezimu eziteebereka. Naye tugenda kweyongerayo naku olwaleero nga negatiddwako munnange Elvis Senono gwe ngenda okusaba balamuseeko ababuulire wa musobola okuweereza obubaka bwammwe ate tweyongereyo. Elvis.
Mbalamusiza nnyo abalabi ba programu eno ey'omumuli era nzija kusuubira nti tujja kuba ne programu ennungi. Abafunyemu obuzibu tubasaasidde n'abali obulungi tusaba Katonda abongere ebirungi. Mpozi nga bwe Darren bwangambye abagala okututuukako musobola okugenda ku Facebook ku program NTV omumuli gw'emizannyo ne mu likinga page eyo ne musulayo comments zammwe ne mwanika comments nga Darren wategeezezza draws za Champions League zigenda kujja mu ddakiika ntono nnyo ate era tugenda kuba twogera ne ku bingi nnyo ebigenda okubeera weekend eno.
Era ko ebintu bye muyinza okuweerezako obubaka bwammwe kuliko empiira gya Premier League gye tukulondeddeyo kuliko omupiira wakati wa Everton ng'ekyaza ttiimu ya Arsenal ku Goodison Park gwe gujja okusooka olunaku olw'enkya saa 4:45 ate waliyo Manchester Derby eyo jojo tubuulirako waliyo ne derby endala wakati wa ttiimu ya Newcastle ng'ekyaza ttiimu ya Sunderland nayo so ogikoonako tubuulireko waliwo olutalo olw'okulwana ekifo ekyo ekyokusatu ttiimu ya AS Roma ekwatagana ne ttiimu eya Inter Milan mu Italian Serie A olwo n'empiira egy'ebyo gye tukulondedde mu Spanish La Liga Real Madrid Sevilla Barcelona ng'ekwatana ne ttiimu ya Villarreal. Genda ku mukutu gwa Facebook page yaffe ya NTV omuli gw'emizannyo ku mukutu gwa Twitter handle yaffe @NTV_omuli naye ebyokwogerako byo biyitirivu obungi era tugenda kusooka ne CAF Confederations Cup sabiti eno ku lunaku olwokusatu ttiimu ya Villa yatandika olugendo okwolekera akatundu aka Zanzibar mu ggwanga erya Tanzania eri ku nnyanja ennene eyo Indian Ocean era bagenda kuddinga ne ttiimu eya JKU mupiira ogwa CAF Confederations Cup. Villa omupiira ogwasooka bagwangula goals 4 ku bwereere ne Elvis oluvannyuma lw'okulinnya bus ndowooza essaawa zikunukiza n'okwera 21 Villa yabadde erina okutuuka Zanzibar olunaku olw'eggulo yatuuse oba tenaba kutuuka.
Mpozi batuuse naye bw'oba ogaseemu essaawa ezo zonna oyinza okugamba nti batambudde essaawa nga 24 oba batambulidde olunaku lulamba oba basimbula wano ku lwokusatu ku makya nnyo basobodde okutuuka eggulo ne basobola okufunamuko ku kutendekebwa okutonotono kuba bw'oba otambula olugendo lunene tebakukkiriza oba abasawo tebalagira nti okole training ey'amaanyi ate nga kiri nti badde bazanya omupiira leero bakozeemu ka training katono bagenda kuba beetegekera omupiira gwa leero.
Omupiira gwa nnaku lwa leero vira omupiira ogwasooka bagwangula goozi 4 ku bwereere. Wali ekintu kyonna kyolowooza nti JKU esobola osamba omupiira ogukuba vira goolo 5 ku bwereere oba JKU yennyini okuwangula goozi 4 ku bwereere okusobola okuyitamu nga bawangulidde mbunya?
Addala okusinziira ku ngeri gye basambamu first leg oluzanyo lwasooka olaba nti vira yaleka aba JKU bano babeera n'omupiira ebbanga erisingako ku bboli ebaagulina naye nga bwe bali tugenda mu maaso balaga nti bamanyi ki kye baagala babasinza amaanyi aba JKU babasinza amaanyi babasinza ne speed ekyo kyabayamba okuba nga bakola ki nga bafuna goolo ezenya. Sirowooza nti no JKU ejja kuba esobola okubajjako okusobola okuba teba goolo 5 zeetaaga vira bw'enebe y'okuwanduka JKU yeetaaga goolo 5 sirowooza nti basobola okuzibateeba. Nsuubira nti vira kwadde nga balimu obukooko basobola n'okugenda ne bawangula omupiira ogwo naye ekisinga obunene ndowooza bajja kuba beeraliikirira engeri ki gye beeyongerayo nga bavudde ku mupiira guno kuba bwebaba bavuddeko amazima kijja kuba kyewuunyisa nnyo kati tubala singa baba bayiseewo baba beeyongeddeyo obuzibu basinza okuba nabo bwa nsimbi kyova olaba nti batambulira n'abazanyi 16 ate ne bakuba nga batambulira mu baasi kuba JKU si ttiimu engagga ennyo naye ate jjo ojjukira nti mu luzanyo lwasooka basobola okujja wano nga bapangisaayo akanyonyi faana ebiseera bino ebyakanyonyi nga bwomanyi n'ebya cranes bwe biri akanyonyi ako katutawaanya sente tuwawo nnyo kuzifuna.
Era be bamu ku abazanyi Elvis abasinga no bazanya omupiira ogwo ogwasooka omuli abateeba goolo ez'ennya. Mike Ndere yateeba goolo eyasooka, Mike Serumaga yali asobola ofuna hat-trick mu mupiira ogwo, Umaru Kasumba yajaganya goolo yagana n'okuva mu katimba nga ateebye. Ne Godfrey Lwesibawo yateeba goolo ey'okuna. Be babazanyi abo nenjala twetoye ku muzanyo omu. Mike Serumaga ava mu ttiimu ya Lweza ajja mu Vira kyanjawulo kikyaleese mu makati gaabwe kuba ndabye obwagazi alinga ataddemu obwagazi obuyitirivu ennyo kona alabika y'ow'emyaka 8 egisembye waliwo yagenda mu ggwanga erya Sweden.
Ekisookera ddala yogedde ku myaka 8 kitegeeza alina obumanyirivu. Twamulaba nga azannya mu ttiimu ya poliisi bwe yali atandikira mu ttiimu y'e Kajansi eyo Kebi Lions n'ajja mu poliisi myaka 10 emabega ne basobola okuwangula ya Sekafa Club Championship. Kyaleeta mu ttiimu eno ekyenjawulo kyalina nti akuba omupiira ku goolo. Bw'otunuulira abawuutanyi bavira bonna beeyina Ambrose Chilya ne Robert Achema abagezaako okukola ekyefaananyiriza ng'ekya Mike Serumaga tebashuutinga nnyo batebakuba nnyo omupiira mu goolo nga ye wadde nga goolo gye yateeba mu luzanyo lwasooka yava mu koona naye walaba nti era yali afuba okulaba nti alina emipiira gy'awerekereza goalkeeper wa ttiimu ya JKU kyendowooza kyasinza banne n'okuba nti era asobola okukwatirira omupiira n'obumanyivu bw'alina.
Yeno timu ya Sports Club Villa tubagaiza birungi byere season eno gwino kuba mulundi gwa 18 nga bali ku lukalu lwa Africa kale wadde bamaze emyaka 11 ne balabika bolekera round eddako we bayinza okusinkana timu emu okuva mu ggwanga erya Cameroon oba timu ya Rabat ndowooza okuva mu ggwanga erya Rabat okuva mu ggwanga erya Morocco. Mpira no gwasooka wakati wa timu ezebbiri gwaggwa maliri goole mu kwemu baddingana mu kibuga Yaounde weekend eno okulaba ni Villa gwesinkana bwe beeyisemu ogenda mu round ey'okubiri naye Villa ng'eyo eri Zanzibar timu endala ziri eri ezisigadde wano ewaka mu league eya Azam Uganda Premier League zikyalina omukisa ogezaako goba timu ya KCCA abali ku ntiko n'obonera 36 era KCCA teina mupiira weekend eno naye olwo olunaku olwaleero tiimu ya URA esobola okendeeza enjawulo wakati waabwe ne tiimu ya KCA singa bakuba tiimu ya Express gwe mupiira omunene ogulio Elvis olunaku olwaleero era URA ng'ekyaza Express kyemanyi mu ssaawa ng'emu n'eddakiika 10 eziyise tiimu ya Express esobodde okutindiga olugendo okwolekera erugazi oluguudo no lwe bakutte sabbiti eno baalukwata ne boolekera Jinja tiimu ya James Hippos ne bakubirayo goals 2 ku bwereere era obwo obuwanguzi bwa James Hippos bwe bwali busoose okuva December ndowooza omuzannyi Richard Wandiaka bwateeba goolo ennya ndowooza kusowana James Hippos yali tewangulangayo mupiira gwonna naye wano Express eddayo yakubwanga etuuse Jinja olugendo balusazizaako bakoma lugazi URA banagikanga.
basobola balina obusobozi balina abasambi b'endowooza nti balina obumanyirivu naddala mu bateebi tujja kulonda omuzanyi Tonodu wawo n'omuzanyi Kintu ne Ibrahim Kaiwa abagenda ne tiimu ya Cranes yagenda Arua weekend ewedde gwe mundo gwasooka okuyitibwa ndowooza abawutanyi balungi n'enviiri express tuze tubyogera wano buli kumpi buli kanaku nti bizibu bya ssente era kigambibwa nti waliwo abazanyi nga basatu abagana okutambula
ogenda kugwa
hippos nga kuliko goalkeeper Mike Majwega nga kuliko n'omuzibizi olumu azanya ng'omutanyi Kigozi oyo muto wa Manko Kaweesa kiteeberezebwa nti kigambibwa nti bagana okutambula naye nga tumanyi ebizibu byonna kwe biba nabadde njogeramu kuno omutendesi wa express eggulo Waswa Bosa nga agamba nti babadde yo okusinziira kw'amanyi azanya abo baali balwadde naye osubira nti baba bakomyewo bonna nga basazeewo ayo express team gyolowooza nti ebeesobola okuchallenge okuwaako ekisa obuzibu mu kuwangula ekikopo balina obubonero 29 bakazanya empiira 18 olowooza nti singa baba bawangudde empiira gyabwe singa abazanyi baba basigaddewo nga tebeebuzaabuzizza olw'okuba embeera ebanyiga olowoozamu nti baba basobola n'okutawanya URA n'okugijjako obubonero leero Lugazi
URA eno yakasuula obubonero ku ttiimu ya Lweza era omupiira ogwo sabbiiti eno gwaggwa goolo emu ku emu nga babakyalidde wankulukuku ensonga lwaki ttiimu ya Kesebo yawangula omupiira ogwo ku ttiimu ya Sowana Goals 2 ku bwerere enjawulo yagenda neegaziwa waggulu ku ntiko okudda ku bubonero obwo 6 naye omupiira tujja gulekaawo mangu nnyo nga tetunakuwummulamuko mu ddakiika 2 ze tulina njagala tukoneko ku Nile Special Rugby Premier League Ligi ya rugby ey'okuntiko mu ggwanga amawulire gonna geetoolodde ku ttiimu emu ebadde ttiimu ya Cobb season eno yonna okuva lwe bakuba ttiimu ya Heathens enjawulo yabonera 28 ku bubonero 27 balemedde waggulu ku ntiko era olunaku olw'enkya bajja kusinkana ttiimu eya Warriors no yakakanga ttiimu eya Pirates weekend ewedde bakuba ku njawulo yabonera 15 ku bubonero 10 era bonawamuko ku fixtures ezo mangu nnyo eza Rugby Premier League ojja kulaba nti ttiimu ya Cobbs yejja okusookawo ku Legends ne ttiimu eya Warriors okuvaawo wabeewo omuzannyo ogujja okusinga okuba omunene ogwa Weekend Elvis wakati wa Pirates ne ttiimu ya Heathens ye ttiimu egoba Cobbs enjawulo ekyali kubonera obwo 5 naye basinkana Pirates yaba obuzibu mu first round kuba bagwa amaliro 17 naye omutindo gwa Pirates guserebedde mizannyo ebiri egisembeyo kuba bakubwa Rhino 3 ku bwerere ne bakubwa ne ttiimu eno yennyini ya Warriors 15-10
ndowooza obuzibu obusinga nga bwe twalaba mu game ya Warriors weekend ewedde nti balina obuvune balina ndowooza abazanyi 6 nga kuliko Ivan Magomu ne Mavino Dongo n'abalala bonna balwadde omutendesi Anthony Kinene agamba nti kibadde kibatawaanya badde balina okufuna combinations endala kulaba nti basobola okuzanya obulungi naye ekyo kibadde kitegeeza nti engeri badde bakakitandika kibadde kinabasobozesa kumanyiragana kwemanya bulungi era ne baba nga bakubiddwa emizannyo gino ebiri egisembe bw'osuubira nti singa balemeddwa okuyita fitness test oba nga basawo babakkiriza okuzanya olunaku olw'enkya singa bajja mu geemu eno nga balina abazanyi 6 abataliimu abazitera okuzanya bulijjo osuubira nti baba bayinza okuba mpozi katono nnyo amawulire ge naakafuna leero Toyota Buffaloes bafunyeyo miliyoni nga 5 kuva mu basponsa baabwe aba Toyota zijja kubayambako okutambuza season eno paka wenegwerako
okwadde n'okufuna emijozo olunaku olw'eggulaawo ekyaddondo kale yo liigi ya rugby gye tugenda okulekera wano njagala tuwummulemuko bwe tukomawo tukubulye ku bannayuganda abasemberedde okufuna tiketi ezo ogenda mu mpaka eza Rio Olympics ezijja okubeera mu ggwanga erya Brazil wakati wa August nga 8 okutuuka August nga 21 omwaka guno sigalawo katuje.
Bannayuganda bannange tusisinkana nambola zonna jangu wagira Uganda Cranes nga batuuka ne Burkina Faso ku Lwokubiri 29 Maachi 2016 ku ssaawa mwezi ekiro mu kisaawe gali kwoleka Namboole mujje tulumbe ne Airtel Company eteeka ssente mu ttiimu ya Uganda Cranes.
what they say about girls. Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies?
Girls.
Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
Subscribe or renew your basic or classic bouquets for 1 month and get a 1 month free Sports Plus package to watch live Bundesliga, Serie A and League One matches only on Star Times. If football turns you on, turn on Star Times.
Michael namanya ku mukutu gwa Twitter ogamba nti tiimu eya Manchester City ejja kuba tiimu ya Manchester United ewangule Manchester Derby eyo ku lunaku olwa Sunday. Gwe mpira n'ogujja okusemba tujja kukoonako eddako. Ate omulala ku mukutu ogwa Twitter ye Revved Up Patrick otwebaza show nawe bale kulaba n'ogamba nti tiimu ya Villa ejja kuyitamu, Arsenal ejja kuba tiimu ya Everton, olwate AS Roma ejja kuba tiimu ya Inter Milan. Jukira nti tiimu ya AS Roma kati egenze mpira 8 ejiddiringana mu league ng'ewangula buwanguzi, tujja gikonako eddako eyo naye nga tetunaba kusala semazinga kudda ku semazinga ndala. Waliwo bannayuganda babiri abali mu kibuga ekya Yaounde mu ggwanga erya Cameroon era bakyali mu kugezaako okufuna tiketi ezo okwolekera empaka za Rio Olympics. Bannayuganda babiri ye Kennedy Katende wamu ne Ronald Serugo era bali mu semi-final olunaku olwaleero Elvis mu ggwanga erya Cameroon. Bebo bebasinkana Ronald Serugo mu bupimo bwa flyweight wamu ne Kennedy Katende mu bupimo bwa light heavy era bebo bebasinkana nga Kennedy Katende asinkana Abdelhafid Benchabla ate ye Ronald Serugo asinkana omuzanyi okuva mu ggwanga erya South Africa Siko Nkothole gwasinkana olunaku olwaleero. Bwe bawangula kiba kitegeeza bagenza mu mpaka za Olympics. Bwe batawangula baba ino olwanira ekifo ekyokusatu. Mu kifo ekyo mu bupimo bwonna weight category zonna 10 batwalako abalwanyi basatu. Beba nabasinze okusembera.
Twagenda n'abakubi b'ebikonde 8 kyanaku nnyo nti katusigazaako 2 ate ng'ekyewuunyisa nti bano ababiri abaliko bombi baali mu mpaka za Beijing eza 28 eza Olympics wadde nga omu ku bano Kennedy Katende ye yazanyira eggwanga lya Sweden naye nga ate Ronald Serugo ye yasobola okuzanyira Uganda naye nga saawa zino betutunuulidde bokka okulaba nti batuyamba okufuna emidaali egyo wakiri eja bronze ekijja okubasobozesa okwetaba mpaka za Olympics. Naye olowoozamuko nti Kennedy Katende ayinza okuba yalina fight esinga obuzibu olw'okuba nti agenda kuzannya Omalgeri ono gwe yazannyako ate era n'amuwangula omwaka awo ndoza baali bazannya
Abdelhafid Benchabla
Benchabla bazannyako naye n'amuwangula ate ye mu ndowooza ye agamba nti kiba kizibu nnyo okuwangula omuzanyi abava mu mawanga aga North Africa mu mawanga oba ag'Abawarabu agali mu Africa. Alowooza nti kizo muzibuwalira naye katumusabire asobole okuba ng'ayitamu.
Era buno olaba mukawo ku line-up ya semi-final ziri olunaku olwayo gyagenda okulaba nti mu weight category ya light heavy omuzanyi oyo Kennedy Katende bw'atawangula aba asinkana omu ku akubiddwa ku Luvuyo Sizani wa South Africa oba Abdelrahman Salo okuva mu ggwanga erya Misiri. Kitegeeza Kennedy Katende bw'atayagala bava mu Buwarabu yandisabye Sala ayitemu asinkane Benchabla abe basinkanye mu final olwakwate Luvuyo Sizani olw'okuba no kigambibwa baofisha abasinga mu zino empaka z'ebikonde ku semazinga ene Africa abaliyo babeera bava mu mawanga g'Abawarabu. Kati koma akafaananyi nga alamula omuzannyo ogwo wakati wa Katende ne Benchabla ava mu ggwanga lya Tunisia. Byebyo ndowooza Katende byasabirira bigende nga biri mu mikono gye.
Wakuba Darren Mpozi kyesitayagadde ku Katende bw'oyogera bw'otyo ng'ogenda kuba Muwarabu kibanga ekiraga nti already gwe yo fight wajiwaddeyo olindeyo ndala goyinza okusanga omuzanyo omunafunafu.
Kale katusabire Kennedy Katende wamu ne Ronald Serugobe bannayuganda babiri n'abasigadde mugezaako okufuna olulyo. Waliyo bannayuganda abalala 8 abayitamu edda mu misinde egy'enjawulo ng'abasinga ndo ba marathon okuli Stephen Kiprotich ayina engule eyo Olympics okudduka mu mbire z'okutolontoka ebyalo kilomita 42 ne bannayuganda abalala abayiseemu ku ludda olw'emisinde. Kale gye bujja maaso eyo tujja kuba tubikoonako. Mu League ya Cricket eya Uganda National Men's 50 Over League era wajja kubeerayo emizannyo ku lunaku olwa Sunday n'omuzannyo gujja okusinga okubeera omunene gwe omuzannyo wakati wa ttiimu ya Tornado B ng'esinkana ttiimu ya Nile. Tornado B eri obubonero 7 emabega w'abakulembedde aba-challengers abatagenda kubeera mu nsiike weekend eno era osuubiramu ko ttiimu ya Tornado B okuwangula omuzannyo gwo ku ttiimu ya Nile okuggyako nga Nile ekoze ekyenjawulo oba ng'enkuba etonye nga bwekedde okutonya ku makya g'olunaku olwaleero wano mu kibuga Kampala. Olwate ekyambogo ttiimu ya Tornado bachampion ba 2012 basinkane Wanderers ttiimu gye baakuba muzannyo gwo gwasembayo mu 2012 okuwangula league abamalya mu kyokubiri. Ennaku zino ttiimu zombi wadde za byafaayo tezirina bazannyi bambi basobola kuvuganya kuwangula kikopo kino kya league. Ensonga lwaki otandika obbatirako nti ekyambe kiyinza okubakwata gye bujja maaso y'olwo. KICC ejja kusinkana ttiimu ya Patida Entebbe ku lunaku olwa Sunday gyegyo n'emizannyo egya League ya Cricket. Ne ku cricket ali ku ddaala y'ensi yonna mu kaseera kano ttiimu ya New Zealand erina okuba ezannya ne ttiimu ya Australia mu ggwanga erya Buyindi mu ICC World 2020 World Cup. Empakezi za 2020 version ziriyo 3 ez'enjawulo. Waliyo 2020 oyo azanyibwa mu ssaawa 3 zokka. Waliyo 50 over league cricket 50 over cricket oyo wa lunaku lulamba oba ODI one day international. Neyo format ey'okusatu eya test cricket we bazanyira ennaku 5 era bwobola cricket ku TV ennaku ezimu. Test cricket eyo gwe bazanyira mijozi emyeru nga buli tiimu eyambadde mijozi myeru. Era mukana akaseera kyemmanyi ttiimu ya Australia yeri mu nsiike kati ezanya ttiimu ya New Zealand Elvis. Era kyemmanyi abatuuse mu over esembayo ttiimu ya New Zealand yesoso yeyawangudde toss captain waboyo Ken Williamson era n'asalawo bagezeeko okuba empiki. Kyemmanyi innings zaabwe zikomekerezeddwa mukana akaseera. Ttiimu ya New Zealand yawangula omuzannyo ogwo gwasooka nga bakuba Buyindi. Omuzannyo ogwo gwasooka bataddeko empiki 42. Abazanyi Martin Guptill, Ken Williamson captain waabwe ne Colin Munro wamu ne Grant Elliott be basusiza empiki 20 buli omu. Badde batandise bulungi naye olowoozamu ko oluvannyuma lw'okuba Buyindi nga Australia yeddako bamulirwana obasuubira ogezaako okulwana okufuna result endala ennene kuba ekibinja kya Buyindi ekirabika nga ekirimu ekibala ekinene.
Olowoozamuko nti bakola bulungi okuwangula geemu yasooka. Olowoozamu nti nga bawangudde ne geemu eno baba oyinza okugamba nti ekigere ekimu baba kitadde mu semifinal. Enjawulo eriwo nti geemu yasooka gye bawangula nga bakuba Buyindi openers baba basooka okubatinga Martin Guptill ne Ken Williamson. Oyinza okugamba nti tebazanya bulungi era bazanye bulungi. Guptill n'ateekako empiki 39 ne Williamson n'ateekako 24 naye ate kati bw'otunuulira ku baana abasembayo ng'ogyeko Elliott akoze empiki 27 genda okulaba nti ate bano abali wakati abakuba empiki abali wakati baana abasembayo ate tebagiyambye nnyo
okuli Corey Anderson, Ross Taylor wamu ne Luke Ronchi batakubye empiki olunaku olwaleero. Kale ndowoozamuko ttiimu Australia bajja okuddako ogezaako ogoba empiki okuli captain waabwe Steve Smith, James Faulkner, Ashton Aga, Adam Zampa, Usman Kawaja. Gwendowooza nti ajja okuba n'omutindo omunene nnyo be bajja okutambulirako ensonga nga bagobeza empiki 143.
Mpozi ddala n'ekirala eky'enjawulo mbadde sisuubira muzannyi Watson kuba ng'atandika geemu eno ng'omu kuba openers ba Australia abadde oyinza okulowoozaamu ebbanga lyonna lyazanya cricket level gyaliko kati oyinza ogamba nti si eri waggulu ennyo
si eri waggulu naye agezaako okusuula akapiira asudde bulungi olunaku olwaleero Shane Watson ogezaako okuziyiza ne Tranret eyo kendeera eyo no ttiimu gy'olaba eri mu bya bbulu ye ttiimu eya Buyindi eggwanga lyerimu producer waffe wano omukyala director Manmeet Raut Java era Buyindi yakuba muzannyo gwasooka beba champion naye bajja kwetaaga abazannyi baabwe abo okusingira ddala Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, Shikhar Dhawan wamu ne Suresh Raina okujja okubeera n'olunaku olungi olunaku olw'enkya basinkana bajja baabwe ab'eggwanga erya Pakistan yali eganye n'okujja okwetaba mu zino empaka nga kigambibwa nti baali batya nti ttiimu yaabwe yali teyina bukuumi bumala paka gavumenti ya Buyindi yabiyingiramu wamu n'ekibiina ekikulembera omuzannyo gwa cricket mu ggwanga erya Buyindi erikya BCCI ne basalawo nti bajja kujja okwetaba mu zino empaka era Pakistan bw'ojjukira bakubye ttiimu ya Bangladesh sabbiiti eno yennyini bajja kusinkana India eyo yennyini gy'olaba mu bya bbulu olunaku olw'enkya ogwo no gujja kubaako n'obugombe osuubira abazannyi nga Safraz Ahmed, Muhammad Hafiz, Muhammad Irfan okubeera n'olunaku olungi olunaku olw'enkya mizannyo egyo eminene n'emizannyo eyo tujja kusigala nga tugyogerako World Cup ya 2020 Cricket weekend eno ate nga tukyali ebweru w'eggwanga ku ssemazinga endala mu ggwanga eri Australia obumotoka buno obwa Formula 1 bugguddewo season olunaku olwaleero era babadde mu kibuga ekyo kya Melbourne gye badde ne practice emirundi ebiri olunaku olwaleero abavuzi nga bagezaako okweteekateekera season empya Elvis ekimu ku ebyo bibaddewo kiri nti amateeka gakyusakyusiddwa nnyo ekisooka mu radio calls nezigabibwa naddala mu pits bw'ogattako ensonga nti ne qualification system yennyini yakyuka balina ebirungo bye bagenze nga bongeramu mu season eno empya we bayongerako race bbiri ndowooza kuliko eya Azerbaijan ekitegeeza race zavudde ku 14 ne zidda ku 21 naye abavuzi Lewis Hamilton ne Nico Rosberg era basinga okubeera n'enkizo wano season ng'etandika ejja kuba season ya kusatu nga Mercedes era be bakulembera mu lulyo
bwegedde ku bavuzi abo ababiri bawangudde empaka ezisembyeyo omukaaga nga Lewis Hamilton awanguddeko empaka ezisembyeyo ebbiri yakawangula engule eno emirundi esatu olowooza nti era season eno bwe betandika atandika nga y'omu kubasuubirwa okuwangula empaka zino pozi oyogeddeko kone ku bimu ku bye bataddewoko ebipya mulimuko n'okujjamu mujja kubaamu okutandika season eno okujjamu driver n'abasembye oba omuvuzi n'abanga asembye mulapu eyo mugunza n'ababavuga abasembye bajja kuba bamujjamu byebimu ku bipya qualification byebimu ku bipya bagezezaako
okuleeta naye emmotoka emyufu eyo eya Ferrari bajjongeddemu kyenyo osuubira abavuzi abo babiri okuli Kimi Raikkonen wamu ne Sebastian Vettel okuwa akaseera akazibu eri abavuzi abo ab'emmotoka eya grey emmotoka eya Mercedes basuubira okuvuganya kinene nnyo season eno nandinyumiddwa nnyo bwe ndaba olutalo wakati w'abavuzi abo aba Ferrari n'aba Mercedes nga lutuuse kyenkana mu sabbiiti ez'ennya ezisembayo so singa bwe kibadde season zino ebbiri ezisembyeyo nga Mercedes yeyokka evuganya kale yeyo Formula 1 batandika race yennyini ya lunaku lwa Sande ku makya nnyo ndowooza zijja kuba ssaawa nga nnya ez'okumakya wano mu Uganda mu Australia nga batandika okuvuga obumotoka main race yennyini season engebula events endala 20 mu mawanga 20 ag'enjawulo kale mu UEFA Europa League bwe twolekera Bulaaya mu UEFA Europa League nga bwe nagambyeko nti tusigaza ttiimu 8 zokka era ku ezo ttiimu 8 ezisigaddewo ojjagenda okulaba nti eya Bungereza erimu emu yokka olw'okuba ttiimu 2 okuva mu Premier League era zawanduseemu olunaku olw'eggulo okusooka ttiimu ya Liverpool ng'ejja mu ttiimu ya Manchester United olunaku olw'eggulo bagudde maliri goal emu ku emu Elvis ku Old Trafford. Manchester United bavudde mu kikopo ekirala baawona okuva mu kikopo kya FA Cup ku weekend wano tebaawonye kuba omupiira ogwasooka Liverpool yagwangula goals 2 ku bwerere.
Ekyenjawulo kye nalabyeko nti bwoba omuwagizi wa Man United oyinza ogamba nti jo balaze wakiri balaze okwagala nga mu ngeri gye basambyemu ne bafuna okukone ku mikisa emitono nalowoozeza ddala mu first half nti basambye bulungi naye overall oba mu nzanya zombi ebbiri olwasooka na luno olowooza nti tebakoze kimala ate nga kati ndaba ng'ekyeyongedde okuba ekizibu okubanga banaasobola okusamba mpaka za UEFA Champions League omwaka ogujja kubanga balina omupiira gwe bazanya ne Man City ku weekend eno gwendowooza nti gugenda kuba muzibu okuwangula naye nga ate ne baba baguwangudde era ekyo kitegeeza nti bajja kuba bakoze eki nti ki automatic nti bajja kuba bayingidde ezi empaka oba bazzemu ebyo bifo ebyetaagisibwa okuzanya mu Champions League y'omwaka ogujja naye nga wano ogenda n'olabamuko nti tiimu ya United olaba nti ntono tumanyi na bulungi kiki bazanya tebalina identity bajja mu game nga tumanyi nti leero oba bagenda kuba bapasinga wali basobola kuzanya emipiira 10 nogamba nti bajja kuzanya bazanya kawowo bagenda kugupasinga oba bagenda kugukubayo leero bakola kino oluddako bakola kiri ate nga tiimu ya Liverpool oba ogitandise ogyegendereza ogenda okulaba nti etandise okusamba oba bagezaako okukola ekintu Jurgen Klopp kyagala omutendesi waabwe ekyokuba nti baba banyiga opponent baba nga tebalina mupiira gwaki nabadde nkiraba nga United weegufuna bagezaako okukikola oba bazenga bakikola mupiira egyo egisembyeyo ndowooza nti saawa zino Liverpool babadde deserved okola ki okweyongerayo mu mpaka zino eza quarter finals eza Europa League.
Manchester United yafunye goal ya Anthony Martial naye Liverpool yafunye goal y'ekyenkanye nga bagenda okuwummula mu goal ey'omuzanyi Philippe Coutinho gye yateebye mu kaseera Liverpool ogenda nefuna amali goal emu ku emu nekyo nadde nkisuubidde Elvis kuba ttiimu ya Manchester United ekubye Liverpool season 2 eziddiringana mu league ewaka ne mu kibira wano Liverpool yadde ejja kujja yesasuza emipiira ebiri gyombi eddakiika eze-18 okweyongerayo tenakubwamu eri mu quarter final akaluno aka UEFA Europa League kajja kubeerayo ssaawa 9 kyemanya aka UEFA Champions League kalina okuba katandise dakiika nga 7 eziyise kalina okuba katandise akalu ka UEFA Champions League tujja kuba tukubulira ebivaayo naye ttiimu eri endala Elvis ttiimu ya Tottenham Hotspur jakubiddwa waka goals 2-1 ekyategeeza nti ttiimu ya Borussia Dortmund okuva mu ggwanga erya Bugiima Jurgen Klopp yenje yali atendeka yeeyongeddeyo okutuuka mu quarter final omugatte goals 5 Tottenham M
Darren tiimu zino ebbiri Tottenham yeri mu kifo kyokubiri mu liigi ya Bungereza ate Borussia Dortmund yeri mu kifo kyokubiri mu liigi ya Germany abawagizi ba Tottenham oba abawagira omupiira gw'Ebungereza bayinza otugamba nti nti babenkana oba baadde tebatera nnyo okutandisa abazannyi abamu bulooza nti be basinga okugizannyira Tottenham naye ne bandibaddemu nze ndowooza nti Dortmund yandibadde yamaanyiko okusinga ku ttiimu eya Tottenham Borussia Dortmund yandibadde yamaanyiko okusinga ku ttiimu ya Tottenham Hotspurs
ng'olaba no ku ngeri Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang gy'abonyaabonyezaamu ttiimu ya Mauricio Pochettino ku mukutu ogwa Twitter Kitende Adams ogamba UEFA Champions League akalulu oyagala El Clasico, Barcelona Real Madrid, Bayern Munich PSG, Manchester City Atletico Madrid, Benfica esinkana ttiimu ya Wolfsburg. Elvis obaka ku mukutu ogwa Facebook nga tetunakuwumulamuko.
Waliwo wano Akim Alex Maima agamba ye yeyise Octopus nti engeri gy'ateeberezaamu byonna by'ateebereza bituukirira kati agamba nti nno agamba nti amanyi Arsenal egenda kuba emalira mu kifo ekyokubiri nga wadde nga teri mu mpaka za Champions League nga tubadde tufokasinga ku mu mpaka za Champions League
abalala babiri.
Alexis Cayen Sanchez agamba nti Bayern ne Barcelona zasuubira okutuuka ku final ate Muriel Julius yagamba nti Barcelona ne Madrid, Wolfsburg, Bayern, PSG, Benfica, Manchester Atletico agamba nti wabasuubira okuzanya mu mpaka eza quarter finals.
Sigala ngaweza obaka ku mukutu gwa Facebook page yaffe ya NTV omuli gw'emizannyo ku Twitter handle yafe @NTV_omuli @Alandare nyiga follow @Sene Elvis nyiga follow wereza obaka bo bwe tukomawo tujja kwogera Premier League, Bundesliga, La Liga, Serie A, French League 1 katuje.
Uganda banange tusisinkane nambole fena muje turumbe
wagira Uganda Cranes nga batuuka ne Burkina Faso ku Lwokubiri 29 Maachi 2016 ku ssaawa mwezi ekiro mu kisaawe gali kwoleka Namboole ujja tulumbe ne Airtel Company eteeka ssente mu ttiimu ya Uganda Cranes.
Timu ya Bungereza yesigaddemu emu yokka mu mpaka za UEFA Champions League era kyemanyi akaluka ino kuba katandise okusalawo Man City anakwatani jukira nti musigaddemu timu ezo Benfica, Wolfsburg, Barcelona, Real Madrid, PSG, Bayern Munich ne timu ya Manchester City era Bayern Munich iyo akaluka akakwatibwa Bayern Munich ye kwatiddwa tugenda kulaba bani basinka ebifaananyi ebyo biri ku mukutu gwa Supersport. Akaluwe kakwatibwa Road to Milan jukira nti fine ejja kubeera mu kibuga ekyo ekya Milan omwezi ogwo gwa May era kireka timu ya Bayern Munich ejja kusinkana timu ya Benfica. Elvis otandika okulowooza nti kati Bayern Munich eri mu semi-final.
Naye olowoozamu nti history bonna balina oba history balina ebyafaayo naye nga bw'otunuulira kati timu nga bwe ziri olowoozamu nti Bayern Munich ebeerina enkizo nnene nnyo wadde nga yafunye obuzibu okusobola okwesoga empaka zino oba okwesoga quarter finals zino oluvannyuma lw'okutwalibwa mu extra time tiimu eyo ya Juventus.
Tiimu eyo gy'olaba eyakakwatibwa akalulu ako akakakwatibwa omuzannyi no ye Gianluca Zambrotta yali wano mu Uganda omwezi ogwa December ojjukira Barcelona Legends abaali wano yaliko ku tiimu ya Italy yawangula ekikopo ekya World Cup mwaka ogwa 2006 mu ggwanga lya Adjournment era Barcelona ekwata tiimu ya Atletico Madrid mwaka ogwa 2014 tiimu ez'ebbiri zasinkana wano wennyini mu quarter final eyabajjamu yali Atletico Madrid eyo era yeeyongera paka mu final bwe yakuba tiimu ya Real Madrid goals 4-1 mu kibuga ekyo Lisbon mu akalu akakwatibwa. Omulala ye tiimu eya PSG bawangudde ekikopo kya league ng'ebula emipiira 8 ng'ebula ennaku 62 season ekomekerezebwe olw'okubadde balina obubonero 7 nga tiimu eya Monaco ebadde erina obubonero 5 PSG katulabe gwekwata tetuukangako mu semi-final ekwata Manchester City ke kalulu omuwagizi wa Manchester City ke kakalulu tutegedde nti tiimu ya Bayern Munich ekwata Benfica tiimu ya Barcelona ekwata tiimu ya Atletico Madrid
ate nga Bayern Munich ezanya gundi ezanya Benfica ate nga Wolfsburg agenda kuba ezanya Real Madrid.
Ke kakaluwa ka UEFA Champions League musange mu okuva kati akaluwa ka UEFA Europa League era kajja kuba kakwatibwa jukira nti final ye ya UEFA Europa League ejja kubeera ku kisaawe kya FC Barto ekisaawe kye kya St Jacob Park we bajja okuzanyira final. Ke kakalwa ka UEFA Champions League Man City otegedde tiimu gy'okutte ye tiimu eya PSG bawangudde dde ekikopo ekya league tebalina kyebeeraliikiriza tejjukira bakajja mu tiimu ya Bungereza mu tiimu ya Chelsea. Mu Premier League Man City weeri weyuga olukya enkya n'eggulo bajja kubeera mu mpira ogwo gwa Manchester Derby nga bakwata tiimu ya Manchester United naye nga tetunaba kutuuka ku Manchester Derby eyo yennyini wali abakulembedde aba Leicester City. Elvis tobeerangako wano kwogera ku tiimu ya Leicester City abantu abasinga bemmanyi batandise okukkiriza nti ekikopo kyayeka kigenze ekikopo kyayeka kigenda ku King Power Stadium. Leicester City ekwata Crystal Palace ku weekend efuna obubonero bwotabasuubira kufuna mu nnaku ezisembyeyo.
Nze omu ku abo abalwawo okukkiriza era nja kugamba nti Leicester City kati yinza okugamba nti eri mu kifo kirungi nnyo oba erina emikisa mingi nnyo ez'okuwangula ekikopo naye ndowoozamuko nti tejja kukiwangula yekyali endowooza yange.
Lwaki?
Ndowoozamuko abazanyi be balina bonna abasinga abalina abazanyi abaliko mu maklabu amanene bw'oyogera ku Drinkwater ba Simpson abaliko mu Manchester United Robert Huth yaliko mu Chelsea naye okujjako mupozi Robert Huth nti yazanyayoko empiira egimu nga Chelsea wangula ekikopo yali ekyali under Mourinho naye azanya abasinga tebabeerangako ku level eyo luli badde nga bajja boogera nti tebalowooza ku kikopo naye kati empiira gikendedde tekyali kwebuzaabuza nti wakyali kulowooza ku kikopo
empiira gigenda gikendera ndowooza mipiira ng'etaano mukaaga egisembyeyo ndowooza kye basinze okufiirwamu gabadde maliri ndoza ku timu ya West Bromwich Albion goals 2-2 bw'ogattako n'omupiira gwe bakuba Arsenal ku bugenyi goals 2 mu goal ya Danny Welbeck empira egisigadde bwangula emu ku bwerere bakuba Watford emu ku bwerere goal y'omuzanyi Riyad Mahrez sabiti eno ku ntandikwa ne bakuba timu ya Newcastle yalina Rafa Benitez omupya ava mu Madrid goal emu ku bwerere era Shinji Okazaki bakwata Crystal Palace balete kyago tewangula mipiira ndoza 13 olumu kugamba nti babeera tebalina lak ku side yaabwe wawe bazannyo bubi waliwo decisions oba za referees zitabagendera nolowooza nti wawo time wetuuka ng'egenda kukoma nga bazannya timu ya Leicester olowooza nti bazannya kumpi ekintu basobola okuzannya okumpi ekintu kyekimu Leicester etera okuwa possession oba okubakkiriza n'okukkiriza opponent n'abeera n'omupiira ebbanga eddene timu ya Crystal Palace esobola okukikola ate engeri gyeri wansi olowooza nti balina abazannyi abo nze ndowooza nti omutunzi omuzannyi Yohan Kabaye oba ne Kabe Emmanuel Luche Adebayo olowooza nti balina obumanyirivu obusobola okukola ki okubonereza Leicester City ndowoozamuko nti gwe guno omupiira Leicester City gwegenda okusuula olowooza nekubwa kuba eganya okubwa yasembayo okubwa ku mupiira gwa Arsenal ate kyatwalira Arsenal goal ya Danny Welbeck ng'obudde buwedde okuba Leicester City kyetaaga Crystal Palace ina kukola ky'okuba Leicester kuba Leicester erabika eganya okuvaawo bangi abagirinda eveewo mu February n'egaana bagirinda eveewo mu March wuno ali kumpi komekerezebwa ne Easter yina esemberedde Leicester City eremeddewo waggulu ku ntikka abasinga bagamba yeno City entuufu eri tekyali Manchester City City entuufu yeno Leicester City mpira egisembera nga bwe nagambye oba egyemabega babadde balaga nti balina character oba balaga obuvumu bungi balaga nti bagezaako okulwana naye ndowooza kati batuuse mu kaseera wendowooza nti tebabeerangawokko kyekiyinza okuba ekizibu ekisinga obunene nga nebanaabaleero tebakubiddwa ku weekend timu ya Crystal Palace empira gisigadde gye basigazza ndaba bazaako okuzanya Norwich balina West Brom balina Watford balina ne Newcastle mwejo gye basigazzaayo gyegiriyo egiddako mupiira ena gye bazzaako olowooza nti mulimu gye basobola okuwangula naye waliwo giri gye tubajja okuzanya nga bazanya balina omupiira gwa Crystal Palace balina Southampton balina ne Sunderland egyo emipiira esatu mizibu nnyo basobola okugiwangula gyonna mizibu nnyo naye Leicester City yeyo no eremedde waggulu ku ntikko obonero kati 63 ababaddirira abatiimu ya Tottenham Hotspur bajja kuzanya ku lunaku olwa Sande bakagibwa mu kikope kya UEFA Europa League bajja kusinkana tiimu ya Bournemouth ekyuse kinene nnyo okuva omuzanyi Max Gradel bwe yakomawo okuva ku buvune nga alwadde emyezi 10 mirambirira okuva lwe yagula okuva mu tiimu eri ya Saint-Etienne mu ggwanga erya Bufaransa yakomawo ku weekend n'ateeba n'okuteeba goal omupiira gwe basinkana tiimu ya Swansea abatiimu ya Tottenham Hotspur era Spurs ogisuubira okuddamu okukola ekyo kye bakola ku Aston Villa bawangula goals 2 ku bwerere Hurricane ng'ateeba mu UEFA Europa League era omutendesi teyamusomye Mauricio Pochettino mipiira 5 mu Europa League tazanya bamuwa omukisa mu Premier League ekigendera kyaka kiri ku Premier League ekigendera kina kwa kya Premier League bw'oba oli mu kifo kya kubiri nga Leicester ekusingako obubonero obutono nnyo oba olina okusooka n'otunuulira kikopo kye ekisinga obukulu era ndowooza abadde nga akikola kigenderere okuba nti tazanyisa ttiimu ye esooka ndowooza nga abimaniginze bulungi oba abijagolinze bulungi ekikopo kya Europa League n'ekya Premier League gye bagoba kati ne Leicester City era ndowooza nti kijja kubayamba okuba nti omuzannyo oyo Hurricane y'omu ku babadde tebatandika mipiira egyo ate ekyokubiri nti ne bwe babadde bateekawo Heung-min Son naye goal abadde nga aziteeba akwadde n'obuvune yateebyo nnaku lwajjo alina mu goal awo zabadde ajja ne mu ngeri gyasambamu olaba nti abadde yeetaaga emipiira egyo okweyongera okuteekawo competition yawo ne Hurricane maaso ndowooza muko nti Spurs bwe beeri waka nga bakagibwamu obusungu obwo obwa Dortmund bayinza obumalira ku Bournemouth eno naddala nti balina abazannyi abalala abayitirivu obungi ababateebera amangu Christian Eriksen, Eric Lamela, Hurricane, Danny Rose ku ludda olwa ddyo bw'ogattako ne Son Heung-min oyogeddeko abazannyi abaleka abasobola okubateebera ku lunaku olw'enkya tiimu ya West Ham naye ekyali mu lulyo bonola nno ku kimeze kya Premier League. West Ham y'emu ku ezo tiimu ezigezaako nazo okutuuka UEFA Champions League ng'abasinga tebalaba. Amaaso agasinga gali ku tiimu ya Arsenal, tiimu ya Manchester City, tiimu ya Manchester United, naye West Ham eri awo waggulu, era eri waggulu wa Manchester United. Bakwatagana tiimu ya Chelsea mu London Derby. Chelsea yava mu Champions League, yava mu FA Cup weekend ewedde, bava mbubi nnyo nga tiimu ng'omuzanyi Diego Costa afunye ne kadi emyufu ku mpira gwa Everton lwe baba kuba goals 2 ku bwerere. Kati basinkana tiimu ya West Ham bayingira abasooka 10 n'okutuuka wali awali UEFA Champions League lwe lugendo kati lwe balina okutandika.
Bali mufo kirungi, bali mu ebifo ebidiringana ndooza bali maaso nega Manchester United bo tunulidde table already nade ndaba omutendesi waabwe wa West Ham Slaven Bilic ng'agamba nti bajja kusobola already ng'ayogera ku Champions League y'omwaka ogujja ng'agamba nti bajja kusobola okwetaba bulungi oba obutajjibwako mangu mpaka ezo yayangu yokyogera naye nga bwetunulira ku tiimu gy'alina kati season eno balina omu ku bazanyi b'endowooza abasatu asinze okuzannya obulungi mu Premier League Dimitri Payet ng'ate bamuyise ne ku tiimu y'eggwanga mwegyo emipiira gya France gyeyina ye egy'omukwano mu maaso wiiki ntono nnyo maaso awo olowoozaamuko nti kyakola mu tiimu ya West Ham ayina obumanyirivu okukola ki alina obumanyirivu obusobola okuhatinga tiimu yonna opponent yenna gwaba asanze mu tiimu ya Premier League. Olowooza nti omuzanyi oyo gwe twogerako Dimitri Payet yakuba
wakola ekintu ng'ekyo ku Chelsea ndowooza Chelsea ejja kuba n'olunaku oluwanvu naddala nti Diego Costa taliwo olwa kaadi eyo emyufu. Chelsea okuteeba bye basiba biyinza okuba bye bikutuka mu kano akaseera kye balina okukola ndowooza kuziiza tiimu ya West Ham eyo butabateeba naye twogere ku tiimu eyo yennyini eri mu bimyufu. Manchester United ekwatagana ne tiimu ya Manchester City. Omupiira ogwasooka ku Old Trafford gwagwera maliri. Manchester United yatuukako akaseera sabbiiti nga 3 ezisembyeyo neyenkana ne Man City ku bubonero. Ndowooza Man City yasuula obubonero ku Leicester City ne benkana obubonero. Mani netandika okusuula obubonero awo kumukumu. Man City newangula omupiira gumu ndowooza gwe yakuba Aston Villa. Mani neyekuba ku tiimu ya West Bromwich Albion. Enjawulo nedda ku bubonero busatu. Man City neyongerako obubonero akabonero ke baafunye ku tiimu ya Norwich. Enjawulo egenda ekula wakati wa Manchester n'ekifo ekyokuna bagenda kati ku Etihad Stadium.
Dayo nja kigeraageranya n'okuba n'abalwadde naye nga balina obulwadde bwa njawulo naye nga waliwo omuyi waliwo naye ali mu mbeera gy'ogamba nti okyamusuubirwa okweyongerayo okuba nga kyali mulamu. Omuyi ssaawa zino ngamba nti Manchester United
yali ku kitanda, Man City ali mu ddwaliro lwa musujja.
Bombi balina omusujja, waliwo alina omusujja oba nyinza ogamba nti oba ngamba gwensuubira nti ayinza okuba tali bulungi ssaawa yonna ayinza okutuka kyekifo kyeyinza okuteeka mu Manchester United ssaawa zino wadde nga ne Man City nayo ebadde teraga fomu kweyo gyoba osuubira tiimu eba erwanira ekikopo.
Wainoni akoma mu guno omupiira gyegino egimu kwegyo emipiira gyagezaako okuteebamu ennyo era ne mu kwezo goolo ezisinza okuba ennungi mu Premier League volley gye yakuba ku Manchester emu kwezi zisinga okuvayo ebiseera ebisinga naye akomawo mu guno alina ekyenjawulo kyagattako ku tiimu tabadde emipiira egisembyeyo egimu. Anthony Marshall mgogo agwetise kana naye abadde mukono obuvune. Yohan Mata alina okuba akomawo oluvannyuma lwa red card eyo gyafuna ku mpira gwa West Bromwich Albion. Tolowooza nti Man City eneesuula obubonero ku Norwich etasobola kuteeba ku Dynamo Kiev omupiira gusobola okubatuulamu.
Ndaba nga kizibu era United wejjayo draw mupiira guno ndaba ajja kuba ekoze nnyo kuba ne mu bubi bwa Man City bwerimu kati bw'oba okomparinze midfield yayo ne oba bawutanyi n'abazibizi be balina olaba nti United baba bali mabega nnyo. United abazibizi balina abazibizi balina ssaawa zino kizibu nnyo okuyingira omupiira ng'ogamba nti bagenda bateba mu ggoolo.
Omu ku abazanyi bemanyi ababeera n'ennaku ennungi ennyo oba Man City ewangudde oba tewangudde ye Sergio Aguero. Singa David Silva yayatule bamwegattako ndowoozamuko olunaku okuba oluwanvu ennyo eri Manchester United nga bagezaako okufuna ekifo ekyo kya UEFA Champions League. Ne Premier League tugenda girekera awo tugendeko mu Italian Serie A. Njagala olayo ku fixtures ezo okuli ttiimu ya Torino wejja okukyaliza ttiimu ya Juventus abakulembedde ekimeeza okubonera 64 aba ttiimu ya Juventus abali waggulu ku ntiko kubona enkaaga mu buno nako olwa Sunday bajja kukyali ya timu ya Torino. Weekend ewedde Juventus yazannya ku nnaku lwa kutano nga beteekateekera timu ya Bayern Munich, naye Bayern Munich yabaggyemu goals 4-2. Obukoowo obwo babutwala ku timu ya Torino. Lowoozamuko omuzanyi Pablo Dybala alina okuba n'olunaku olungi ennyo. Napoli ekyaza Genoa, ate AC Milan abakonkonako ko ku luggi lw'ekifo ekyokunene ekyokutaano bakwatana ne ttiimu eya Lazio. Omupiira omunene Elvis gwe gw'olunaku olw'enkya. AS Roma ewangudde emipiira 8 egiddiringana. Bukyanga Luciano Spalletti ajja, Rodi Garcia n'agobwa, ewangudde emipiira 8 egiddiringana. Bakwata Inter Milan abali mu kifo ekyokutaano benkana ne Fiorentina ku bubonero 5-4.
Gano ngalabanga amaliri bombi olowoozamuko nti bafunamukawo makati ga season wabuli omu awina aka period akabi ennyinyi nnyo nga bwogera ku Roma Luciano Spalletti bw'omugerako then ejo empira gye bawangudde egy'omuddiringana olaba nti bagenda bakomawo bukomi. Ndowoozamu ku bizibu bye balina kuliko ekyokuba nti tebalina nnyo omuteebi wa Lulango gwasibiddeko nti ono gwe bagamba nti gwe bakakasa nti ajja okutandika abatebere gola 25 mu season.
Timu ya AS Roma yennyini gy'olaba ebadde gufudde omuze okuteba goala empitirivu obungi okuli abazanyi Mohamed Salah bw'ogattako omuteebi Stefan El Shaarawy wamu ne Edin Dzeko ajjukira yabateebera ku mpira ogwo gwa Udinese gwe bawangula goals 2 mu weekend ewedde. Kale ye Italian Serie A mu fixtures za German Bundesliga njagala olabeko baliwa timu ya Bayern Munich beesinkana betunuzaamu omudomo bagufudde omuze okukuba amagoolu kunkumuli era weekend ewedde bakuba timu ya Werder Bremen goals 5 ku bwereere. Omuzanyi Thomas Muller takoma kuteeba, Roberto Lewandowski akatimba akanyenya wayagalidde bakyalira timu eya Hakone gye bakyalira ate be bavuganya nabo bajja kujja kunako olwa Sunday. Aba timu ya Borussia Dortmund bakyalira timu eya Augsburg ogunyo ogujja kuba mupiira munyuvu nnyo kunako olwa Sunday. Naye olw'obudde njagala tugendeko ko mu league eyo mu league omuzanyi wa Kingsley Coman yagisiza mu timu ye ya Juventus gye yava ku bbanja ezo noze goal 5 Bayern yakuba timu ya Bremen. Mu Spanish La Liga timu ya Atletico Madrid ekyali mu lyo lwogezaako goba Barcelona naye Barcelona erabika ekintu teyagala kita mipiira kati ya 3-8 egiddiringana tekubiddwamu okuva lwe bakuba timu ya Sevilla omwaka ogwedde. Bagenze kati empiira 3-8 abakubiddwamu bw'ogattako n'Arsenal mipiira 2 egyo gyombi. Barcelona ekyalira timu eya Villarreal oba the Yellow Submarine Elvis ate Real Madrid ekyaza Sevilla. Atletico Madrid yeyina omwangu ekyalira Sporting Gijon olowooza mu Atletico Madrid oguwangula ogwo kati ku Villarreal ne Sevilla aliwo agenda okusinga okugaba olunaku oluzibu eri ku ezo tiimu ebbiri.
Ndowoozamu nti Barcelona eyinza okuba yeyina obuzibu kubanga bwetunulira ku timu eza Villarreal emifo kyakuna just obubonero butono nnyo emabega olaba nti gwe guno omupiira kugimu eyinza okuba Barcelona obuzibu wadde nga bweyogera ku bazanyi abasatu be balina kiba kizibu okusuubira nti basobola okukubibwa mu geemu yonna engeri gye baze bazanyamu ensangi zino.
Adela agaba ku mukutu ogwa Twitter yagamba Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, PSG za rose zijja okutuuka mu semi-final. Ate omulala ku mukutu ogwa Twitter nga Elvis tanasoma ababaka bamwe ku mukutu ogwa Facebook n'endowooza zammwe. Jules ku mukutu ogwa Twitter ogamba Real Barcelona olowooza ejjagenda maaso ewangula ekikopo kya UEFA Champions League ekyeddize abo bennyini boolaba bali ku TV mbiku mu Jose egyo abazanyi aba Lionel Messi bajja kweddiza ekikopo kye kya UEFA Champions League. Kijja kuba kitegeeza nti ettiimu egy'okuba esoosa okukikola okuva AC Milan bwe yakikola mwaka gwa 1989 season 2 ezaddiringana okuva olwo teri ttiimu yali ewangudde ebikopo bya Champions League 2 biddiringana. Kijja kuba no kyafaayo singa bakikola bakoze dde ekyafaayo ekirala ttiimu esoosa okutuuka mu quarter final ya UEFA Champions League season 9 eziddiringana. Elvis ku mukutu ogwa Facebook.
Waliwo wano Hamidras yagamba nti alowooza nti Roma ejja kuba Inter, Crystal Palace nayo mu Premiership eweddemu ennaku zino nga tebakyalina nnyo agambye tebalina defiance kigambo kyakozesezza.
Kigambo kyewoza obako bulala abantu nga 2-3.
Ono Eddie Vako ye asazeewo kwogera ku mpira gwa Arsenal agamba Arsenal ejja kuba Everton goal 2-1 ate Mulinde Eddie naye muwagizi wa Arsenal agamba Arsenal ejja kwangula 3-1. ate nga ye Paul Mulo naye agamba Arsenal egenda kubewangula, ate nga Regans Kimaro agamba nti Arsenal, Leicester City, Chelsea, Man U ne Real Madrid zawa wins weekend eno.
Jukira Enyanda ke katabo kosobola okwekwata ku nsonga empitivu ennyingi ze tutasobodde kwogerako olunaku olwaleero. Omutwe gugamba enjala ziveeyo. Ndabako ekifaananyi kya Sajja Agwero kungulu ne David De Gea omukwasi wa ggoolo ya Manchester United be bonna ababiri abajjera okusinkana ku Etihad Stadium olunaku olwa Sande olw'eggulo. Bye tasobodde kwogerako byonna ebisinga okuli abazanyi ba golf aba Uganda Vincent Arali bya Mukama, Ronaldo Tira abali mu mpaka za Kenya Open, Barclays Corporate Challenge eri wano ekitante, empaka empitirivu obungi. Sabiti ejja tujja kuonako ku Uganda Cranes biki bye bagezaako okuteekateeka kampeni ya mujje tulumbe nga basinkana ttiimu ya Burkina Faso n'ebirala biyitirivu obungi. Sabiti eno tubaddemu n'okuyugayuzibwa kunene nnyo naye olunaku olwaleero weebale kubeera naffe. Mbadde ne munange Elvis Senono akola ku lupapula olwa Daily Monitor. Nze Darren Alan Chaine. Weekend ennungi tusinkane Sabiti ejja weeraba.
You know what they say about girls. Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies?
Girls.
Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
Sub-counties committees have colluded with the district land board to grab people's land.
We are sitting in Mbale district.
Land grabbing was started by General Kakunguru. He got this land by trick.
How can a technical person write minutes and approve a lease on a lease which is running?
We became squatters. The land of Role Park is null and void because the land commission has no local standing to issue it.
This program is rated GE. It is suitable for all audiences.
Into the Lord, and the guest of Rami says Honoria, happy to receive you here, Nam Congo. This is the wonderful day to all visitors, and the precious day into the Lord, and the guest of Rami says Honoria, happy to receive you here, Nam Congo. This is the wonderful day to all you visitors, and the precious day into the Lord, and the guest of Rami says Honoria, happy to receive you here, Nam Congo. My name is Rachel. I am a small girl. teacher when I grow up. La 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 teacher when I grow up. This is the wonderful day to all you visitors, and the precious day it is ours. And the guest, Mr. Honoria, we are happy to see you. Yes, I'm going of you. My name is Bobby. I am a small girl. I love to sing. I'm not joking. I want to get messy when I grow up. When I grow up. This is a wonderful day to all you visitors, and the precious day it is ours. And the guest, Mr. Honoria, happy to see you. Yes, I'm going of you. My name is Becky. I am a small girl. I love dancing. I'm not joking. I want to get the star when I go up. La 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 la, the star when I go up. This is the wonderful day to all you visitors, and the precious day it is ours. And the best of Mr. Honoria, we are happy to see you. Yes, I'm going of you. My name is Patrick. I am a small boy. I love dancing. I'm not joking. I want to be a pilot when I grow up. Pilot when I grow up. This is a wonderful day to all you visitors, and the precious day it is ours. No guesses, Mr. Honoria, we are happy to see you. Yes, I'm going of you. My name is Ono. I am a small boy. I love dancing. I'm not joking. I want to be a lawyer when I grow up. La 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 la, lawyer when I grow up. This is a wonderful day to all you visitors, and the precious day it is ours. And the guest, Mr. Honoria, happy to see you. Yes, I'm going of you. My name is Howard. I am a small boy. I love dancing. I'm not joking. I want to be a driver when I grow up. Parallel driver when I grow up. This is a wonderful day to all you visitors, and the precious day it is ours. And the guest of Mr. Honoria, happy to see you. Yes, I'm going of you. This is the wonderful day to all you visitors, and the precious day it is ours. And the guest of Mr. Honoria, happy to see you. Yes, I'm going of you. Kwano gongawe agalawe kamwena mwena bakeni turi nesani magalo kubanga musenga turi musajembe bades kananti chagane kabol ganja yagalanga kwano gongawe agalawe kamwena mwena bakeni turi nesani magalo kubanga musenga turi musajembe bades kananti chagane kabol ganja yagalanga kwano gongawe agalawe ka nange patu ngambanti wendi banga mazeko tichaja kyani ndangane sensanga bantu babias gamanti tagane ngabol ganda yagalanga kwano gongawe agalawe ka mwena bagani agero kubanga muzenga turi musandembe babias gamanti tagane ngabol ganda yagalanga kwano gongawe agalawe ka nange abingan banti wendi banga mazeko tichaja nani ndangane sensanga bantu babias gamanti
Engalo. Go. Hand clap.
My goodness, look at that.
Why don't we start by you getting out of my car? No, you get out of my car because you've turned into a GPRS right now. You're the one giving directions. You're the one who knows where we are going. How can that be your husband?
He is. We have even 3 children together.
How did you get them? By Bluetooth?
I'm married to him. I'm married to him.
No wonder they are cheating on you. Have you met yourself?
Nimpulendo negamba mnonga Nimpulendo nayeta bahiji Murisa tujende kuhiga Murisa tujende kuhiga Murisa wagenda ebiwazo mu muhigo obwagenda we abana bawe Murisa nibija nohawe ezo nte zawe Murisa niziza nohawe ebiwazo omugore wawe Murisa narara nohawe iwe Murisa kankugambire iya Mbaba zomu muhigo kuya wande na chireka Mbaba jenda Mbaba zomu muhigo kuya wande na chireka Mbaba jenda Mbaba zomu muhigo kuya wande na chireka Mwete kateche bariyo nibenda kuja Mwete kateche bariyo nibenda Bariyo mu muhanda Tekateche bariyo nibenda Bariyo mu muhanda Tekateche bariyo nibenda Imwe bishumwe Mwihobo bunyazi Tekateche bariyo nibenda Abasigazi Mushenye kunyinji Tekateche bariyo nibenda Abakikuru Soburo bwinji Tekateche bariyo
Do it, sir. Now, don't you rush it. Just take it slow. You must be careful. Don't you know? You use math for all things in life. When you eat ugali, you count your bites. In a parade, count the steps you take. Just listen when I rap. I'm using math. Calculate the distance when you drive your car, so you will know if you've gone far. Here's something else for you to count. Can you count the teeth in my mouth? We can measure width, length, and depth, and represent with X, Y, and Z. Math is used for everything. Just do the numbers in your head. Now try to add up all the spots on my neck. How many do you see? And I even use math to get leaves off the tree.
Mathematics, mathematics, mathematics,
Okay.
Mathematics, how I love it. Mathematics, Sing about the magic of mathematics. Mathematics, Making number magic with mathematics. Mathematics, Sing about the magic of mathematics. Mathematics,
NTV, turning on your world.
You know what they say about girls. Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies?
Girls.
Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, The first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
This week on T Nation.
I'm Kozulu King like a Saddling, representing Universal Zulu Nation, Uganda chapter, Galaxy Dance Project Uganda, and Real Hip Hop.
Catch a brand new episode of T Nation every Saturday at 11 a.m. only on NTV.
Of these communities that we live in, we wake up every day to a lot of challenges, either personally or as a community. Once or twice, we have seen many homeless, diseased, hungry, violated, or even abused in one way or another. Often, we care less. But to be kind is quite not as expensive as we ought to think. And above all, to be kind and cause positive change in people's lives is what makes us human. An act of kindness is the most powerful, least costly, and underrated agent of human change. Hello, my name is Curtis, and this is Airtel, Together We Can. Now, we're still moving around the country looking for those people who've gone selflessly to change the lives of individuals and the community at large. Today, we're in Wakiso District in Nansana, where we have the Pelletier Teen Mothers Foundation. Now, this has been standing for 8 years. It was founded by an amazing lady who went through the very same hardships through education, and she was helped by Father Pelletier. That's why she named the foundation Pelletier. But we're going to find out more about this. How did she come about it? How did she start it? How is she managing it? What are the hardships? And how can we help? Motherhood at a tender age is a daunting experience that not many recover from easily. However, Solomon Namvule did not let an unplanned pregnancy at 19 stand in the way of her aspiration. Not only did she go on to build a future for herself, but also reached out to fill the gap in the lives of many teenage girls who had faced the same predicament. Today, her Pelletier Teenage Mothers Foundation is touching many lives. On the day of our visit, we couldn't catch up with Salome as she had traveled to Canada to lobby for support for these helpless young mothers and their little ones. We instead found a very passionate caretaker that helped us get to the depth of this inspiring story. Alice has been working with Salome at the foundation for 8 years.
Foundation yano yatandikibwa omukyala bamuyita Salome Namvule. Omukyala oyo social worker.
Yatandikira wano wenyini?
Nedda. Yatandikira wa mukwano gwe mu garage. Yeah. Yagenda okulaba mu garage wali nga wafunda nnyo. Okutuusa bwe yatuula ne famire ye n'ababuulira ekirowoozo kye. N'abasaba awantu wano ne bamukkiriza. Ajja buli mwaka.
Abaana bano mubafuna mutya?
Abaana abo basinga mbasanga bali mu mikwano gyabwe. Ewasenga ewajjajja.
Ogenda door to door kubuli mulyango?
Ogenda door to door. Twafuna abaana ba internship okuva ku kitongole kimu ne babeera nga bajja wano nga tukola nabo. Abaana abo ne babeera nga batuyambako okwongera okutambula mu community ebitundu ebiwerako kubanga kati nze era nnyinza okukoma kumpi ne situuka wala naye basobola okutuyambako ne bongera okutambula okubeera nti batunuulira abaana abo be tuba twetaaga.
Getting pregnant while a teenager should be the most traumatizing experience an average girl would ever go through, most especially when the pregnancy comes unexpectedly. Abazadde bo bakitwala batya bwe wamala okufuna olubuto?
abazadde bange amala okufuna olubuto babeerako awo nga bakambwe oluvannyuma ne bamala ne bansonyiwa kuba nali sisoma ne bangamba kale katukuleke tojjamu olubuto zaala omwana wo obeerewo.
Wali okyozaako okulugyamu?
Nze nange nali saagala kugyamu mwana wange kuba nange tebanzigyamu. Omwana oyo ng'ali luto naye nga muto myaka 14. Nenjogera ne maama we nemugamba omwana ono nga muto tusale amagezi gonna omwana n'asobole okubeerawo nga naffe bwe tumuyambako abeeko kyayiga asobole okulera omwana wamuze.
When they came to the Paletia home, they then started to find a sense of belonging. Here, Solome has gazetted a small place where they meet every day and learn a couple of life skills. Bwajja process eryetya?
Wano tubayigiriza ebyemikono, bayiga cake, bayiga ebyalaane n'enviiri.
Basasula fees?
Net.
From her little savings, Solome has managed to get them at least 4 sewing machines, of which only 2 are functioning. With these, they learned the art of tailoring. She has also managed to acquire a hairdryer, and she teaches them how to plait hair and work in a salon. Now I'm standing in the classroom, the one classroom.
NTV, turning on your world.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our live broadcast of the 2016 presidential election petition. Court is in session already. Let's cross back and follow the proceedings there.
And being mindful of the unique importance of the matter before us, and at the same time being mindful of the timelines set for us by the Constitution to reach a decision, we order as follows. 1. Counsel for the petitioner will proceed to present his final submissions in rejoinder tomorrow, Saturday, 19th March 2016 at 10:30 a.m. Documents and evidence to be relied on shall be only those now before the court. In the event any new matter arises, counsel for the respondents will be allowed to respond. That's the order of the court.
Very quick session it was. Court has been adjourned when it researched. All right, there you are. It was a quick session this afternoon. Court has been adjourned to tomorrow, 10 a.m. as other documents will be availed before the court. Pretty much today's business was done by about 11:30 a.m. Today was the day for respondent number 3, that would be the Attorney General, went and made his case as quickly as he could, saying, look, much of the work that he had to do was done by Respondent 1 and Respondent 2's lawyers. That's President Yoweri Museveni's lawyers and the Electoral Commission's lawyers. So he didn't have much to do. So by 11:30 he was done and he said, I rest my case. And thereafter we did get to hear, bits and bits from the petitioners' lawyers, trying to rebut, if you like. But seems like business has closed pretty early today. And court will resume tomorrow at 10 a.m. So do join us tomorrow. We'll be bringing you that live as well. Thanks a bunch for joining us for today. My name is Joel Senyonyi. Good afternoon.
Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies? Girls. Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
I don't think that works. A lot of you are very conservative. She's a bottom and the worst actually
You
just
know?
comes out like it is there.
You can still invest in a pair of pantyhose.
That is a no-no. Welcome to the staff room.
Here we are at Airtel head office, and of course with a committee that actually does two things. The first one is select the stories. We receive thousands of stories of people writing in with different ideas, different concerns, different needs in society, and this committee here selects which stories to actually go and look and cover. Then we send the team to record and then bring back the videos here, and then the team here decides what to actually reward. So today we're looking at Peletea Teen Mother Foundation in Nansana, of course founded by Salome. And also I just want to say thank you so much to Zina, also in Canada, for actually writing to us and telling us about this foundation. So the team here is going to decide what to actually do for these mothers. Of course very young, and they need skills. Of course some of them have been raped at the age of 14, 13, and they can continue school. So they need practical skills to actually take on life. So team, what are we going to actually, you've seen the story, so what should we do?
Teach them how to make maybe crisps and sell that. Many different things that they can do apart from the tailoring and the bakery that they're currently doing.
The minimum number has an interest in bakery, unfortunately. So I think we'd maybe choose the main two streams and support them. That is the fashion beauty, and try and enhance their training under the salon aspect as well as the tailoring.
Guys, I'm just thinking, if there is money, let's do all the three. Because you don't know, someone is good at something. So if we concentrate on two items, then we could possibly be cutting off some other guys. So I'm just thinking, if there is money, let's do all the three.
So anyone who walks in and has maybe interest in all areas or in one area, for me it's not really, other than the girls, it's really facilitating the trainer or the owner of the foundation to be able to reach out to as many people as possible.
I would agree that if we can be able to do all the three things, that would be okay. But also in terms of when I look at the saloon and the tailoring, these are skills that someone can use any day, anytime, any day. Because if I have the hairdressing skills, it means that even if I even if I meet anyone or I go somewhere, I can get a room and start, doing hairstyling. Yeah. Bakery is also okay because it can also generate money in the long run. But then the trick comes in terms of you have now to create a distribution chain. There has to be very many functions that you have to come up with to be able to get that bread to the people to have it. There are very many logistics. I don't know, you can maybe...
Looking at the circumstances, rape, incest, I'm not sure if the psychological state is good enough for the business. Do they have like a counseling someone? Do they have a counselor? Is it something we'd like to venture into?
because as they do their business, they would need that, psychological, emotional stability to be able to do their business. I don't know if it's something that we can think about, providing a counselor on site.
That's brilliant. With so many ideas coming through, Charity's idea of a council, actually that's a brilliant idea when I didn't even thought about that. So we're going to have a council as well on site. So we're going to take a vote and know what exactly we're going to reward these mothers. Is it a salon? Is it a bakery? Is it the tailoring? Is it electricity worker? All that, we'll be seeing that shortly. We'll see you after the break. It's Together We Can.
This one is for you, mama.
Turn moments into memories with our trusted internet. Airtel, the smartphone network.
bwe tuba tutuuyana mu bulamu bw'ensi eno emirundi egisinga twerabira n'okusiriikiriramu akatono okusiima olw'ekyo kye tuli. Twerabira nti ekintu ggwe ky'olaba ng'ekitono kikyasobola okukyusa obulamu bw'omuntu ate lubeerera singa obadde n'omukisa okukyusa obulamu bw'omuntu leero osobola okukikola.
Waagala otubuulire olugendo lwo.
Oba olina omuntu gw'omanyi mu kitundu kyo eyeewaayo okukyusa obulamu bw'abalala,
tuwandikire ebbaluwa gisse ku maduuka ga Airtel gonna okwetooloola eggwanga lyonna, oba tuweereze email ku wecan@ug.airtel.com.
Alright, so here we are in Nansana. The team decided to concentrate on the salon and also the tailoring business. Now guess what? In Nansana, this is going to be the best salon because we have fantastic equipment here from not China, from Italy, from USA. So this is going to be absolutely fantastic. So all the beautiful ladies in Nansana, this is the place to be. And also, of course, we're going to make fantastic clothes here. And also we'll try to come in and try to sell. And also, of course, market their salon. As you can see, we're trying to, patch up things and make sure that everything is ready for the handover. Singa badde saluni y'abasajja singa twamaze dda kubafa abasajja wanaka machine aka kamu ng'omaze, but of course ladies have so many things ebimu sibimanyi but I don't know what this does. Professional iron air pass air pass of course the ladies will these are the aprons, so they should look really, really nice. Then, of course, the rollers, the towels. Then, Brazilian. Brazilian. Okay. And of course, the towels. And this one is what? The stove. I think the experts will tell us more, the Slimani. And the dryers. And I've seen now this. What's the difference between this? Steamer and dryer. So of course, the designers here, machines. How many machines do you have? We have 5 machines. They only had 1 that was working. So now katibaina machine 5. Zingina kulanga bakuba wanengoye nebichi byonna of course this is the oil was a jabate come I don't know, so many things here and about tape measures, makansi bichi, and of course this one is trying to fix them. Alright, so let's set it up, Revved.
You've seen the items, they're outside there. So we want to leave this place when everything has been settled. So kindly guide us and then we'll do what is necessary.
If we can put the sinks on this wall, the sink,
okay,
this side, and also the chairs this side, because we have the mirrors the other side.
So all the mirrors are going to be on the other side?
On the other side.
What about the new mirrors?
The new mirrors we can position them on
okay,
the other side. Normally those are the drawers where we keep our stuff like the towels and the equipment. Yeah.
So we look to doing the sinks on that side.
Yes.
Then the dryers.
This side.
Okay, let's start lifting.
Salon tujikozeeko era bakyakola bakyasibamu endabirwamu bajja of course bajja kuba mu ne carpet baterezeemu twere and everything is going to look absolutely fantastic ate tutandike tulabe bakasitoma baffe nga bajja n'ekyokusingira ddala of course okuyigiriza abakyala bano kola nti bayiga ebintu bya salon ebiri high tech so babe nga ate bafuna emirimu nga bava wano nga babayigiriza and of course omwami's genuine electronics bagenda ku training babayigiriza engeri gye bikola amasanyalaze so that we bayiga maybe 2 months or 3 months nga bavaawo nga bagenda mu saloons endala nga tebafuna emirimu and to create more opportunities for the mothers and of course a big team from Airtel, of course director human resource Flavia, she's here, and of course everybody, Noella, Charity, everybody but from Airtel. Then those Flavia, I will hand over officially to you, and then to get up so over to you.
Bachala abayina sana bachala bato tusanyuse nnyo okubeera wano nammwe. Tusoose okwebaza kwaffe erisolome okuba nti yalina ekirowoozo ekirungi bwe kityo n'aba nti yasobola okufuna obuyambi naye n'afaayo n'ayamba abakyala abalala abato nga mmwe bwe tubalaba ne muba nti nammwe musobola okufuuka ekintu ekyomugaso wano we mukolera. Ffe nga Airtel tuli basanyufu nnyo okubeegattako okusobola okubayamba naffe ekitono kye tusobodde ate nga tujja kwongera okubeera nammwe.
Emabegakaawo nga bwe tuba nga tumaze okuba nga tibatunaaza mu nviiri tutuula mu kasana ne tusobola okukala naye olw'okuba nti Airtel together we can muzze banaye mwebale nnyo mwebale.
So abantu b'Nansana tubalinze nnyo okujja mu saloni yaffe mutuwagire tukole ku ssente. Also support the mothers here. So if you have anybody in your society, in your community, woba olinayo omuntu nga Solome who is making a change and helping people in society, you can always write to us. We can at ug.airtel.com. Send us those stories and we shall touch lives together. Me and you and everybody. So from me, Jake, and the whole team here in Nansana, we're saying goodbye and we'll see you next week with another touching story. All right.
Bulijjo mugamba together we can mu butuufu mubeera mwenna musobola tweyansiza olwasinzize mutuwadde tweyansiza olwaddwaya bulijjo tumenyeeko okunaaba nga tunaabira mu bibaketi naye kati tuli basanyufu twali tugenda kukola bibuuzo nga tetulina ne kwe tugenda kukolera twebaza Katonda olw'ebintu bye batuwadde.
Tuli happy nnyo olw'ebintu bye batuleetedde dryers biki bibiri biki tuwonya okwakira mu kasana kuba tuwadde ng'ova mu kasana nga n'omutwe gukuluma ogamba yo n'epiti mupa naye tuli happy olwekyo
Ndi musanyufu nnyo olw'aba Airtel ebintu bye mutuleetedde. Ffe bwe mulaba tubadde tugenda ku saloons nga tunoonya ebiviidi ebikadde bye tusibisa ba client. Naye tuli basanyufu olw'okuba nti mutuleetedde ebiviidi, mutuwadde dryers, nga owulira ennaku client omusibisa kikadde tekinyirira ate nga maddamu ayagala binyirira.
Mbadde nga ntawanagana nnyo nga bano babagambye bano abaana. N'omutuma ekintu nga takirina ate nga baagala okwiga ebintu ng'ebyenjawulo tesitiima tebagimanyi mutwadde sitiima twadde draza bagamba essanyu lingi nolitteerewo. My God, blessing you.
NTV, turning on your world.
Trending on About Town is Naira Ali's African traditional outfit, better known in Uganda as Chitenji. Oh yeah, her inexorable music might speak for itself, but her sense of fashion and showy outfits can't go without a mention. The Ochkolotia hitmaker Naira Ali seems to have a thing for her out-of-the-world traditional Bitenji. She always gets clad in them and hits the stage only to give the envious crowd a wow feeling. Naira Ali, who most of the times our rolling cameras have spotted all clad in Chitenji, has truly made a fashion statement.
Yeah, first of all, I do support African. I am African. I'm all African and Ugandan, so I support African. And I love to be different. You know, while everybody else is dressed up in Chinese and Japanese and...
All our dresses Chinese, like.
Okay, no. Okay, I'm saying Chanel and, you know, the different... Yes, exactly. I love to be African, and it always stands out. So that's why I do African. I love standing out.
Unlike other divas like Shiva Karunji, who are kind of versatile when it comes to fashion, besides her zeal to be different, the crooner says that she loves the fact that she's an African, thus tries so much to portray it through her breathtaking outfits. Naira Ali Chitenji looks makes her stand out and gives her a magnificent outer look. And hey, you too can feel free to try it out. Having collaborated and blended perfectly on some tracks together, for a fact that their magical chemistry was out of the world, many thought perhaps Palazzo and Shiba were meant and probably up as a music duo.
So for now, everyone is focusing on their own careers, and because we are not a duo.
Me and Shiba have always been on our own. She got her own career, I got my own career. But me and her make good magic together. So we do this for the fans, we do it for ourselves, we do it for the money, we do it for the happiness, we do it for the fame. And for as long as those reasons still exist, me and Shiba is still gonna do good music. The only thing, yeah, we're still working together. The only thing is...
However, this seems not to be the case, though the two recon that so long as the people keep requesting for more of their collabos, then why not drop them for their loyal fans?
With music, you can't force it. It has to be the right timing, the right producer, and the right everything. So, those things came together on Mondongo. Now they came again on Go Down Low. And if they meet again, we're gonna do magic. We're gonna, as long as the fans feed us love, we're gonna feed you music, you know.
The structure, call it shape of the body, preferably curvaceous body, seems another way of upcoming female artists as apparently using to gravitate people's attention and stay relevant in the game. After it worked out well for the curvy crooner Desire Luzinda and then Winnie Nwangi followed the suit. It all seems like the new kid on the block, Nina Aiza, is also up for the same.
It's like I'm getting to the figure.
Yeah, it's like hard, so I'm trying. Though this is my natural figure.
On the other side, just like Swang's Avenue, a strong record label better known for quality output about town unveils to you the new music label, Gifted Music Group. GMG, up for the fresh talent. GMG is the new thing in the city. It has opened up doors for the young, talented blood. With its big dreams, the founder recons that they are targeting the international level and probably will give the fabled Sony Music label a
News updates brought to you by
Sadolin, color your world. Defense leader, give your world a Sadolin makeover today. Sadolin, color your world.
This week on T Nation.
Cause looking like a Sadolin representing Universal Zulu Nation, Uganda chapter, Galaxy Dance Project Uganda, and Real Hip Hop.
Catch a brand new episode of T Nation every Saturday at 11 a.m. only on NTV.
This is NTV. This program is rated PG. It is suitable for children ages 8 and above, but parental guidance is advised as it might contain mild violence and mature situations.
Previously,
your brother told me about your financial situation, and I really admire your determination to work and take care of your children. It's a very good mindset.
And go to school.
Okay, you'll start immediately.
Okay, and your mom had an affair.
I sold a big chunk of their land and ran here to Kampala to start a new life with the money.
So, Romeo isn't your real name?
Hey man, wake up.
What are you doing here this early?
I just wanted to talk to you when you're sober.
What's wrong?
Did you have an affair with Veronica?
What?
You heard me. Stop playing games with me.
What the heck are you talking about?
You and Veronica had something devious going on. Now I just want you to man up and admit to it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The last time I asked you the same question, you were high and very evasive. Now I want to get to the bottom of this. What happened? Did you not sleep with her?
What are you trying to insinuate?
I clearly see you don't even have guts to admit to it to me. I mean, this is all ridiculous. The woman practically raised us as her own children. How could you?
You'll never understand.
Make me understand. Because you're always the nice guy. And I was the bad one.
You don't know Veronica. She has changed. She's not the woman you know who raised us. She was so overbearing. I had no control over the whole situation.
I know my father was never there for her all the time. But that does not give you the right to take advantage of that situation and seduce her.
I did not seduce her.
You are an alcoholic, a drug addict. I don't know what else you're using. And in your madness, you seduced her at a moment where she was very vulnerable.
Stop judging me and jumping into conclusions because you don't know what happened between us.
You betrayed a man that raised you as his own son and tried to make something of you.
Stop blaming me. If you want closure, go and ask your stepmother. She made my life a living hell and drove me to start drinking.
I always looked up to you. I always felt like I was the black sheep in the family. Yet you are the wolf in a sheep's skin.
You can call me any names you want. But all I know, I can't hold it against you because you don't know, you clearly don't grasp the whole situation.
There's no excuse for what you did, Soki.
You shouldn't be coming to this hostel just like anyhow.
I do as I please.
Do as you please, come on. It's not safe for you to be here all the time.
Now you're worried about my security?
It's not about you. It's about me to think for myself as well.
Look, young man, since when did you start giving me orders?
I am not giving you orders. It's just that I'm trying to be careful here.
I have been in this business way longer than you may know. And I know my way about these things.
I don't want these students and people around here to start connecting me to you.
Don't be paranoid. I know what I'm doing.
There are some people here who are thinking...
Will you please stop talking? Stop patronizing me.
I'm sorry, madam. Please, what can I do for you?
Some high-grade merchandise is coming in from Mombasa. I want it delivered to a certain Carlos who will come here to pick it. If Carlos doesn't do it, then there will be Santos. You can then contact them with this number.
And these Colombians or what?
Don't be silly. Those are just their code names.
So all I have is to give them this bag and that's it?
Make sure he gets that stuff. Or if he doesn't, you'll have to deal with me.
Hey, don't be sad. Everything is going to be okay.
No way. I mean, my family is so messed up and so is my life.
Every family has baggage. Yours is not the first.
Can you imagine when I confronted him, he didn't even have the decency to deny it?
Honestly, when I heard about the affair, I thought it was just a malicious rumor to destroy Soki's name since he was Veronica's nephew.
What I don't seem to come to terms with is the fact that Soki, I always looked up to this guy, like, as an elder brother. But he always had problems with alcohol and drugs. And I don't understand why he would do that. I mean, I don't get it.
Well, nobody is perfect. I think he was just caught in a tight situation.
You're starting to take his side now.
I'm not taking his side. I mean, all I'm saying is that we shouldn't be so quick to judge him. Just give him time to tell his story.
He slept with my stepmom. What other truth do we need?
Did you ask him why he did it?
You're starting to irritate me now.
Maybe he was just coerced into the relationship.
So you honestly think she seduced him?
Come to think of it, Veronica is a very powerful and influential woman. Do you think that a guy like Soki would seduce her into having a relationship with him?
Why not? If you found out she was feeling unwanted and lonely.
Even if she was feeling that way, there are so many guys she would have an affair with. Why Soki of all men? Unless she also had eyes for him already and she seduced him into having the affair.
He could have said no to her.
Yes, he could have said no. What if he was manipulated?
Manipulated him how?
Okay. I don't know how this is going to sound, but I know the kind of woman Veronica is. She will stop at nothing until she gets what she wants. And I think she used his drug problem into manipulating him to have the affair.
So, you think all this could have been Veronica's doing?
I mean, I'm just saying. You never know. Lloyd, where are you going?
To find out for myself.
Lloyd, please don't do anything crazy.
Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
Wanna make some cash? Just dial *185#. Pay your bills, load data, or buy airtime. You could also send some cash. Come on, use Airtel money. You could win a lot of cash.
All you gotta do is dial *185#. Then you get to
Yola, Yola, Yola. Yola. Dial *185# and Yola. Yola Maja with Airtel money. Dial *185# and transact.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
You know what they say about girls? Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies? Girls. Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
Sub-counties committees have colluded with the district land board to grab people's land.
We are sitting in Mbale district.
Land grabbing was started by General Kakunguru. He got this land by tweak.
How can a technical person write minutes and approve a lease on a lease which is running?
We became squatters. The land of Role Park is null and void because the land commission has no local standing to issue it.
Well, where have you been? I thought you were free today.
Man, things are tight. I had some issues to deal with.
Well, it just seems like things are tight for everyone today morning.
You also have issues?
Well, nothing that can't be handled. See you later.
didn't expect you this early.
Well, I was thinking about you.
Oh, that's so sweet. Come on.
So, what are you doing today?
Nothing much. Just have a few errands to run.
Okay. I was thinking about what you told me the other day.
Okay.
And I just wanted to thank you for opening up to me about your past.
The thing is, it was eating me up and I had to share it with someone.
Okay. I was also thinking that maybe you should go back home and reconcile with your family.
I don't think that's a very good idea.
Why not? Romeo, you need your family.
I know, but I don't think they can forgive me for what I did to them.
Hey, come here. Come. Romeo, listen to me. Family is family. You will be very surprised at how willing they are to forgive you.
You don't know my family.
Eh? Every family has its dark side. Mine too. But that's where we belong. We can't run away from it.
I don't think I'm ready. I'll wait till the right time comes.
Romeo, there is nothing like the right time. If you need to face those demons that are eating you up, you need to act now.
Okay. Can you give me time to think through this?
No, Romeo. If we give this time, then we are never going to do it.
We. Now. It's we.
Yes, we. We're in this together, you and I. And I'm not going to stop until you go back home and make up with your family.
Mom, tell me exactly what happened. I'm hearing different stories from different people.
You have no right to come here and start asking questions about things that do not concern you.
Well, it concerns me that you ruined my family.
But your father and I are okay with the way things are right now, so why don't you let it go?
Not until you tell me exactly what happened.
And why is it so important to you?
Because if Soki is the reason why the two of you split, then I need to know how to deal with him.
What about Soki?
Is it true that the two of you had an affair?
Who told you that?
It doesn't matter who told me. Just answer the question.
So this is what Jeff has been telling you?
My dad is decent enough not to discuss such matters with me.
Lloyd, son, this issue is very complicated and I don't know how to explain things to you.
All I want to know is it true or not?
Something went down between us.
And who started it? Was it you or Soki?
I don't want you to blame him for something that was entirely my fault.
So you started it?
Listen, it's all very...
I don't need to know anymore.
Lloyd, give me a chance to explain
I don't
this
need
to
any
you.
explanations.
I'm sorry.
Romeo, please, I'm begging you, please, think about this. Think about all the sleepless nights and all this.
Okay, come on. I'll go now. Does that make you happy?
Yay. Oh, trust me, you won't regret this. Oh, there is something else.
What now?
I don't want you involved with that business anymore.
Come on, Sarah. How else am I supposed to maintain myself here at campus? Huh? It's my only source of income.
You could always find something else decent to do.
You are really demanding too much from me.
My father owns very many businesses around town. I'm sure he can find you something to do.
I don't want no favors.
It's not a favor. I'm doing this for you. And besides, my dad owes me. I'm sure he'll agree to whatever I demand.
Don't look at me like that. But I'll see about that.
Okay. Okay, now let me help you pack, okay?
You're going to spoil with these gifts you're always bringing me.
That smile. I like the look of that.
Thank you. I really love them. Thank you so much.
There is one other thing I would like to talk to you about. Let's see if it's okay with you.
What is it?
I have a business trip tomorrow.
So that means I'm not going to see you for a very long time?
No, actually, I was wondering if you'd like to come with me.
For a business trip? Won't I just lay back?
No, the meeting is 2 hours, so we can use the rest of the time to check out the countryside.
And you're sure you want me to tag along?
I'd really be so happy if you did.
Then what can I say? Yes! I'd love to go on the countryside with you. I would love to go.
Okay, so I pick you up tomorrow morning.
How long are we going to be there?
For as long as you like to stay there.
Oh, okay, cool.
So I pick you up tomorrow morning,
Okay.
8 a.m.
8 a.m. is perfect.
You know, for a moment I was scared. I thought you were going to say no.
Why would I say no? I would love to go. I would really love to go.
I can't wait for tomorrow.
Me too. Okay. See you later. Let me help you out.
Finding you has been too. If they told me to close my eyes, all I see.
Are you going somewhere?
Yep, I was just going away for a short while, but I'll be back soon.
Okay.
Okay, I have to go to my room. You have a safe journey and take care, okay?
Katika kufunziza mwana. Are you really getting serious with that? You know, Romeo, you should be careful, because falling in love sometimes can be a mess.
How does it feel sticking your nose out of my business?
Some people are just not careful.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The hostel.
NTV, turning on your world.
Book your space at the biggest comedy show of the year. I am Kansime. Kampala's ribs shall crack as Ann Kansime brings the house down at Imperial Royal Hotel on Thursday, the 24th of March. Tickets are already on sale at 100,000 shillings, 3 million shillings for gold tables, and 5 million for platinum tables.
I am Kansime.
Yeah, you got it. I am Kansime is proudly sponsored by Spark TV, C-Rock, SMS1, and 97 FM Radio City.
I don't think that works. A lot of you are very conservative. She's a bottom and the worst actually
You
just
know?
comes out like it is there.
You can still invest in a pair of pantyhose.
That is a no-no. Welcome to the staff room.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The hostel.
Okay. What's all the excitement about?
Derek, of course.
The internet guy.
Sarah, why do you always call him that?
That's how you guys met.
Anyway, he came today to visit me. Nande today bidabo. Whatever.
I feel like he's trying too hard.
And he told me he's taking me to one of his business trips in Uganda, a country.
No, wait a minute. You're going up country with a guy you hardly know?
Sarah, come on, he's a nice guy. Be happy for me.
I'm not about to let you go up country with a total stranger. He could be a rapist for all we know.
Ashame, Sarah. He's not a rapist. The guy is decent and he has never even tried to kiss me.
Do you know how many girls have fallen victim of such guys?
Which guys are you talking about?
Muyinza ogenda nga guy vampire nga gw'oli awolowooza mbu trip.
Are you trying to be funny, Banange?
You want to.
But Sarah, he has never given me any reason to doubt him. He has never given any reason.
You see, he's fooling you into thinking that he's well-intentioned. Kumbe. He wants you to drop your guard.
Hey, mwani wange kyekiro omwana lega kuntasaako
kukyati
wowe ebintu ebimu byenjagala ompeera omwami omwagenda okujjana tukime
awo sindisa sitabye
kati bamuyita Carlos wabazi wano esaawa bambi kumumpeera
kati awo funiramu
bamo njakutemerayo akantu konna konna inaba nkomyewo
teeka
wano wali
nabiko olina obulaga
sakayo mwana tunegwako
What more do you want from me?
Relax.
I mean, you're mad at me.
Look, about what I said about you and Veronica earlier.
Yeah?
I just wanted to let you know that I understand.
What?
I mean, she told me it wasn't your fault.
So?
We are good.
Cool.
So what's up?
You may be feeling bad right now, but one day you'll thank me for saving your life. Yeah, hi Dad. Yes, I need a favor. No, that can't happen yet. I just can't see you now. You owe me this one. A friend of mine desperately needs a job. Well, if you're not going to help, you might as well just forget that I asked. Okay, thanks. I'll send him your address to your office and I'll tell him to make an appointment.
So you're asking your father to give some guy a job?
Yeah, I'm doing a friend a favor.
A friend over a boyfriend?
Why does that concern you so much?
For you're very free, you're willing to interfere in my business. Konka, you don't want me to know what you're plotting about, huh? Such a hypocrite.
Abana bekuba serefu nange kanekubeyo leero.
Okola biki ebyo? Kibino.
Gwe pa mbintu by'abaana.
Nawe kandabeko bulabi.
Goloza singa nali matali mbintu by'abaana waneno singa kyalina akalimu kano. Bw'oba oyagala osiga akalimu kano fa kadala akumanya ekyakuleeta.
Tonangira nange seeyagala kubeera mu mbeera eno.
Genda. I'm not know why this child leave me with the bags. Me am askari naye nawo bali kunsumbwa busumbwe.
Hey, how are you? Are you the one in charge of security here?
Sebo genda mpola oluzungu nga ntambula kitono.
Okay. Are you in charge of the security here?
Hey, I'm askari.
I'm Carlos and I'm meant to pick a bag from here.
Hey, Carlos, Romeo talk about you.
Yes, I had a call from one Romeo and told me to come and I take a bag from here.
That one no problem, I'm have it.
Okay. Yeah, so it is this one. Okay, go and sing.
Kati tolina kompaddeyo.
How long are you going to sit there sulking?
Nasol, you told me not to go. Nange nenzikiriza. Okay, can't leave me alone. Nesonyiwa holiday. What do you have against Derek?
Okay, how about we go out tonight, have some fun, so that you get over that trip?
You go alone, I don't want. Kata, how am I going to start calling Derek? I mean, Mugame Bono, I'm not going to make it anymore.
What's up, girls? Banang, I'm so bored, just no.
Wama, let's go out and have some fun together.
You girl, I just told you that we go out together, no Ghana.
Tone wanyoli dene sonyuwa. Wama.
Okay, what's happening here?
Just ignore her. Can you imagine Bush is very mad because I discouraged her from going on a trip with her mysterious man, Derek.
You discouraged her? And why would you do that?
She hardly knows the guy. And can you imagine, but he wants to take her up country for I don't know how long.
Oh, sweetheart, you're going up country on a trip?
Mama, that's what I was planning before that Google came in and ruined everything.
But if you want to go, then go.
You can't be serious.
I'm dead serious, Nyab.
Finally, I have someone who's on my side.
Good, Amelia, do you know what you're telling her to do? With a total strange guy.
He's not a stranger, Nasolo. He's not a stranger. We've been out like so many times.
Hey, okay. So you guys have been out so many times. He's fond of buying you presents or telling Muna Magezi. What else do you know about him? Do you even know the kind of business he's into? Have you ever met his friends or his family? Have you?
What am I supposed to do with that?
Myra, seriously? You must be kidding me right now, Osaga.
Nasolo, this is very simple, Banange. She'll just keep it safe by making sure they're always in open public places and maybe...
I can't believe you're encouraging her like that.
Baby, let me talk to you.
Mama,
What are your feelings towards this guy?
Amelia, I really like him. I like him so much.
You do? Okay, and how bad would it be if you actually slept together?
I guess that won't be bad.
Then there would be no reason for him to actually rape you in case he suggested anything, right?
I guess so.
Kacholi Muveko, you just stop listening to her and follow your heart. Let me first make up.
Nasolo mpaka kuzidi engatto zina yambadde. Amamenye yakunkola ku ngatto. Ddala bw'oba oyambadde. Sikyo?
You're excited?
NTV, turning on your world.
You know what they say about girls. Who cries more? Girls. Who does the chores? Girls. Who's the shopaholic? Girls. Who's all about selfies? Girls. Who brings the drama? Girls. But we want to show you our real world, where we're more than just girls. Introducing Spark TV, the first female channel in Uganda, made for you to bring out the best in you. Spark TV, it's your time.
Sub-counties committees have colluded with the district land board to grab people's land.
We are sitting in Mbale district.
Land grabbing was started by General Kakunguru. We got this land by Twig.
How can a technical person write minutes and approve a lease on a lease which is running?
We became squatters. The land of Role Park is null and void because the Land Commission has no local standing to issue it.
Welcome to another edition of Revved Up, the very show that pretty much takes you through the motor world. Machines that are run by the engines is what we're all about. Now this week we have an action-packed show for you as well. Later on in the show we shall be talking about this very car, the Pop's favorite car here in Uganda. So I've just been sharing space with the Pop, ladies and gentlemen. But that aside, we shall also be talking to a celebrity on the show today, try and find out what kind of cars they drive, why they prefer those very cars, and of course everything to do with their classics. Take you back in time, look at the cars that made the headlines then. Plus, don't forget, we always give you a couple of tips, safety tips, driving tips, just to make sure your cars are kept very fine as well. So hey, come join me on this beautiful ride as we go through the motorway. I'm Andrew Kabura, and this is Revved Up.
On this edition of Revved Up, car care, Brought to you by Shell Helix. If one of your taillights is broken or not illuminating, don't take your car to a mechanic. Knowing how to replace burnt-out taillights can save you from expensive maintenance. First, open your car's boot and remove the side panel inside. Take out the faulty bulb. Carefully remove the bulb and check the filaments inside. If the filament looks damaged, your bulb will need to be replaced. You can take your bulb to any local auto store and buy the correct model for your car. Simply put in the new bulb and move it back into place. Then reattach the side panel. Good and well-functioning tail lights will ensure that you can drive safely and avoid unfortunate accidents. In an age where people are becoming increasingly dependent on smartphones, Toyota have taken it one step further and created a smartphone-inspired vehicle, the Toyota Fun VII. As its name suggests, this battery-powered car was created for advanced entertainment and relaxation purposes. The outside of the car is essentially one large touchscreen that can change color, project images, recognize its owner, and connect to social media through a smartphone app. The inside of the car is interactive too. An auto drive option allows greater freedom and comfort, while an automated system provides navigation information. Much like the exterior, there are changeable panels covering the floors and roofs so that various images, scenes, and smartphone features can be displayed if desired. The accessibility to social media is perhaps the most beneficial aspect of the Toyota Fun VII. It allows the owner to see which friends are close by, as well as receive messages, call, and link up with other Fun VII travelers. This interconnectivity is one of Toyota's goals for the smartphone car, and although it's still just a concept, the possibility of these new vehicles being introduced into society could forever change the way we view transportation. To quote the president of Toyota, "If it's not fun, it's not a car."
All right, so it's celebrity rides here on Revved Up for this very week. And as always, we get you the biggest celebrities. Now, this week, we have so much excitement for the guest we have on board. He's a man responsible for millions of fans' happiness, the Uganda Cranes head coach, Milton Mitchell Sredojevic. And he'll be taking us through his ride as well, telling us what exactly got him thinking into getting this very car and how good it is in helping the national team, making sure he's at training very early. Me and Mitchell have met at so many international tournaments, and it's always been about football. So this is kind of different. Are you feeling uncomfortable that this is kind of different?
Very uncomfortable and very funny, because I'm expecting you to ask me about the tactics, about the result, about the way things went and whatever.
Yeah.
So this is an area where I feel like fish out of water.
I fully understand what Mitchell is going through right now. But Mitchell, let's talk about, first of all, you're the most recognizable foreign coach in East Africa, if not the African continent, because you've been all over the place. Before we talk about your car, I want to ask you, how have you managed? There's this thought of African football is hard to deal with. There's this thought of too much politics, so many raw talents. How have you managed to be in Africa for these years?
I need to tell you, even me myself, I go to church and ask God, thank you, God, for allowing me to live in Africa for 15 years. 58 coaches have come and gone. I stood. And I need to thank all the good people because I came with an intention not to be what I am, Serbian, but to turn myself with culture, tradition, style of life and habits to become an African. I'm really honored and privileged to be all these years sharing life happiness with my brothers from Africa.
You know what's funny? My next question to Mitchell now would have been, so why did you start with Farouk Mia in the midfield and you did not start with this defender? That's what our normal conversation always is. But now, Mitchell, we have to talk about your car because this is Revved Up. For starters, tell me, why do you have this specific car?
First of all, I need to tell you, since I have come, first they have driven me, I had a driver, but I'm 100% maybe the first coach that has, in the shortest possible time, dropped driver and taken myself to ride around, because as soon as you acclimatize, as more you are becoming Ugandan. It happened back in 2000 until 2004. And then in all other countries, I had situation that if you want to know one country, you need to drive yourself around. My second homecoming back to Uganda take me in a situation to have a car that would be mobile to reach any corner of Uganda in order to spot and see the talents and matches played around. And second, to reach traffic that is a bit sometimes very crazy in Kampala, to the Nambole Stadium, to other stadiums in around Kampala. So I'm satisfied. RAV4 has helped me to reach everywhere where I'm supposed to be as a coach.
Look, Coach, there are so many youngsters out there, young footballers or even young football fans who see you driving a car and they want to drive that very car, or who are getting some little money and want to have their first car as well. Which 2 or 3 tips can you give some of those young footballers, or even some of those young Ugandans watching us right now? What should they look out for every time you're going to get a new car?
I need to tell you something. Let me return myself in the age that those young players are. When I was young, I was simply falling in love that time with my first car, Fiat 127. And it was very funny because it's hard to get spare parts. So first advice that I would give is to take the car that spare parts are available at any corner. And as we see, I don't want to advertise too much, but we know what kind of cars are available, spare parts to have. Then what is very important also is question of the tires. Also, I don't want to advertise now city tires, this one or that one, but I would say to take care to have good tires in order to take you where you want, because our roads are not in perfect state. There are holes everywhere and whatever, so you need to be really good in that aspect so that you are not stopping anywhere.
All right, that is it with Mitchell this very week. Now, before he goes, I want to do something very, very small for the sake of the memories. Yeah, I'll put this down. I'll take a quick selfie with the head coach of the Uganda Cranes.
NTV, turning on your world.
Bye.
You know, Blue Band helps my child grow. That's why I never miss a slice. Every slice spread with Blue Band is an opportunity for your child to grow.
Spread every